child neglect and culpable negligence charges for not intervening in the 2018 Parkland school shooting. Now, we are going to be sure to bring you that verdict when it's decided. We want you to get the up-to-speed knowledge of what we know, so we'll keep a very careful eye on that courtroom feed and let you know the latest. But for now, we are going to focus our attention on a different.
I gotta give me some get back. I gotta.
Different case, and that is the YNW Melly double murder trial, also out of Broward County, Florida. 24-year-old Jamel Demmons stands accused of fatally shooting his two friends back in 2018. Victims Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. were in the car with the defendant, as well as his co-defendant, Cortland Henry, on the night in question. Now, Demmons and Henry claim to be victims of a drive-by shooting, but authorities later found evidence to suggest that the shooting took place from inside the vehicle, leaving Henry and Demmons the culprits of this crime. Now, yesterday, we heard testimony from the medical examiners who performed the autopsies on the victims. And to get a little bit more detail into what that means and what happened, we're going to go right now to our boots on the ground, Law and Crime's Terry Austin. Terry, good to see you. You were in that courtroom. It's good to see you this morning. So the autopsies for each victim, they were conducted by two different medical examiners. Can you tell us what exactly was the cause and manner of death for each of the victims, Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas?
Well, the first autopsy was done by Dr. Rebecca McDougall, and she did the autopsy of Anthony Williams, and she said the cause and manner of death was multiple gunshot wounds, and that was by homicide. So she explained that the first bullet was the bullet that killed him, and it came in the back of the neck. She said he was shot twice more, but that those bullets were shot after he had already died. And she told the jury that she knew that because there was no hemorrhaging from those second two shots. The second autopsy was done by someone else in the medical examiner's office, and that was Dr. Adrienne Sauter, and she did the autopsy for Christopher Thomas, and she said his first shot also killed him, and that shot was to the cheek. She said he was shot multiple times after that, and the most pivotal part of her testimony was they put side by side the pictures of the bullet holes entering into the body and pictures of the bullet holes in the car, and she said that those bullet holes on Christopher Thomas matched the pattern of the bullet holes inside that car. So both of them said the cause and manner of death was gunshot wounds and it was homicide.
Wait, let's amplify that a little bit. Are you suggesting that the medical examiners in this case, they gave the point that the shooting happened from inside the vehicle? And if so, let's amplify that a little bit, because I think that's the key question, because if the jury believes this happened from inside the car, that could be the end of the case. So are you saying the medical examiner's testimony supported that?
And you better believe, Jesse, that the defense objected to that because she is not an expert on forensics. She's a medical examiner, and the defense said, look, she should be testifying about the autopsy, not about what was happening in that car. But apparently, during her deposition, she did say that she went to the site, and because of that, she learned that the pattern was similar. And the judge did allow her to say that the pattern of the bullets were similar to the pattern of the defects on the body. So yes, I do think it was damaging. It showed side by side, and even if you weren't an expert, it actually did look like it was the exact same pattern. So whether or not the jury picked up on that, I don't know, but I think of all of the evidence that's gone in so far, that medical examiner saying that the bullets matched the back of that car, and again, it was let in because the judge said she went to the site and she compared it herself, and she was learning how to compare those bullets to those injuries.
Okay, now let's talk about, you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are the shots that killed them at first, killed the victims initially, but then there were repeat shots. Now, I find that interesting because it would seem to suggest that if you are staging a drive-by shooting after murdering these two individuals, it's not surprising you have subsequent shots. However, do we have any idea about the length of time between the first shots and the last shots?
Well, that's also another good question, Jesse. What both of the medical examiners are saying is they cannot pinpoint it exactly. They can tell you that it was after the individuals passed away because there was no hemorrhaging, but they cannot tell you if it was 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. All they can tell you is that first shot was the shot that killed the victims because there was hemorrhaging at the entry site of those first shots. But what they both said was because there was no hemorrhaging for the other bullet that they had already passed away, but they could not tell us how long. And that's another good question because you want to know whether or not it was staged, but they could not say that.
Now let's talk about the defense. Did they have the opportunity to cross-examine the medical examiners, or are they going to do that today or continue that today?
They did cross-examine the medical examiners. Stuart Adelson was the one who did the cross-examination, and he did point out that, neither of those medical examiners have any information as far as what happened on that scene. They didn't dispute the fact that those first shots were the shots that actually kill the victims. So they're not disputing what the medical examiner found when they did the autopsies. They're simply disputing that those medical examiners cannot testify as to what is going on in that car.
By the way, are these the last witnesses for the state, the medical examiners, or do we think the state is going to call anyone else before they wrap up their case?
Well, the state did say yesterday that they were going to call someone named Christopher Williams, and as I understand it, he is the forensic expert who's going to talk about the crime scene. So I think they're going to try to connect what the medical examiner really could not connect, either one of them, because they obviously are not forensic experts. They are simply doing the autopsies of those two bodies.
Yeah, and I can imagine why you would save that witness for last. And then now let's talk about the defense. When the prosecution wraps up, do we have any idea about what the defense's case is going to look like, who they may call, whether or not the defendant will take the stand?
Yes, I don't know whether Melly's going to take the stand. I would say still at this point, even though I do think the prosecution made some points yesterday with the medical examiner, I still, if I were that defense team, would not put Melly on that stand, but they're probably considering that. I do think they're going to bring experts into the case to refute whatever the forensics have been so far, particularly even going way back to the gun expert, the DNA expert. I think they're going to try to say, look, none of his DNA was there. You can't say he had the gun. You don't have the gun. I think they're going to try to establish that the prosecution really is relying on simply circumstantial evidence. But sometimes, as we know, that does prove the case. But here, they haven't connected those dots.
Well, it sounds like a busy day, rowdy atmosphere. People were talking during your live shot, Terry. Don't they know that Terry Austin is doing the hard-hitting reporting? They need to quiet down, but it's okay. I know you have to head into that courtroom. Thank you for your reporting. Great as always. And we're going to see you later, Terry. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. back to Law and Crime, everybody. So we're waiting for day 10 of the double murder trial for rapper YNW Melly to start up again. Remember, 24-year-old rapper Giveaw stands accused of killing his two friends back in October of 2018 and then claimed to be part of a hit and run. This is what he claimed, and we know that the prosecution is saying that this was a staged drive-by shooting. So while we wait for today's proceedings to start up again, I want to go back to what we didn't get to yesterday afternoon, and that is the testimony of Dr. Sauter. Dr. Sauter was the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy of victim Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie. So let's dip into the direct examination and see what Dr. Sauter had to say.
Let me know. Have you memorized every single projectile and every single wound track they go through?
No.
Okay. With regards to going back, I'm going to go back to just the photo of the projectile on the one that's from the right chest. What wound path did that equate with? And if you need to look at your report, please let me know.
Can I look at my report, please? The projectile that corresponds to the right chest is the projectile from wound P.
That's objection.
Sure. There's objection pending. Counsel objects to you reading from the report. So just read it to yourself, and then when you're done, you put your note down and just you can indicate if your memory is refreshed, you can answer the question. All right?
Okay.
So Dr. Sauter, after reviewing the report, are you able to tell the right chest which wound P that came from?
From the entry of wound P.
Okay. So now going on to the right upper quadrant of the abdomen that's labeled as projectile 2. Do you recall where that particular projectile was recovered from?
I need to look at my report.
Please, if you would, refresh your recollection, look up once you are done.
That corresponds to the entry of labeled R.
Oh. So moving on to, in this particular photo here, what are we looking at?
That is one of the other projectiles that I recovered.
Okay. Is that next photo that we are looking at, projectile 3 from the left chest?
Yes.
Do you recall which projectile 3, which wound track it came from?
I would have to look at my report.
Please refresh your recollection if you need to. And once you're done, look up.
That corresponds to the entrance wound O.
Okay. Going on to the picture and next photo that we are looking at, what does this depict?
That is another projectile that I recovered from the axilla.
And what is the axilla?
That is the area near your armpit.
Okay. And is that the next photo, projectile number 4?
Yes.
And do you recall which wound path letter that corresponds to?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
That corresponds to the entrance labeled N.
N is in Nancy?
Correct.
Okay. So moving on to the next projectile number 5 from that says left axilla.
Yes.
And so which wound track was this particular projectile recovered from?
I would have to look at my report again.
If you need to refresh your recollection, please feel free to do so.
corresponds to the entrance wound labeled K.
Going on to the next projectile, number 6. The right lower chest on that. So before we get to that, I noticed on the envelopes that we're looking at, it says pathologist Rebecca McDougall. That's not you.
Yes.
Why does it say her name on there?
Because she was supervising me during the autopsy.
Okay, so going on to projectile number 5, right lower chest. Where was this projectile recovered from?
May I look at my report, please?
Please go to refresh your recollection. Whenever you're ready.
The entrance letter corresponds to Q.
Okay. Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at here?
You are looking at the liver with a rod to show that there are defects to the liver.
And the defects that are shown, what are they?
They correspond to the trajectory of one of the gunshot wounds.
And in terms of normal anatomical position, where is the liver found?
That is found on your right side of your abdomen.
Going on to the next photo here, let me turn that one. What are we looking at in this photo?
That is a photograph depicting the heart, and the rods are showing 2 defects to the heart.
And in terms of the hemorrhage on the heart, is that shown in this photo?
The hemorrhage is from the blood that was in the pericardium, which is the sac that contains the heart.
In terms of do you have an opinion as to whether or not the heart was beating when those projectiles made the defects to it?
No.
No, it wasn't beating, or no, you don't have an opinion?
No, it wasn't beating.
Okay. Going on to the foreign material. Are these items you pointed out previously?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at in this photo? Hold on, let me turn it for the... If you could explain what this is?
This is showing the brain and the extensive subarachnoid hemorrhage it has, and the lacerations that you can see to the right side of the cerebellum, which controls your balance, and also to the pons and the medulla and the midbrain.
So in terms of where we're looking right now, can you give me an orientation? Is this top, bottom?
This is the bottom side of the brain.
Okay. And for the head that you have in front of you, the styrofoam, could you show where on that how that would be oriented and put in the same position?
So,
Does counsel and the assistant state attorney and jury understand this from back? Is that right, Gary? Yes. You all set, ready to go, counsel?
What's the temperature?
Yes, sir.
What's the temperature? Is there any objections on those photographs?
No objections.
I want the record to reflect that the temperature in here is 61.1 degrees, which is,
Lovely.
for who? Eskimos?
You might have to take somebody into custody here if they get too close.
Please. Please. And I will,
It's colder back
on a regular basis, inform the court of the temperature and the work conditions we're going through.
Work conditions, you're not employed by the state of Florida here, so it's not, you don't get any kind of workman's comp here yet.
Well, we'll discuss that at a later date.
All right, we're all set. Let's bring the jury in.
gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Dennis, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you had a good evening and ready for the day. We're here again on the state's case in chief. So I think you completed the testimony of your last witness. Who's the next witness?
Christopher Williams.
Christopher Williams, please. You are Christopher Williams?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
This is our witness stand. When you come on in, just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Christopher Williams,
Please spell your first and last name for the record.
CHRISTOPHER.
Thank you so much.
Please have a seat. Mr. Williams, that microphone in front of you will adjust up or down as you move back and forth. All right? Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Detective, how are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Very well. Thank you for asking. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and tell them where you work?
I am now Sergeant Christopher Williams. I work for the Broward County Sheriff's Office.
Congratulations on your promotion. My apologies, Sergeant.
Thank you.
So, Sergeant, could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your current assignment is with the Broward Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a sergeant assigned to the Road Patrol Division in the Pompano Beach District.
And how long have you been there?
1 month.
In terms of prior to going and becoming a sergeant on that promotion, what did you do for the Sheriff's Office?
Previous to that, I worked in the crime scene unit of the Sheriff's Office for 11 years.
When you worked in the crime scene unit, were you a sworn law enforcement officer?
Yes.
What were some of your job responsibilities and tasks as a crime scene detective?
So crime scene detective for the Broward Sheriff's Office, most of us are all sworn. We have 12 sworn law enforcement officers in there, 3 civilians. We respond to major crime scenes, rape, murder, homicide, suicide, suspicious death, police-involved shootings, and robberies with a crime scene and a victim. We also respond to shootings that happen with a victim as well, and we investigate. Those are the only things that we investigate. Anything less would be investigated by the Road Patrol Division.
Okay, so Sergeant, you mentioned that you work for the Broward Sheriff's Office. What jurisdictional boundaries do you do work for the Broward Sheriff's Office?
We have the entire county of Broward.
Do you assist other agencies on occasion?
We do. So we have naturally there's I believe 27 municipalities in the county of Broward. The sheriff has 17 contracts for police services for those for 17 of them, and there's some smaller municipalities that we have what's called an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, with Lighthouse Point, Hillsborough Mile, Hillsborough Beach, the smaller agencies who don't necessarily have as much crime, but when they do, the crime scene unit for the sheriff's office will go and assist them with it. On top of that, we will assist other agencies such as Hallandale Beach. We have an MOU with them currently right now to investigate their homicides. We also will assist other agencies at the request of that agency or at the request of the state attorney's office.
So with regards to the 11 years in crime scene as a detective, what did you do before that for the Sheriff's Office?
Prior to that, I worked on road patrol in the city of Deerfield Beach. And prior to that, I worked in the jail for 2 years.
So in terms of your entire time at the Sheriff's Office, how many years do you have in?
I'm getting ready to start number 20.
Okay. Going on to specifically your training and experience in the crime scene unit. Do you take specialized training when you are brought into the crime scene unit as a detective?
Yes, so for the Broward Sheriff's Office, we start off our brand new detectives with 1,000 hours, which equals about 1 year of on-the-job training. We also have them attend multiple classes, medical examiner, death investigation classes, shooting classes, and bloodstain classes, and footwear and tire wear examination classes. And we also are all registered with the IAI, which is called the International Association of Identification. And we make sure that we're all certified within that unit.
So in terms of maintaining the IAI, or International Association of Identification certification, what's required?
So there's actually a very long, there's a test that goes with that, and lots of studying. We need to know a lot of forensic work, how to use a camera properly, which is probably the most challenging part of the class, because naturally we need to capture the scene, and a lot of times the scenes are at night, so the nighttime photography becomes the challenge for most of our detectives as they come into our unit. So we have to be proficient in photography, proficient in investigations, make sure that a suicide is really a suicide and not a homicide, or a hanging is really a hanging. So we're all taught how to investigate these things and recognize the differences between what is presented to us versus what it really is.
Okay, so I want to go back. You mentioned you'd spent a number of years on road patrol as well before becoming a crime scene detective. While you were on road patrol, did you have to deal with traffic crash reconstruction?
Yes. So in road patrol, I was fortunate enough, like I said, to work in the city of Deerfield Beach. They're a very good city for the sheriff's office. They support the deputies very well. Each city has what's called LETF funds, which is law enforcement trust funds. It's money seized from drug forfeitures, drug money, drug cars, stuff like that. And the city actually sets aside $25,000 a year at that time to send deputies to schools. I opted to take them up on that offer and attended multiple advanced traffic homicide investigation classes, basic traffic homicide investigation classes, traffic crash reconstruction classes at that expense, which I was very fortunate to do.
So after you took some of these traffic crash reconstruction classes, approximately how many of those reconstructions did you do while working on road patrol?
A lot. Probably every single crash that I investigated, I treated it I applied the training that I obtained just to maintain my proficiency in the training that I had on it. So whether it was a basic crash or a 5-car crash, it was all treated with the training that I had obtained.
Would that be more than 100 times you had the opportunity to use that training as a road patrol deputy?
Yes.
In terms of the actual reconstruction of a traffic crash, what types of principles are you relying upon when you're doing a recreation?
It is math. Essentially what it boils down to is math. So you're obtaining measurements, and so for instance, on a traffic crash, you skid, you hit a car, and you come to a stop. So that you have measurements of the skid marks to obtain a speed. You have measurements of the crush damage from each vehicle, and you also have what's called coefficient of friction, which is the gripping, if you will, of the road. So all of that requires trig, and it all gets put into a very long math equation to actually calculate the speed that the person was going when they crashed into the other car or wall or tree, whatever they crash into. And the same things are applied if they don't skid. So if they don't skid and they crash right into a tree without even touching the brakes, that crush damage also gets applied to determine their speed.
So, Detective, it sounds like you used a lot of that high school trigonometry and geometry that we learned.
Yes.
It's been a while, so I'm going to have to ask you to go slow on some of that, if you don't mind, okay?
Okay.
With regards to shooting reconstruction, how does the traffic crash reconstruction help and make you a better shooting reconstructionist?
So it's the same principles that of math that are applied in the traffic crash reconstruction that would be applied in shooting reconstruction.
So going into specifically shooting reconstruction courses, have you taken a number of those while working as a crime scene detective?
I have.
And can you talk about the number of ones that you've taken?
I've taken West Virginia State University shooting reconstruction class and a shooting reconstruction class with the University of North Florida, the Institute of Police Technology and Management.
And in terms of the number of hours in shooting reconstruction courses and those two that you just discussed, approximately how many?
Approximately 80 hours.
Additionally, have you taken the basic traffic homicide investigation course?
Yes.
And you talked about traffic crash reconstruction courses. Have you taken other ones of those while you've been a crime scene detective?
For traffic crash?
Yes.
No.
Do you take a class in terms of death investigations?
Yes.
And what is that?
So death investigations is to determine what you're looking at when you see a deceased body. So I always like to say that the body's the biggest rat on the planet. It will, if you know what you're looking for, you'll be able to determine what happened.
So Sergeant, sorry, still getting used to that one. Sergeant, in terms of the time of arrival on scene, is crime scene there before the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. So when you are first looking and determining whether or not a death is suspicious, you're the first person looking at that body?
Correct.
So could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that Principles of Death Investigation class taught you, briefly?
So it would teach us if we're dealing with an overdose, what to look for when we're dealing with an overdose. It would teach us if it's what to look for with, if there's gunshot wounds, what to look for if you have what looks to be nothing. You just have a body there and 23-year-old male who just died. Teaches us what to look for. So we're looking for petechia hemorrhaging, which is what you'll see in the eyes, which are little blood vessels that are throughout your whole entire body. And if they are squeezed, if you have a particular squeeze, you'll see petechia hemorrhaging in the eyes. You'll see it on the bottom of the eyelids. You also see it in the chest quite often. In an area where there's trauma of strangulation, you'll see lots of petechia hemorrhaging. So that's just some of what we're looking for when we're making our determination on what actually happened with this with the decedent.
During the death investigation course, does it give you a general idea of how to collect evidence on those cases?
Yes.
Do you also have training in specific crime scene investigations and collection of evidence?
Yes.
About how many hours?
Oh, that was 40 hours also.
Okay. And in terms of your day-to-day job when you were in crime scene, how much of your time was spent actually collecting, documenting, and preserving evidence?
So we are quite busy in Broward County. There's only 12 of us, and we have, like I said, 17 cities to serve. and our MOU cities. So roughly 1 or 2 a day.
So would that be half of your time?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about shooting reconstruction courses that you took. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen a little bit about what is an approach angle or an angle of entry?
An angle of entry would be from a projectile or a bullet into a target. So it's the flight path, if you will, as it's going in. That flight path would then once it makes its contact with its target, we would then be able to determine its angle of entry.
And is that similar to some of the things you do in the traffic crash reconstruction with approach angles of cars hitting one another?
Yes, so approach angles would also apply to traffic crash investigations. It's a little different. It's the same math, but essentially if you have a car that T-bones another car, one car is going 80 and the other car is going 40, what happens is due to physics and velocity, they end up switching speeds, and the 40-mile-an-hour car goes faster and the 80-mile-an-hour car goes slower. So those are part of approach angles, and that's how we would be able to determine pre-crash speed and post-crash speed. So a lot of times you'll see that you'll have a higher speed from the original and a lower speed from the original, and it throws people off sometimes.
So does this also help with the shooting reconstruction? You're using that same angle math.
Yes.
Have you taken classes in blood stain pattern analysis?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is first?
So blood is a unique liquid. It contains, it's unlike any liquid on the planet, so it has unique features when it is altered. So when it's outside of the body and contact is made with it, it will create a pattern. Or if you have, say, a knife and you stab it into somebody and you pull that knife out, the knife naturally will have blood on it, and that blood coming back on the knife, with the knife coming in the backwards position, will come off of the blade and it will make a stain. Or if you take blood and hit it with a hammer, it will make a different type of stain. So there's several types of stains that are associated with blood stain, and those all need to be interpreted to determine exactly what happened, and in some cases it can tell you where the assailant was.
Okay. In terms of blood stain pattern analysis, how long was that class that you took?
40 hours.
Do they have a discussion about what is blowback?
Yes.
What is that?
So blowback is very simple. The easiest way that I can explain it is, and everybody in this courtroom, this has happened to them, you have your garden hose with the big nozzle on it, and you're getting ready to wash the car, and you hit the rim, and what happens? The water comes right back at you and hits you in the face. The same thing would happen with blowback. So if you're in close vicinity with a firearm and you shoot somebody, depending on where you shoot them at on their body, the blood will come back in that same direction of the velocity that it came from. So if it came from me to you, if the bullet went from me to you, the blood is going to come from you to me. Same thing as the garden hose theory. It's a phenomenon that happens. It's all with Newton. Newton figured it all out, and he was very right, and you can't ever escape it.
So with regards to that, if you shoot a dead body, do you have the same blowback pattern?
No, you will not.
Why not?
So a dead body, it does not have any circulation. So there's no blood flowing through the body. post-mortem, once you're dead, what happens is we get what's called rigor mortis, which is also called lividity, and what that is pooling of the blood. So if you die on your back, almost immediately the blood starts to pool all the way to your back. So all the blood will just kind of, gravity brings it all the way down to your back. Eventually it will become fixed and it will stay there. So if we roll you over, it will not go back in that other direction. If it's not yet fixed, we can flip the body over and the blood will then flow the other way again.
Is that something that would help determine an approximate time of death?
Yes, so lividity starts to kick in anywhere between 4 to 6 hours after death. It will become fixed approximately 18 hours after death. So generally when we come in contact with a body, we will check for lividity. And a lot of times, if you, I could probably show on my hand, if you touch and then let go, you see that my hand was red because there's blood there, and then I push and it's white, but it then refills with blood. With lividity, that's called blanching. So it's not, when lividity blanches, that means that lividity is not fixed. Remember I told you that it will become permanent. So if we touch the lividity portion of a body and it doesn't blanch, then we know that the lividity is fixed and we know an approximate time of death.
In terms of the goal of a crime scene detective or reconstruction, what are you trying to work backwards to?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Do you know when you go there and see a body, what happened before?
Not right away.
So what is your goal in any sort of crime scene reconstruction?
To read the crime scene. So I want to read what the crime scene is telling me. The crime scene is going to, it sounds corny, but it's going to talk to me. It's going to tell me what happened, where it happened. It's not going to necessarily tell me why. I'm not interested in why, but I am interested in what happened, where it happened, and what evidence was left behind due to the actions of what happened.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about the crime scene photography you do as well, and the crime scene reconstruction of a shooting incident. Do you also have training just in homicide investigation and advanced homicide investigations?
I do.
And what types of time frames and hours on those?
For homicide investigation was a 40-hour class, and advanced homicide investigation was another 40-hour class.
So Sergeant Williams, with regards to your on-the-job experience, do you have training and experience putting those skills that you learned into practice?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations did you go to during your 11 years in crime scene?
Approximately 800.
In terms of, as a crime scene traffic homicide crash, did you go to incidents in which the vehicle was the weapon?
Yes.
And how many times was that an issue?
Twice.
And in terms of the shooting reconstructions, how many times have you had the opportunity to use those skills in practice?
So those skills and practices, I would say well over 100. Any time that a shooting reconstruction can be done, it will be done. And it's important. Our job in crime scene is to figure out what happened, corroborate stories, and if the evidence is going to corroborate somebody's story. So it's that's, if it can be reconstructed, then naturally we're going to reconstruct it.
And in terms of prior opportunities to testify in court as a shooting reconstruction expert, have you done it?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
2 other times
And in what jurisdiction was that?
here in Broward County.
Going in terms of when you're doing these shooting reconstructions, what are you first step in this process?
The first step is, so if in a car, in a house, or just in general?
Yes.
Okay. So the first step obviously is to say we have a house. First step is to process our scene and collect as much evidence as we can before we do any type of reconstruction. So we want to document as much as possible, collect as much as possible, because low-card's theory for crime scene is you introduce something to a crime scene every time you enter, and you take something away from a crime scene every time you exit. So therefore, we want to maintain low card and stay in, document, collect, process the scene before we do any type of reconstruction.
So, Sergeant, is a shooting reconstruction an absolute fact of what happened, or a reasonable explanation?
It's a reasonable explanation.
Why is that?
Because I wasn't there. I wasn't there to witness it. I wasn't there to stop it. So there's no way for me to be absolute. I can be pretty close to.
Okay, so talking, you said, on low card and not introducing anything new to the crime scene. What types of measures do you take to make sure you don't leave any evidence of your entry into the crime scene behind?
So we'll generally don tie-back suits, which if you've ever watched Forensic Files or anything, you see us in the goofy Smurf suits, gloves, masks, eyewear. And the whole purpose of that is we don't want our hair in there. We don't want our DNA in there. We don't want our fingerprints in there. And our sweat. We want to try to gather as much evidence from us and contain it in the Smurf suit.
Okay, in terms of, you said you weren't there. Can you ever state with 100% certainty, absent a video, how a firearm was being held?
No.
Can you ever say with 100% certainty exactly how many feet a shooter was away from a moving target?
A standard or a standing shooter to a moving target?
Yes.
No.
What about the opposite? You have a moving shooter and a stationary target.
No.
Why not?
Because, excuse me, I'm sorry.
If you need water or anything, please let me know.
So the movement of these items is going to create false distances because the target has the receiving end of the bullet, the projectile, has moved. So if the receiving end of the projectile is stationary, then we can do a complete reconstruction.
So if there's movement involved, that complicates it.
Yes.
Are you trying to make and determine locations potentially to look for evidence?
I'm sorry?
In doing a shooting reconstruction, are you trying to look for areas in which evidence might be collected?
I would, if I'm doing a reconstruction for one of my scenes, I would have all the evidence collected prior to that. If it's in a car, sometimes I can't find a projectile. When I begin my reconstruction, my trajectory rod will generally lead me to a projectile. And when it does, then we come to a grinding halt, grab the camera, photograph what we found, and collect what we found, and then continue on with our reconstruction.
So, Sergeant Williams, to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have one projectile mark in the wall behind you, and you're trying to figure out where in this courtroom you would look for casings or surveillance footage, is that something shooting reconstruction would help with?
It would help with, it would definitely help, but we could also, if it perforated the wall, then we can do a reconstruction. And perforation is all the way through. Penetration, it goes in and it stays.
And in terms of, so we're clear on that, can you do a reconstruction on a penetrating gunshot defect?
No.
What about a perforating one?
Perforating, yes.
Why?
Because we have a second hole. So if we only have one hole, the projectile did not complete its flight path because it was stopped. So because it did not complete the flight path, I cannot tell you the angle or the trajectory that it came in at. But if it perforates it and creates an additional hole, now it has completed a flight path. Even if it goes into a third or fourth target, the initial first and second hole is that actual flight path or trajectory of that projectile.
And in terms of, you talked about like secondary targets, intermediate targets, is that something you've done training and experience in looking at when you're doing a shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
For example, glass. Does that have specific properties that you would look for deflection?
So glass, so tempered glass, which is what is in every vehicle, mainly because if you're driving down the road and so a rock comes off a truck and it hits your windshield, you don't want it to shard and stab you in the eye as you're driving down the road. So all of the glass inside an automobile is tempered glass, which means that it goes into little tiny pieces. It also has a piece of plastic or clear plastic in the middle. It's actually two pieces of glass with a piece of plastic in the middle, which keeps it intact. But the tempered glass will create some type of movement to a projectile. Generally, it will cause, depending on the spin of the projectile, so as some barrels of a gun are going to rotate the projectile to the right, and some will rotate it to the left, and some will not rotate it at all. Generally, they're all rotated to the right, so when the projectile enters into the tempered glass, the projectile will tend to go to the right. It won't necessarily alter the trajectory, it's just turning it.
Okay, so this is things that have been documented and studied in the field of shooting reconstruction.
Yes.
In terms of other materials, sheet metal, wood, are these other items that you would look at and determine whether they were involved before you go forth and render an opinion on a shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
So going back into, I want to make sure it's clear, how does the discipline of shooting reconstruction differ from firearms and tool marks?
So firearms and tool marks deals with the identification of the internal workings of a firearm and the cartridge cases of the that come out of the firearm and the projectiles that come out of the firearm. They deal with that part, where I will deal with the ballistics part of it, of shooting reconstruction.
So when you say ballistics, do you mean inside the gun or outside the gun?
Outside of the gun.
In terms of, can you define what is a terminal ballistics?
Terminal ballistics is the projectile has stopped, and where it stopped is considered terminal.
In terms of this specific case, did you make any promises as to the outcome of your investigation before it started?
No.
What did you say when you were contacted to look at this case?
I said that I'll take a look at it and we'll see what I come up with.
And do you have any sort of fixed determination when you look at any shooting reconstruction?
No.
Do you recall at what point you were first contacted to assist in this case?
I believe it was November of 2020.
Okay. With regards to that, who contacted you?
You, ma'am.
Okay. What were you asked to look at and analyze in this case?
I was asked to determine if this shooting incident was a drive-by shooting.
So, if there was any other forensic testing that could be done, would you suggest that as well?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
If you could just briefly, were you asked to consult at all with regards to cell phones?
No.
Any sort of location data or anything with regards to the location of an individual?
Location data, no. Location of an individual, yes.
And that's within the car?
Correct.
In terms of, were you asked to consult on any sort of the medical examiner's office findings?
Their findings, their findings are final, but I needed their photographs and their measurements that they conducted. So I did reach out to obtain their reports and their photographs.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the physical evidence that you reviewed. Did you review the car in question in this case?
Yes.
Where was that car being held and stored?
That car is being held at the Broward Sheriff's Office confiscation warehouse.
And if you could explain briefly to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that warehouse looks like on the inside.
It is basically a gigantic warehouse that stores cars that are involved in crime.
In terms of, in this warehouse, are the cars sealed individually in each location?
Yes.
What types of materials are used to prevent cross-contamination from the various cars?
All of the cars are closed. They are sealed with red evidence tape. If windows are missing, plastic goes over them so that nothing can get into the car. The plastic would assume the role of windows so that nothing can get inside.
Okay. In terms of the security of that building, is anyone allowed to come and go into that building?
Absolutely not.
When you are doing an analysis of this Jeep, this car in this case, how do you do that?
So in this case, I actually had that the vehicle in question towed from the confiscation warehouse to the crime scene unit, which has a forensic processing garage. And from there, I began my investigation on the vehicle.
The forensic processing garage, where is that located?
What floor are we on?
Fourth.
4 floors down.
And can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how the forensic processing garage is outfitted?
So it's outfitted, actually has a car lift in it so that we can lift the car in the air, look underneath, see if there's anything in there. There's a plasma cutter in there. There's torches in there. Every tool that you can think of that you would find in a mechanic shop plus more is available in that garage.
Okay. In terms of you mentioned you reviewed some of the medical examiner's information and photographs. What other things did you review in this case?
I reviewed the crime scene photos that were taken by the Miramar Police Department.
And those were provided to you and the medical examiner's office. Any other photos or any other documentation that you reviewed from the Miramar Police Department?
I reviewed the crime scene unit report from Mr. Kelly.
With regards to the trajectory analysis that was done by the Miramar Police Department, did you review those photographs?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what was the issue with the screen.
So the Miramar Police Department used string with a putty, and they attached the string to the beginning of the projectile hole on the back of the seat of this vehicle. And then they took that string and they brought it back to a big ruler. However, the string...
Sorry, let me interrupt you for just a second. With regards to their attempt to recreate the back glass, what was the purpose of that?
To, I believe, to determine some type of trajectory.
Is that something that would be useful in this case?
The trajectory would be useful, yes.
But what about trying to recreate that back windshield and the heights that a specific projectile would have gone in?
Yes.
And would the, going forward, you were mentioning, talking about the strings, were they taut in a straight line?
No, the strings actually were sagging, which can cause inaccurate readings.
So in terms of that was the specific issue you took with their trajectory analysis.
Correct.
In terms of the trajectory rods that were placed through the car by the Miramar Police Department, were there any issues or concerns that you could see from the photographs?
Not with the rods.
So in terms of the data that you relied upon, the physical car, how did you process that?
So I actually, once the car got into our garage, I photographed it in place, and then I put on my Smurf suit, and I actually sat in the car.
Okay, in terms of, you said you photographed it. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review the photographs that you took in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to defense counsel and marked for identification as states quadruple D. Detective Williams, do you recognize this flash drive?
Yes.
How do you recognize that flash drive?
Those are my initials and ID.
Did you have the opportunity to look at the photos on the drive before you came to court?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict your involvement and role in this investigation?
Yes, they do.
Here at this time, state would request to move state quadruple D in as state 77.
Any objection?
No objection, Principal. I just need to know the date that that relates to.
All of them.
The dates.
All the dates. All the photos are on one listing.
Okay. All right, no objection.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple D, will be marked state 77.
Okay. So, Detective, I'm going to start with publishing these, and you took a number of photographs.
Yes.
So I want to start and do them in order by time. So I'm going to start here. You mentioned the blue Smurf suit, so I'm going to start with what's been labeled as CSW 6747. Is this the Smurf suit you were talking about?
Yes.
And is that you in that photograph?
Absolutely not.
Okay. I won't tell him you said that. So I want to go forward here to 6762. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're looking at in this photo?
So this is inside our processing garage. This is the vehicle in question, and these are trajectory rods that have been inserted into the vehicle to terminal points.
What is the purpose of putting in these trajectory rods and photographing them?
The purpose of putting them in is, number one, to create a trajectory, Number two, the picture is for demonstrative purposes to show where the projectiles, how the projectiles entered into the vehicle. They don't necessarily, just where the ends of the projectiles are, do not necessarily reflect where a shooter was standing. However, they just reflect where the trajectory or the angle into the vehicle is.
Okay, so we talked about angles, so I want to make sure that we can understand that. Are you taking angle measurements from these trajectory rods?
So what I'm doing is I'm creating a right triangle with geometry with these trajectory rods in order to obtain an angle. Some people will use a protractor to do that. However,
Wait, it's been a while since geometry. Explain what a protractor is, please.
so the protractor is always flat on one end and it has a half moon on the other. May I stand?
Please, if you would, yes.
So if you use a protractor, and obviously a vehicle is angled, it's aerodynamic, so it's some of it comes out like this, some cars like that. If you use a a protractor, and obviously a protractor has to be flat, you're going to get an incorrect angle. So I use geometry to create a right triangle, which would then give me the actual angle of each sight mark.
So, Sergeant, are you telling me that you use the Pythagorean theorem in your day-to-day work?
Yes.
I think I owe an apology to my high school geometry. Okay, so, talking about that, is that a squared plus b squared equals c squared?
Yes.
And what does that tell you?
That tells me an angle. So obviously you have, it has to equal 180 degrees. We start off always at 90, and then we would work our way to determining that angle.
Are you looking at more than one angle on each of these particular entrance defects?
There are different angles for each sight mark.
Are you looking at the vertical angle?
These are all going to be horizontal angles.
Okay. And when you say we're using
vertical angles, yes.
And so we're using a poster board and a knitting needle help demonstrate the different types of angles that you're measuring on that.
A knitting angle? Needle?
That's what I had.
Okay, yeah, that'll work.
Okay. Here, let's say it would be using a demonstrative exhibit here.
Thank you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is using a demonstrative exhibit to assist in explaining and illustrating his testimony. The evidence is the testimony of the witness. The demonstratives, unless they are later received in evidence, are not in evidence and do not go back to the jury during your deliberations.
Okay, so joint counsel has been marked as A, B, and C. If you need to move on.
You're gonna be facing it then.
Facing out. So starting with what this demonstrative is on strike mark A. If we to illustrate, if you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you would insert a trajectory rod if you were trying to do the trajectory of strike mark A, and we're going to hold it at a 90-degree angle.
So naturally, just to put a disclaimer here, this is only one hole. So I would need a second hole to complete this. However, you would start with the inserting the trajectory rod, and you would follow. You don't just shove it in. You actually gently follow the flight path of the projectile until it reaches terminal, and then we stop.
So if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when you're looking at the vertical angle, what part of it are you measuring?
So I would measure from the ground to the actual strike mark. That would be a measurement that I would need. The ground to the tip of the rod, and then the length of the rod that is sticking out from the projectile hole. That all gets put into fancy math, and it produces an angle.
And so the angle that you are measuring, if you could just show with your finger what angle you're trying to figure out.
Trying to get the trajectory angle, the flight path of the projectile.
So is that side to side or top to bottom?
That's going to be from top to bottom.
Okay. So that on strike mark A, does this illustrate a practically 90 degree?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to strike mark B here. Would you use the same math on this particular type of trajectory entrance or exit?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you're talking about the vertical angle here, what area are you looking at and measuring?
The same one. So we'll go from the ground to the strike mark, the ground to the tip of the rod, and then from the strike mark entry to the end of the rod for the length of the rod.
And in terms of the side-to-side angle, or azimuth as it's sometimes referred to, is this again at a 90 degrees to the side of this piece of poster board?
Yes.
Moving on to strike mark C. How would you do the same trajectory analysis on strike mark C?
Strike mark C would be very similar with we would want to know the entrance or the ground to the strike mark, the ground to the tip of the rod, but then we would have to get a horizontal distance and use the I'm trying to remember off my head. The side of the wall to the tip of the rod.
So you're then getting the azimuth or the entry angle on the
Correct.
side to side.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the math and everything else, you're making the same right triangle every time.
Yes.
Okay. So, what you're doing with these trajectory rods, is this repeatable?
Yes.
Can someone come back and check your work?
Yes.
In terms of the projectiles in this case, what was your goal when you start doing these trajectory rods?
The goal was the request, which was to determine if this was a drive-by shooting.
Okay. With the perforations or defects in the car, are you matching them up with any and all recovered projectiles?
Yes.
So I want to go, and in terms of, you mentioned that there was, if you found a projectile or you thought there should be a projectile somewhere, you would stop and look for it.
Yes.
Can you explain if that happened in this case?
It did.
Okay, and so I want to go forward and go to some of your photos from the recovery of projectiles. Did you recover projectiles in this case?
2 projectiles were recovered from this vehicle.
And where were they recovered from?
The first projectile was recovered from underneath the back seat,
Okay.
and the second projectile was recovered on the passenger side interior B pillar.
Okay, so I'm going to go forward and show the jury what's been labeled as CSW_677. What are we looking at here in this photo?
May I stand?
Please. And there's actually a red rod right next to you that if you want to point with that.
Right here is a projectile. Right here. That was recovered from the seat. So the seat was actually lifted up and that projectile was recovered from underneath the seat.
And so when you're saying underneath the seat, what seat are you talking about?
The back seat.
Did you have to remove the seat to get to that projectile?
I did.
Okay, and in CSW 6778, is that another view of that same projectile?
Correct.
So you mentioned there was an additional projectile recovered from this car, and you said the B pillar?
The passenger side B-pillar interior.
And so if you could orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in what we're looking at in photo CSW 6772, what area of the car are we looking at?
This is the passenger side interior B-pillar.
Okay, and so if you could explain where the front seat passenger would be in relation to this photo. Right?
Can you blow it up?
Sure. Actually,
I guess
Detective,
not.
or
Okay.
Sergeant, sorry, I think council needs to approach.
We need a short recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in present. So no research. This meeting is open. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Councilor Manwell with defendant. Mr. Devens, need a restroom break? Yes. Thank you. You gonna arrange that, guys? Yep. Thank you. We're done.
So his signal is saying that yours is moving forward.
I would have all the evidence collected prior to that. If it's in a car, sometimes I can't find a projectile. When I begin my reconstruction, my trajectory rod will generally lead me to a projectile. And when it does, then we come to a grinding halt, grab the camera, photograph what we found, and collect what we found, and then continue on with our reconstruction.
So, Sergeant Williams, to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you have one projectile mark in the wall behind you, and you're trying to figure out where in this courtroom you would look for casings or surveillance footage, is that something shooting reconstruction would help with?
It would help with, it would definitely help, but we could also, if it perforated the wall, then we can do a reconstruction. And perforation is all the way through. Penetration, it goes in and it stays.
And in terms of, so we're clear on that, can you do a reconstruction on a penetrating gunshot defect?
No.
What about a perforating one?
Perforating, yes.
Why?
Because we have a second hole. So if we only have one hole, the projectile did not complete its flight path because it was stopped. So because it did not complete the flight path, I cannot tell you the angle or the trajectory that it came in at. But if it perforates it and creates an additional hole, now it has completed a flight path. Even if it goes into a third or fourth target, the initial first and second hole is that actual flight path or trajectory of that projectile.
And in terms of, you talked about like secondary targets, intermediate targets, is that something you've done training and experience in looking at when you're doing a shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
For example, glass. Does that have specific properties that you would look for deflection?
So glass, so tempered glass, which is what is in every vehicle, mainly because if you're driving down the road and, you know, so a rock comes off a truck and it hits your windshield, you don't want it to shard and stab you in the eye as you're driving down the road. So all of the glass inside an automobile is tempered glass, which means that it goes into little tiny pieces. It also has a piece of plastic or clear plastic in the middle. It's actually two pieces of glass with a piece of plastic in the middle, which keeps it intact. But the tempered glass will create some type of movement to a projectile. Generally, it will cause, depending on the spin of the projectile, so as some barrels of a gun are going to rotate the projectile to the right, and some will rotate it to the left, and some will not rotate it at all. Generally, they're all rotated to the right, so when the projectile enters into the tempered glass, the projectile will tend to go to the right. It won't necessarily alter the trajectory, it's just turning it.
Okay, so this is things that have been documented and studied in the field of shooting reconstruction.
Yes.
In terms of other materials, sheet metal, wood, are these other items that you would look at and determine whether they were involved before you go forth and render an opinion on shooting reconstruction?
Yes.
So going back into, I want to make sure it's clear, how does the discipline of shooting reconstruction differ from firearms and tool marks?
So firearms and tool marks deals with the identification of the internal workings of a firearm and the cartridge cases of the that come out of the firearm and the projectiles that come out of the firearm. They deal with that part, where I will deal with the ballistics part of it, of shooting reconstruction.
So when you say ballistics, do you mean inside the gun or outside the gun?
Outside of the gun.
In terms of, can you define what is a terminal ballistics?
Terminal ballistics is the projectile has stopped, and where it stopped is considered terminal.
In terms of this specific case, did you make any promises as to the outcome of your investigation before it started?
No.
What did you say when you were contacted to look at this case?
I said that I'll take a look at it and we'll see what I come up with.
And do you have any sort of fixed determination when you look at any shooting reconstruction?
No.
Do you recall at what point you were first contacted to assist in this case?
I believe it was November of 2020.
Okay. With regards to that, who contacted you?
You, ma'am.
Okay. What were you asked to look at and analyze in this case?
I was asked to determine if this shooting incident was a drive-by shooting.
So, if there was any other forensic testing that could be done, would you suggest that as well?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
If you could just briefly, were you asked to consult at all with regards to cell phones?
No.
Any sort of location data or anything with regards to the location of an individual?
Location data, no.
Okay.
Location of an individual, yes.
And that's within the car?
Correct.
In terms of, were you asked to consult on any sort of the medical examiner's office findings?
Their findings, their findings are final, but I needed their photographs and their measurements that they conducted. So I did reach out to obtain their reports and their photographs.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the physical evidence that you reviewed. Did you review the car in question in this case?
Yes.
Where was that car?
Yeah, we have to go back to basics here, Robin. The idea of how law enforcement realized this wasn't a drive-by shooting, but was actually shooting from the inside. It's curious to see if the defense will try to show that more and say, well, are you sure that it's not a drive-by shooting? Are you sure my client's story wasn't accurate? You think they're going to explore that a little bit?
Yeah, Jesse, I think you're hitting the nail right on the head here. I think the defense is going to come back strong. This forensics expert has, is coming across, very confident that he is almost like a horse whisperer when it comes to crime scenes, and he's going to read the room and be able to tell exactly what has happened and has occurred, even though he wasn't even there. I think that confidence could, catch him off guard. I mean, experts are typically people that you don't want to tango with too much, but in this particular case, I think the defense is going to do everything they can to rebut this.
Well, sometimes these attorneys become experts themselves because they have to know the material backwards and forwards, and they catch experts off the guard. But I actually wanted to ask you, Rich, about the motive in this case, because that was something that was the big theme from the prosecution this past week, was that the defendant was part of this gang, and maybe as a way to show his oath, he killed his friends. We know that could also come into play. This is a death penalty case. Maybe it's one of the aggravating factors. I don't know if the jury's sold on the motive. I don't know if I'm sold on the motive. What do you think about it?
So we say all the time, motive is not necessary. You don't need to prove a motive to prove somebody guilty of murder, but it helps. And some jurors, I think, almost find it necessary. They want to understand, especially in a case like this. These were friends of his. They were, they were traveling together. Why would he all of a sudden turn on them and kill them out of nowhere? So it's sort of a necessary, unnecessary part of the case. And I think it was helpful that the prosecution has something of a theory, because prior to this week, I hadn't really heard anything about what the motive was, but still not that strong a theory, I don't think.
The reason I'm asking is because then the jury has to accept that he did this and staged it as a drive-by shooting. That takes planning, that takes effort, that's very specific, you know what I mean? And I don't know if that's a lot for the jury to accept, but then again, we've seen people create all kinds of elaborate schemes.
Yeah, I agree. I think that this is really going to be a stretch of the imagination that someone would murder their childhood friends in a staged drive-by, who is a successful rapper on the top of his career, someone who can barely respond to text messages as they purport, but had the time and the wherewithal to kind of plan this elaborate drive-by instead of just having one of his goons or other person take him out.
Now let's be clear. There is evidence that was put forward by the prosecution to signify that Mr. Devins is responsible, particularly that, I think, was that Instagram post or that social media post where he basically takes ownership over what happened to these two people. And then, of course, I'm very curious to see what this testimony will lead to. So let's take a break. When we come back, we will jump live in court. Stay with us.
Let's bring the jury. Jury entry. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, and the ladies and gentlemen jury. Our witness, Sergeant Williams, remains on stand. If you're ready to proceed with your direct counsel, you may.
Thank you. Okay, Sergeant, so I'm going through some of the photos, and here we have the first photo that you took in this case. What were you documenting?
This is documenting the vehicle as it initially came to me, with the plastic wrap around the window that was broken out, and showing the tag as well.
Okay, and is this the vehicle that you did the analysis on?
Yes,
And what tag from the state of Florida was assigned?
that is the tag IEKD22.
Excuse me.
Okay, and did you document the evidence taken, the seals on this car?
I did.
Going on to the side view of the vehicle, what are we looking at here?
This is the side of the vehicle that has defects in it, and
I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Are these letters things you put on there?
these letters were placed by the Miramar Police Department.
When you continued with your trajectory and shooting reconstruction, did you maintain the same letters when referring to the various defects?
I assumed these letters.
Okay. And so if we can just describe for the record the locations of each of these letters on this vehicle, starting with I.
I would be in the passenger side rear door panel, exterior panel.
Okay. J.
Same,
K.
same,
L.
same,
M.
same.
Okay, moving on to N, O, and P.
These projectiles site marks are on the passenger side front door exterior.
And again, in this next photo, what are you documenting?
These are the seals.
So going around to the seals have now been broken, what are you documenting in this photo?
This would be the driver's side rear door that is ajar, with a photograph showing the door ajar and the compartment area of that passenger side.
Okay. So in continuing, down here in the floor, there's another object with a blue piece of foam in it. What is that?
That would be the glove box of the vehicle.
Why is the glove box in the back seat?
The glove box had to be removed to remove the infotainment center of the vehicle.
And in terms of on the far side door, that doesn't look like the inside of any car door I've seen. Why is there pieces of it missing?
Can you zoom?
Sure. So all the black plastic's been removed?
Correct. So that was removed for a footwear examination that was done on the vehicle.
There's some gray substance here. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happens to blood after it sits for 5 years?
Blood begins to break down after time, and actually it has bacteria, or if you will, as organisms that begin to break it down. DNA is in there, obviously, so it actually begins to eat itself, if you will, and that's essentially what is left behind.
And so going forward now through the photographs, I want to get to some of the ones with the individuals in the Tyvek Smurf suits. Starting here on 4851, what are you documenting in this particular image?
This is a photograph of the rear compartment or the back seat of the Jeep Compass, and it has a tape measure in it, and it's documenting the inside width of the vehicle.
Okay. And what was the inside width at shoulder height of the vehicle?
51 inches.
Why do you measure and document all of these measurements on the Jeep?
Well, this is a unique case because you have a shooting incident that occurred inside a vehicle. And because it did, we can use these measurements to determine particular investigative leads, such as where a shooter could be and a distance of the end of the barrel of the firearm. So because it's a compartmentalized area, unlike being out in the open field where we have so many variables, the variables are severely limited because it's inside a compartmentalized area.
And so we'll get into why you can make that determination in just a little bit. I want to start in terms of the angles of impact for each of the strike marks on the outside of the car and on the back of the rear passenger seats. Did you do the angles of impact on each of those?
Yes.
Okay. So after the measurements in terms of the seats as well, here, what are you documenting in this photo, CSW 4855?
That would be the distance from the back seat back, if you will, where you put your back, to the back of the front seat.
And what was that distance determined to be?
39 inches.
And what are you showing in this photo?
That would be the other end of the tape measure.
So I want to go here on the ceiling, S1 with the arrow pointed to a cutout. Was that also related to a patent or a footwear impression?
Yes, so that cutout, prior to that cutout in the headliner, there was a footwear impression on the headliner that was examined.
Okay, in terms of this measurement here, what are you showing the distance from?
Showing the distance from the from the driver's side, rear passenger seat back to the passenger front seat, front of the
Is that the headrest?
headrest, yeah.
Okay. And then do you determine that measurement as well to the bottom of the seat?
Yes,
Okay. And what was that measurement?
39 inches.
And on the previous measurement, it was a similar?
39 inches.
So in terms of going forward in the reconstruction process, once you have put in all the trajectory rods and gotten the angles, what's the next step that you need to do?
From here, I continued my analysis of the vehicle. Because of the fact that I found the two projectiles, I wanted to ensure that anything else relevant to the investigation was collected, so I examined the vehicle further.
Okay, so I'm going to show defense counsel what's been marked as states quadruple E for identification purposes only. Do you recognize the exhibits in states quadruple E?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
That is my handwriting and my name on it, and it is sealed with red evidence tape with my initials and ID.
Did you collect those items?
I did.
What are they?
These are two projectiles that were recovered from the vehicle.
And are those the two that we viewed previously in the photographs?
We've only reviewed one in the photograph.
Just the one in the back, and then the other one you mentioned was recovered from what location?
From the driver's side, or sorry, passenger side B pillar
And
interior.
Show in this photo that's up here, and you can touch the screen in front of you as well, and it will put a little arrow as to where is the passenger side B pillar. Okay. And are those projectiles in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered them?
Can I open them?
Please. Scissors would be fine.
They are.
At this time, the state would request to move state quadruple E in as 78.
Any objection?
No.
It'll be admitted.
States quadruple E will be marked states number 78.
So you mentioned that you did some additional searching on the car once you realized that there was other projectiles in there. Did you
Correct.
find any other items of evidentiary value?
I did.
And what would that be?
I observed what appeared to be blowback on the headliner of the vehicle.
And so if you could explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is the headliner on the vehicle?
It is above your head as you're seating in the car. It actually just is there for cosmetic purposes, so you don't see your roof.
So showing defense counsel what's been previously identified as states triple T. Sergeant, do you recognize state what's been marked for identification as states triple T?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is my handwriting, my name. It is sealed with red evidence tape with my initials and ID.
And what is that item?
This would be the headliner with the blowback on it that I cut out.
And do you recall on what date you cut that out?
That was cut out on December, may I just look over
Or does
the
it reflect on the packaging? in
Oh
any
yes,
way?
12/17 of 21.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it?
May I open it?
Please. Gloves there if you need them.
Yes, it is, minus the testing that I did, a cutting, and a cutting that the lab did.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states triple T in as state 79.
Any objection?
No, sir.
It will be admitted.
And Detective, if you'd be so kind, I'm going to ask you to publish this particular item to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
States triple T has been marked state 79.
You may.
And Detective, if you could hold it up and show the back of it as well, and then indicate which part went to the front of the vehicle.
Do you have the picture of the headliner?
Sure. Oh, sorry. Would this photo help in assisting you in the location?
And I object to the leading nature of.
Will this assist you? Call the roll.
Yes.
No.
It would be so if the vehicle is facing this way, it would be this way.
Okay, and just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the back of it so that it understands. Okay. And in terms of what are you looking at on that piece of headliner? What does it show?
So it shows blood, and it also shows the directionality of the blood.
Okay. And if you could show on the picture that's in front of you on the screen what your area of the car you're talking about.
Is it okay to put this away?
Please, yes.
John, maybe come step up from sure.
So in terms of the image that we're looking at here, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that blowback pattern was?
It would be in. Is there a way to make it circle?
Would you like to draw?
Yes.
Oh, if I may.
It would be in this area right in here. It's a little bigger than I drew, but it's in this general area right here.
Okay. In terms of the information about that DNA, why is it important to know whose DNA that is?
Well, it's unusual to have the blowback on the headliner, so of course, and for this shooting incident, we would want to identify where that blood came from. So that's why it was sent to the lab to determine whose blood it was.
And was that determination made?
It was.
Okay. And whose blood was that?
That was the front seat passenger's blood.
In terms of the location and the pattern, what does that tell you about the orientation of the front seat passenger's head at the time of the shooting?
The front seat passenger's head was actually down, almost as if he was sleeping, so it was down, leaning on the right, at an angle. So his head was at an angle as he was seated in that front seat.
Would a demonstrative of the head help illustrate that point?
Sure.
Now, showing, was previously shown to the defense counsel and used as a witness yesterday labeled as BMEO 18-3118 by Dr. McDougall.
Sure.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness will be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Just remember that the testimony of the witness is the evidence. These demonstrative aids are not to be considered as evidence unless they're later received in evidence. Only items of evidence go back with you during deliberations for your further examination.
So Sergeant Williams, Dr. McDougall indicated on that particular head the entrance and exit wound on that. Is that consistent with your review of the autopsy photographs and crime scene photographs in this case?
It is.
And based on your analysis of this vehicle, did you find any projectiles anywhere in the headliner?
No.
Did you find any projectiles in the top portion of the B pillar on the passenger side?
No.
What about the A pillar?
No.
Was there any projectiles in the front windshield?
No.
Based on your training and experience, can you state where the exit wound of that head had to have gone through? Where that projectile would have had to have exited that vehicle?
It would have exited through the front passenger window.
How can you say that?
Number one, there's no glass there. However, most importantly is the projectile entered in the back of his skull and exited through the front of his skull with his head at a resting angle. So, can I get up?
Please, that would help and assist in showing.
So this resting angle in this seat, you have the projectile coming in, exiting through the top of the skull, and then continuing through the windshield.
You said windshield.
Or, the window.
Can you say that it was at the top of the window, or the bottom of the window, the middle of the window?
I cannot.
So based on that projectile and the blowback, you can make what opinions?
So based on the angle of this this projectile, the blowback is indicative of a firearm being in close vicinity of the head. The head is something that bleeds profusely when it's pierced. If you've ever fallen on stairs or hit your head, it bleeds like no tomorrow. And because the projectile entered in right below the skull, the blowback ended up coming in the direction of, as I was speaking earlier about the hose, in the direction that it came from. And you will get that with a very close shot. That blowback then proceeded after the shot it went up, it hit this headliner, and continued and falling into the back seat.
And so I want to go to some of the other photos. There's a yellow jacket that's on the very back of the vehicle. Is it important to know whose DNA and blood was found on that?
What yellow jacket?
Let me come back to that because I have the other photos, so we'll come back to
Okay.
that in a moment. Okay, so in terms of the location of the firearm that fired the shot, and we were just talking about in CSW 6745, does this attempt to accurately recreate the potential location of that firearm?
So the purpose of this photograph is strictly demonstrative to show where once the projectile enters into the head, you're going to have the blowback, which again will come up, strike the headliner, and then continue. It's actually continuing this way and landing back here behind the driver in this area of the vehicle.
In terms of the driver and the t-shirt that he was wearing, do you take into account the location of the victim's DNA on his shirt?
Well, based upon the blowback pattern up here, I would expect to find some blowback here if on a driver, if a driver was there.
So would you expect to find the DNA of Anthony Williams on the front of the driver's shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And were you made aware that that is the results that were in this case?
Later on, yes.
And in terms of how does that help with a check and balance on your work?
So that confirms my analysis with the blowback, that the blowback came back, went, like I said, went up. It's going to fall here, and then it's going to continue to fall into this back seat.
Okay, so I want to move on again, and you talked about like a wound that was close. Do you look for things like stippling in photographs?
Yes, so we'll look for stippling, and it's also referred to as tattooing.
Okay, and did you notice any of that powder tattooing in the photographs of the deceased Anthony Williams?
Yes, there was some there. However, due to the fact that Anthony Williams has an intermediate object, i.e. the head back, what do that call?
Headrest.
The
Is that the
headrest.
word you're looking for? Okay.
Due to the headrest being there, that's an intermediate item. So the projectile was able to go into the into Anthony Williams. However, whenever you fire a gun, you have gunshot residue that's going to come out of the barrel and out of the ejection port. In this case, because of the position of Mr. Williams' head and the intermediate object of the headrest assumed most of the GSR, the gunshot residue, and then only some of it went into Mr. Williams.
Without a pattern, can you give any sort of a range of distance?
No, I cannot.
So, do you also look at ejection patterns for casings?
You can look at ejection patterns. I generally don't, because it is a very strong variable. Semi-automatic firearms have springs, and depending on the age of the firearm, the springs will start to wear. The way the firearm is held will dictate where the cartridge is ejected. The spring will determine where the cartridge is ejected. If there's wind, that will have an effect. So it's not necessarily going to help with determining where, just doing any analysis on any ejection port, any ejection analysis from a firearm.
In terms of an enclosed space such as this, does that also make a difference?
It would, well, I would expect the cartridge to remain into the vehicle, and that's all I would expect for this.
In terms of the angle of the entry without the actual body, can you do that?
No.
Is it common practice to take a body and put it back in the car after autopsy?
It is not. However, it can be done if the body was in place upon scene. We can make a preliminary analysis there. I don't believe the Miramar Police Department had that opportunity. These individuals were brought right into the hospital, so that opportunity was lost.
Okay. In terms of the firearm itself, were you ever presented with a firearm that was said to you to be the one used in this case?
No.
So, we talked about the back spatter. On the medical examiner's report, did you review the medical examiner's report for the backseat passenger, Christopher Thomas?
I did.
Who was it that noticed a mislabeled entrance and exit wound?
I noticed that.
And what did you do when you realized that there was an issue or concern with the report?
I notified you that there was an issue, that a defect in Mr. Thomas was labeled twice.
Okay. And so what, after that was done, did you look through the photos from the hospital?
I did, because I observed that Mr. Thomas had a defect on his right calf area, or I'm sorry, quadricep area, the upper part of his leg. That came from the door, and it entered into the seat. And when I was looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. Thomas, I would expect to find an exit wound from the medical examiner's office, and they did not have a picture to produce that, and it wasn't annotated in their report. So again, I notified you of this discrepancy as well.
And in terms of, were you able to figure out and determine which projectile caused that specific injury based on your reconstruction?
I was.
So we talked a little bit about the shots to Anthony Williams. I'm going to move on and talk to any of the injuries to Christopher Thomas. What did you look at in review in trying to establish a shooting reconstruction of the injuries to Mr. Thomas?
So the rods from the rear of the vehicle, Mr. Thomas assumed most of his injuries from the rear of the vehicle. I believe 5 projectiles entered him from the rear of the vehicle. 1 projectile entered him on his quadricep, upright quadricep.
Okay.
And I believe 2 projectiles entered him on his foot. And that's going from memory. Right, these autopsy photos, or?
So I'm going to come here to 6754, your photograph on that.
Okay, so these are the terminal points from the rear of the vehicle. Mr. Thomas is seated in this position, and of the 6 rounds that went into the seat, Mr. Thomas assumed 5 of them, and it is a very similar pattern in Mr. Thomas's back. It may not look like it lines up correctly, however.
Let me interrupt you just there for a second before we go. On the top photograph that is labeled and marked as H, did that wound intersect in any way with the body of Christopher Thomas?
No.
Where was that projectile or defect later found?
That projectile perforated that headrest and continued to go forward in the vehicle and ended up striking Mr. Williams and I believe his back.
Okay. So I want to go forward on the back of the car. You take this picture, CSW_6760. What are you showing with this particular photograph?
So these are the trajectory rods that have entered into the vehicle. They are not exactly at the correct angle. The reason being, obviously, there's no glass. So they perforated the glass first, and then they made a secondary perforation into the seats. So that's why they're not exactly level.
So, Sergeant, are you saying that the end of these rods is where those shots were fired from?
No,
Why not?
because I'm missing the glass. So the glass would, obviously, if I can take a rod and put it through the glass and then into the terminal point, I would be able to obtain this picture to be demonstrably correct.
Okay, in terms of the angles and things that you measured on these, how did you get those angle measurements?
So what I ended up doing is recreating the back glass based on putting tape across the entire back of the window and making it line up with the glass that's existing in place on the top, sides, and bottom, and lined it up with that to make the arch of the glass window, and then ended up putting these rods into the proper position, and then created by right angles to create the proper angles for these strike marks.
In terms of the location in which the gun was fired that created these defects in the car, can you say it was a certain distance away with specificity?
I can give a range for these shots and for the shots on the side of the vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of the range, are you saying it could be a mile away at a 50-foot ladder?
No, I can give a specific range.
And how can you do that in this case?
So the specific range is based upon the two shooters that
Sergeant, you can answer that question.
Why don't you restate the question, Councilman?
So you were discussing that how you would find and determine angles and ranges for specific individuals that are presented to you.
Yes.
How would you do that?
So I would obtain a shooting height, a maximum, what we would determine as a maximum shooting height, which would be standing with your arm out at 90 degrees. That height would be obtained from the ground to your arm, to your finger essentially. And then a minimum shooting height, which would be squatting with the same arm out and measurement from here to your finger. And then that would give me a minimum and a maximum range of fire. Once I have a minimum and maximum range of fire, that gets added into more trig to determine a minimum and maximum distance of that particular shooter.
So with regards to this incident, were you there on scene?
No.
Do you know who fired the shots?
No.
In terms of the shots to the outside of the vehicle, are you aware that individuals are already dead when those were fired?
They were already dead, yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
How does that play into your reconstruction?
It comes into play because specifically with Christopher Thomas, because Christopher Thomas was already deceased when these rounds were coming into the back of the vehicle, because Christopher Thomas was what we would call crumbling. He was starting to fall, if you will. And on top of that, I know that he was already deceased because the back of his back, essentially, the rounds that are in his back, have no blood in them, which means that there's no circulation. So the rounds are coming in. Christopher Thomas is crumbling with each round. He's falling with each round, and that's the answer.
Okay. So in terms of, we'll get to the shooting inside the car in a little bit. I want to stick to the outside at this point. When you were looking at the side of the car on the angles of entry and the side-to-side angles that I'm talking about, why is that important in your analysis? I'm going to go back to 4809 to describe those angles.
So these angles are important because it is part of my assignment, which is to determine if this is a drive-by shooting. And my determination was that this is not a drive-by shooting, and it's based upon this picture here, which is a very good picture to describe it. All of these rounds are done, and all but one is done at a stationary position. The shooter is at a stationary position when all but one of these rounds are going in. The one round that has some movement in it, which is round site L here, the shooter is actually moving in that to create the little bit of a keyhole that you see there.
Okay, a lot of information in that answer, so let's break it down a little bit. You mentioned a keyhole, so I'm going to zoom in on site L and explain what is a keyhole.
So a keyhole is a projectile comes out of the barrel and it is actually spinning in a line. It's also falling as it spins. However, once you add movement to the gun at the same time the projectile is coming out, you introduce that movement to the projectile. Once the projectile has altered movement, it will start to tumble. So it's no longer going in a straight line, it is actually going like head over feet, if you will, as it's entering into its target. And that head over feet gives you this right here, which is essentially the projectile coming in sideways.
And in terms of a drive-by shooting, if two vehicles were moving at 45 miles per hour, what would you expect to see?
So if it's a drive-by shooting, all of these rounds should look like this.
Why?
Because movement is being introduced to that projectile.
So to contrast site L with one of the other sites like U, what does that tell you?
So that's a shot that the shooter is stationary. The vehicle is stationary.
And so, Sergeant, were you given a copy of what's been previously introduced into evidence, the statement of the co-defendant Cortland Henry?
No.
Okay. In terms of the information as to the suspected location on Miramar Parkway that was initially reported to law enforcement, was that told to you?
The hospital scene?
No, right off of I-75.
Objection relevant.
Excuse me, why don't you come sidewalk?
About the Miramar Parkway and I-75 location.
The Pembroke Road one?
No, not there yet. We'll get there. So in terms of, for your training and experience, if two vehicles are moving on a roadway at the same speed, identical speed, are you still going to get these keyholes on that?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of other drive-by shootings that you have investigated, have you seen straight 90-degree entry angles on those?
Absolutely not.
What instead is going to be more indicative of a drive-by shooting?
Keyholes.
Okay. In terms of changes in the entry angle, side to side, what would you look for in an actual drive-by shooting?
I would look for directionality and, again, the keyholes. So if you have two vehicles going in the same direction, I would expect them to have the keyholes, but I would also, if you're being shot at, it's natural to step on the gas and go, which would put you either,
Excuse me, what's the objection, Counsel?
Speculation. Speculation.
which would put you either above or forward or behind your shooter. And once that happens, I mean, it's human nature, then we would start to have directionality keyholes from different directions. There's no way that you're going to sit there unless someone shoots you.
Okay. In terms of, is there a demonstrative that would assist in showing the jury what you mean by directionality?
Yes, I believe I have one actually. Or you have one, okay.
Previously shown defense counsel.
And I'm objecting on the same basis. Discuss.
It's a demonstrative at this point, Your Honor, so I believe the appropriate instruction should be read.
Thank you. Can I see what you're showing?
Sure.
There's objection to it, Witness is going to be using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence. The demonstrative is not evidence unless it's later received as evidence, and so it shouldn't be considered as evidence. The evidence is the witness' testimony. If it's later received as evidence, it'll go back to the jury room with you during deliberations. If it's never not received as evidence, it won't. All right?
And so you mentioned directionality. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's being illustrated in this demonstrative photo?
So these are, obviously the author of this book has already identified the angle for all of these, so that I'm not going to discuss the angle. The question is directionality, and the directionality for each of these is you'll be looking for the leading edge of the entrance. So for this particular, so we'll start with 40 degrees. This is the leading edge, so the projectile is actually going in this way. This one here, this is the leading edge, projectile is going in this way. For this one here on 60 degrees, this one is quite unique actually. It's actually coming in this way, going down. That's our leading edge. For the 30 degrees, our leading edge is coming in this way. I don't know what is next, what's below that. For the 20 degrees, you have directionality coming in this way, 10 degrees. Directionality is coming in this way.
Okay. In terms of the car in this case, did you see any indication of directionality in either direction, side to side?
None of those were existent.
At some point, did you go out to a scene on Pembroke Road in US 27?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go out there?
I went out to US 27 and Pembroke Road, and I actually brought the vehicle, had the vehicle towed out there as well to the site that was determined by the Miramar Police Department, and I actually obtained different heights. Although I'm coming in 3 years later from this investigation, so the bank on the side of the road can be different. It can be higher, it can be lower, but I wanted to put the vehicle in place and have that have those distances as an option, and just to say that I did it. I also went out to 27 on Pembroke Road and had the Public Works Division from Miramar clear the entire brush area, and I actually was looking for a magazine to see if there was anything there, because it was relayed. My question to the Miramar Police Department was, did you guys look for anything out in this brush? And the answer was no, so I asked it to be all cleared out and thoroughly examined. Spent about 6 to 8 hours out there in knee-deep water looking for anything. The results were negative, but that was my involvement out at Pembroke Road for that point.
So you mentioned knee-deep water. What type of, when you're at that location, can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of area this is?
So 27 borders the Florida Everglades. East of 27 is Pembroke Road. Pembroke Road dead ends from 27 going eastbound. It dead ends, and there is a trash company there for garbage. They're on the east and it's a 2-lane road. On the north and southbound sides of the road, at the time of my examination, was grass and rock. And then if you continue further down, you come to marsh. And if you go further down, you come into water marsh. And that's about all that's out there, besides a lot of mosquitoes.
And so why is it important as a shooting reconstructionist to know the landscape in which this happened?
Well, if I would have had the landscape in 2018, it would have allowed to create a more precise distance for a shooter.
In terms of the drive-by aspect of it, does knowing that location at Pembroke Road help in assessing distances that another potential car could have been?
It would not, because this definitely was not involved in a drive-by. There were fire cartridge cases found on the side of the road. I don't think a car, even when I was out there, I don't think a car can drive along that area and shoot the passenger side of that vehicle.
Okay. The additional processing that was done, did you collect a plastic bag from the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, the Miramar Police Department collected a plastic bag out of the vehicle initially during their investigation.
And what additional equipment does the Broward Sheriff's Office have to do further analysis on that?
We have a machine that's called a vacuum metal deposition machine. Essentially, it's a giant cylinder that on the bottom has 3 electrically charged trays on the front half of this chamber and 3 on the back half of the chamber. Those trays hold silver. One holds silver, one holds gold, one holds zinc. The bag, in this case, the bag was placed into this vacuum metal deposition chamber. The air is taken out of it to make it a vacuum chamber. At that point, once the chamber has been fully vacuumized, then I heated gold, which then vaporized the gold. Gold attaches to lipids, which lipids are part of your entire body, but lipids are also on your fingerprints. So gold is vaporized gold is attracted to fingerprints. After the vaporized gold is applied to the bag, it's followed by zinc, which the zinc gets vaporized, and that zinc kind of, for lack of better words, seals that print in place. On this particular bag, the results were negative. However, I believe something was found in it of value, and the Miramar Police Department does not have the capability to, they don't have that machine. So I wanted the evidence to try to attempt to make fingerprints out of it.
In terms of the casing that was recovered, did you do additional analysis on that?
Yes. So we also have what's called a Recover LFT system. That system essentially is another vacuum system where we place a proprietary sulfur mixture into a chamber. We put the fired cartridge case into the chamber, and the theory behind that is, so your skin has the lipids, but it also has oils and water. But the oils, they begin to etch metal the second that you touch it. And that metal will continue to be etched by that print until that cartridge is fired. So when you load...
If I can interrupt you, is that assuming that there's a good print on the casing?
That's where I was going, yes.
Thank
So when you load a magazine, you're going to load it with your thumb or your finger, and you're going to enter cartridges into there. And you're going to handle that. You're going to handle that cartridge. So your print is going to be on it, and it will continue to etch. And it's etched until fired. So I took the cartridge case, I signed it out from the Miramar Police Department, I put it into there, and that proprietary sulfur that the company, Foster Freeman, who makes the Recover LFT system, they're able to extract the etching of the fingerprint from metal. On this case, a fingerprint was developed. However, it was determined by our lab analysis of the link print unit to be of no value.
And so in terms of the further analysis on that item, did you do anything else?
On the cartridge case?
On the cartridge case.
No.
And when you're processing it with the sulfur, does that change the color of the cartridge casing?
It adds a blackening to it.
So I want to go, and we've talked about the injuries to Anthony Williams, so I want to go now on to Christopher Thomas. With regards to inside the car, can you discuss the injuries to Christopher Thomas's head and what you observed based on your training and experience?
So Christopher Thomas had an injury to his left cheek. Part of that injury, or I'm sorry, his face or his cheek, if you will, had the tattooing or the stippling on there, which is indicative of close range fire. Also, part of the wound had an abrasion ring on it, which is also indicative of close round fire.
So I want to, with a demonstrative of the head showing the entrance would help in explaining your testimony.
Yes.
So I'm showing counsel what was previously shown to Dr. Sauter and then identifying as EMEO 18-3119. And the mark on here placed by Dr. Sauter.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, the witness is using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating his testimony. Remember that the evidence is the testimony of the witness, not to just demonstrably exhibit unless it's later received in evidence only. Items of evidence will go back with you to the juror room during your deliberation, so it's not accepted into evidence at a later time. It doesn't go back to the juror room.
So, Sergeant Williams, with regards to Christopher Thomas, did that projectile exit his head?
No.
So can you give the same type of opinion as to the orientation of Mr. Thomas's head that you did as to Mr. Williams?
I can give an orientation that he was facing forward.
And how can you say that?
Because the projectile that entered into Christopher Thomas is actually about in the middle of his cheek, was completely, it was a full circle. There was no leading edge. There was nothing to indicate that his head was turned to the right, turned to the left. It was straight forward, looking forward. It was the circular pattern that indicates that he was facing forward when that round entered his cheek.
So, Sergeant Williams, you talked about directionality on the car. Does the same thing apply on skin?
Yes.
So you mentioned earlier doing a height and measurements on 2 individuals. What 2 individuals did you measure in this case?
I measured Jamel Demons and Cortland Henry.
You discussed about an angle at 90 degrees. Can you exclude or include someone just based on that particular data?
I'm directly 90
Correct.
with no other measurements?
Yeah. Yes. Can you do that?
No.
Why not?
Because you're right at 90, and 90 is that it makes the exact right angle. It makes the perfect square, and you get nothing. You're back at 0.
Can a person hold a firearm in a way that is different than 90 degrees?
Yes.
How many different ways have you seen videos during your time in crime scene of people holding firearms?
Many. Firearms are held in all different ways.
So when you're talking about the shooting reconstruction and ranges, what are the limitations on that particular information that you would give to the jury?
The limitations would be environment, gun, ammunition, any intermediate targets. Those would all be limitations.
Is there anything that requires an individual's arm to be fully straight out before they fire a firearm?
No, you don't have to have an arm fully extended to fire a gun.
And so, Sergeant, with regards to firearms, how long have you carried a firearm?
For almost 20 years.
And are you required to shoot that firearm on a regular basis as part of your employment at the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
How often?
We shoot about 3 times a year.
And is there anything about the location or positioning of an arm that you take into account on the ability to pull a trigger?
You can pull a trigger with either hand.
So going forward on Chris Thomas inside the car, you said that you can give a distance away based on the measurements inside the car. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that now. How can you determine that that door is closed?
The door, which door?
The rear driver's side passenger door.
That door was closed because I actually applied a chemical called Blue Star to it. Blue Star is attracted to the hemoglobin blood, and it reacted positive, which would be indicative of the door being closed. It actually captured some of the blowback from Anthony Williams and struck that door.
Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what types of alternative light sources you used when processing this Jeep?
So I used UV lighting, and the UV lighting is used to locate potential gunshot residue. We're looking at it really illuminates like the barium and the nitrates and gunshot residue. It's also followed by wearing orange goggles, and it allows me to find potential gunshot residue, and then on top of it collect the gunshot residue with a special DOLLOR, which is part of a gunshot residue kit, and it's sticky, so I would come by and dab, if you will, the GSR, the gunshot residue that is identified by the UV light and the orange goggles.
So the image that we're looking at here, which is identified as CSW_4814, what are we looking at here?
So this is the back, this is the driver's side back passenger seat compartment area with that door open, with the passenger door in the open position.
And why is it kind of orange?
It's orange because as I'm also wearing orange goggles, so there's an orange tint lens on my camera.
And what are you showing with these particular images?
So I'm showing potential GSR, which is, do we have a different color? That's not good. Here is potential GSR. There's one right here. Potential GSR. So these are here, all collected with the DOLLOR.
Okay. And those were submitted to RJ Lee for analysis?
Yes.
Going on to this back seat here, what are we looking at in this photo?
This is the driver's side of the vehicle, the back seat, and there's potential GSR on the back seat. There's some right here, and right here. Nope, I'm sorry, that's not GSR. These areas here were GSR that were collected.
And so it's clear for the record that the two that you're circling on the right.
Yes, I'll redo it. Those two right there.
Okay. In terms of this photograph, what are we looking at here?
Do we have a prior?
Is this the back of one of the seats?
Action, lady. Sustained.
What are we looking at in this photo?
This, I don't know which seat this is. I think it's the middle seat, but I'm not sure.
Okay, well I don't want you to guess, so we'll stop on that. Okay, going forward to this photograph, can you orient the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to what this particular part of the car is?
This is the back seat, and this is the center console that flips down, that has cup holders in it so that you can place drinks.
Okay. And did you see any suspect GSR particles in this area?
Yes, so there's some, there's some right here, and right here that were identified on down to dab.
Okay. With the orange tint on it, is that some of the things you're talking about, the difficulties of forensic photography?
Yes. So this is actually the top of that center console where it's the storage area for it. So if you wanted to flip it up, it has a place to be. And this is actually some GSR right here. That would be from the ejection port of the firearm. And this is some GSR over here as well. And that was collected on the DOLLOR.
Okay. Now looking at this next photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is the front passenger seat of the rear of it, and it identifies GSR as well. There's some right here, here, and here, which is indicative. There's actually one right here. That's indicative of that intermediate object intercepting the majority of that gunshot residue.
Okay, and in terms of that item, I'm going to make sure I show you to identify it for, it's been previously admitted into evidence as state 60. Okay, so Sergeant, in terms of the item here that's been previously admitted as state 60, is that the DOLLOR that you're talking about?
Yes.
And can you explain exactly how it works and how you collected it?
May I show it to the jury?
If it helps, we can publish it on the large screen here. You just have to step down.
So this is a collection file, and on this brown part here pulls out, and on the bottom of it is a black sticky item, and I'll explain its purpose besides collecting in a second, but I want to show what that bottom looks like. So when this is sent to a laboratory for gunshot residue analysis, this is actually what's called a SEM, S-E-M, and they put it into a mass spectrometer to determine the gunshot particles that are the gunshot residue particles that would be there.
And is this the SEM that you use to collect the GSR suspect particles?
Yes.
Okay, so Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as state GG and shown to defense counsel for identification. So Sergeant, I'm showing you it states GG for identification purposes only. Do you recognize 2 out of those 3 items?
Yes.
How do you recognize those 2 items?
Those are my signatures and my ID on those.
And are those items in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would now admit states GG into evidence.
No
Any objection?
And so,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States GG will be marked states 80.
yes, 80. Okay, Sergeant Williams, with regards to the items in this particular packaging, what are the 2 swabs that you collected?
So on the back of the driver's seat of the vehicle, I observed when I applied Blue Star, the chemical that I spoke of that illuminates blood and the hemogroup of blood, I observed what appeared to be a swipe in blood. And a swipe is a blood-bearing surface being transferred to a non-blood-bearing surface. So in this case, a finger or a hand transferring to the back of the seat, which had no blood on it. And I observed this swipe. So I collected with a swab the swipe, and then I used an additional swab to collect the non-blood areas on each side of the swipe.
Okay. So in terms of the location, is there a photo that would help demonstrate where that came from?
I believe there should be one in here.
Excuse me, can we approach?
Yes.
Maybe it'd be a good time for lunch.
Sure, so.
So, Sergeant Williams, we were on the discussion of the DNA swabs that you had collected. Is this a good photo for you to show and demonstrate this blood smear swab as well as the non-blood smear swab?
There was one that was with Blue Star, but I can point in the general area where it was.
Yes, just for
Okay,
this
so
purposes.
the general area of the swipe was here,
Okay.
and that was a swab, and then I conducted another swab of a non-blood area and a non-blood area.
So, Sergeant Williams, I want to ask, did you collect any swabs from the door handle of this Jeep?
I did not.
When were those swabs collected, if you know?
Those were collected by the Miramar Police Department during their initial investigation.
Okay. So council had asked for lunch break. This would be a logical point to stop at.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take a short, take a recess for lunch. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, certainly no research. Just leave your notepads on your chairs. We'll see everybody back at 1:15. All right? Thank you. Have a nice lunch. Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Anything to discuss?
No.
All right. See everybody back at 1:15. Thank you. Have a nice lunch.
Because it is a very strong variable. Semi-automatic firearms have springs, and depending on the age of the firearm, the springs will start to wear. The way the firearm is held will dictate where the cartridge is ejected. The spring will determine where the cartridge is ejected. If there's wind, that will have an effect. So it's not necessarily going to help with determining where, just doing any analysis on any ejection or any ejection analysis from a firearm.
In terms of an enclosed space such as this, does that also make a difference?
It would, well, I would expect the cartridge to remain into the vehicle, and that's all I would expect for this.
In terms of the angle of the entry without the actual body, can you do that?
No.
Is it common practice to take a body and put it back in the car after autopsy?
It is not. However, it can be done if the body was in place upon scene. We can make a preliminary analysis there. I don't believe the Miramar Police Department had that opportunity. These individuals were brought right into the hospital, so that opportunity was lost.
Okay. In terms of the firearm itself, were you ever presented with a firearm that was said to be the one used in this case?
No.
So, let's talk about the back spatter. On the medical examiner's report, did you review the medical examiner's report for the backseat passenger, Christopher Thomas?
I did.
Who was it that noticed a mislabeled entrance and exit wound?
I noticed that.
And what did you do when you realized that there was an issue or concern with the report?
I notified you that there was an issue, that a defect in Mr. Thomas was labeled twice.
Okay. And so what, after that was done, did you look through the photos from the hospital?
I did, because I observed that Mr. Thomas had a defect on his right quadricep area, the upper part of his leg, that came from the door, and it entered into the seat. And when I was looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. Thomas, I would expect to find an exit wound from the medical examiner's office, and they did not have a picture to produce that, and it wasn't annotated in their report. So again, I notified you of this discrepancy as well.
And in terms of, were you able to figure out and determine which projectile caused that specific injury based on your reconstruction?
I was.
So we talked a little bit about the shots to Anthony Williams. I'm going to move on and talk to any of the injuries to Christopher Thomas. What did you look at and review in trying to establish a shooting reconstruction of the injuries to Mr. Thomas?
So the rods from the rear of the vehicle, Mr. Thomas assumed most of his injuries from the rear of the vehicle. I believe 5 projectiles entered him from the rear of the vehicle. 1 projectile entered him on his quadricep, upright quadricep.
Okay.
And I believe 2 projectiles entered him on his foot. And that's going from memory. Right, these autopsy photos, or?
So I'm going to come here to 6754, your photograph on that.
Okay, so these are the terminal points from the rear of the vehicle. Mr. Thomas is seated in this position, and of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, of the 6 rounds that went into the seat, Mr. Thomas assumed 5 of them, and it is a very similar pattern in Mr. Thomas's back. It may not look like it lines up correctly, however.
Let me interrupt you just there for a second before we go. On the top photograph that is labeled and marked as H, did that wound intersect in any way with the body of Christopher Thomas?
No.
Where was that projectile or defect later found?
That projectile perforated the headrest and continued to go forward in the vehicle and ended up striking Mr. Williams and I believe his back.
Okay. So I want to go forward on the back of the car. You take this picture, CSW_6760. What are you showing with this particular photograph?
So these are the trajectory rods that have entered into the vehicle. They are not exactly at the correct angle. The reason being, obviously, there's no glass. So they perforated the glass first, and then they made a secondary perforation into the seats. So that's why they're not exactly level.
So, Sergeant, are you saying that the end of these rods is where those shots were fired from?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm missing the glass. So the glass would, obviously, if I can take a rod and put it through the glass and then into the terminal point, I would be able to obtain this picture to be demonstrably correct.
Okay, in terms of the angles and things that you measured on these, how did you get those angle measurements?
So what I ended up doing is recreating the back glass based on putting tape across the entire back of the window and making it line up with the glass that's existing in place on the top, sides, and bottom, and lined it up with that to make the arch of the glass window, and then ended up putting these rods into the proper position, and then created by right angles to create the proper angles for these strike marks.
In terms of the location in which the gun was fired that created these defects in the car, can you say it was a certain distance away with specificity?
I can give a range for these shots and for the shots on the side of the vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of the range, are you saying it could be a mile away at a 50-foot ladder?
No, I can give a specific range.
And how can you do that in this case?
So the specific range is based upon the two shooters that were presented to me, and I would obtain measurements.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Can we go side? Sure.
Okay, so the accident reconstructionist is testifying about the trajectory of the gunshots there, and you saw some photos as that evidence is presented to the jury. Let's bring in my guest to talk about what we're seeing here in this testimony. I have Bridget Williams. She's a criminal defense attorney out of Dallas, Texas. Also with me, Law and Crime Zone, the great Brian Buckmeyer. Bridget, I want to start with you. So yesterday we had testimony from the ME, the medical examiner, and one of those medical examiners testified that she had gone and viewed the car and sort of matched up the trajectory and those rods, those trajectory rods, with the actual bullet entry wounds. What is the significance of the testimony we see now for the prosecution, given that this is a circumstantial case relying heavily on forensics?
They are definitely relying heavily on the forensics here. I mean, but this witness is such a great witness for the prosecution. I mean, he is doing such a great job at laying out the trajectory of the bullet wounds and of the gunshots as they happened. I'm pretty much convinced that the initial gunshot came from within the vehicle, and then that there were gunshots that came outside of the vehicle from a stationary person. So he's doing a great job there. I would say that I'm looking forward to seeing how the defense handles it and what they do to kind of poke holes in his testimony and to question him and to see exactly what it is that they will come up with on their cross-examination here, though.
Yeah, and Brian, let's talk about that. The defense, they're sitting there, they're gearing up for cross-examination, they're analyzing this evidence as it's being presented in court and this expert's testimony. What do you think their best line of questioning is, given the fact that their theory is that these bullets came outside of the car in terms of a drive-by shooting, yet this is sort of establishing, at least for the prosecution, that these may have been actually internal within that car, those shots being fired?
For lack of a better phrase, I think the theme should be check the math. The way I analogize it to is long division. You look at what number is going into what number, and then the answer, and you're like, as a defense attorney, I'm not sure if I can argue the number, but let me check your math. Okay, did you carry the one here? Did you divide here correctly? Did you subtract here correctly? And if the defense can do that, they might not even have to say that the bullets came from outside. Simply moving it from the back passenger seat, so the seat directly behind the driver, and moving it maybe to the center, or maybe moving it to behind the passenger, or even moving it to the passenger. Maybe even move it to the driver. If you can move it anywhere from that one seat, because the math was just a little off, you might be able to create more reasonable doubt and destroy the prosecution's case.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree, in terms of attacking an expert's methodology on how they came to a conclusion and their opinion is really just as effective, if not more effective, than attacking the conclusion itself. Because if the method in which they got to that point is flawed and you're able to raise some reasonable doubt with that, then you may be able to do away with that expert testimony altogether. We're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime. When we come back, we're going to do our Q&A session with you, the viewers. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Law and Crime, and we are pivoting to our YNW Melly Q&A here on the network while the Broward County courtroom breaks for lunch. Melly, whose legal name is Jamel Demons, faces 2 counts of first-degree murder for the shooting deaths of his 2 friends, Chris Thomas Jr. and Anthony Williams. The victims, along with Demons and his co-conspirator Cortland Henry, were leaving a recording studio in the early morning hours of October 26, 2018, when the incident occurred. Henry and Demons claimed that they were part of a drive-by shooting, but the authorities disagree. For the next hour, I will be taking your questions with my expert legal panel. I'm Imran Ansari, filling in for Anjanette Levy. So let's get to your questions right now. Okay, first question, at 205 Serial Killer, and that's with a C, not an S, from YouTube, has a question for Terry Austin. Do you think the jury will question the credibility of these experts on the stand today? Terry.
Well, I think, yes. I think when we see the cross-examination, the jury will be questioning whether or not this witness, and who's on the stand right now is Sergeant Christopher Williams. He is the crime scene analyst. He's the investigator who looked at this crime scene. He said he found 2 bullets in the car, or 2 projectiles in the car, one under the back seat, one in the B pillar, which covers the seat belt. And he's basically confirming what the medical examiners said yesterday as far as the injuries of Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. I think when you see the cross-examination, you're going to see that they are questioning, and that's going to come later, they're going to be questioning, well, you know, did you for a fact know what the distance was? Because again, we don't know the exact height, we don't know the exact distance, and they're going to be questioning those projectiles. And as a matter of fact, the prosecutor even said these aren't going to be exact distances. So she's trying to take some of the edge off of that testimony when it comes in our cross-examination. But I think to answer the question, basically, yes, the jury is listening. They are thinking right now, probably he knows what he's talking about, but based on cross-examination that I've seen in the past, I think they're going to be questioning, maybe there are some issues that aren't 100% resolved here.
Absolutely, and that is Terry Austin reporting right there in the courthouse, really getting a first-hand view of everything there. And then Terry, I'm sure you're going to be reporting back as to how that cross-examination goes, and we'll be watching that. Also here with me is Law and Crime Zone, also Brian Buckmeyer. And Brian, I'm going to throw this question to you. It's from Dominique Thomas from Facebook, and she asks, is it possible that the car was in a drive-by and the shooter got in the car and shot the other 2 victims? The projectiles just don't seem accurate. What do you think?
So is it possible that it was a drive-by where the shooter was inside? It could be. I mean, it wouldn't be the technical definition of a drive-by. So I think the question would be, why did you describe it like that? Why didn't you just say that someone broke into the car and shot? But it would create a good explanation for the defense as to the shooter being someone else. I've also seen people make a similar argument, Dominique, that I do think it works, that what's to say that someone didn't stop the car, lean in, and shoot at everyone inside the car? That could kind of be like a drive-by, and that could explain that someone else, rather than YNW Melly, did the shooting. The question is, while it's doubt, is it reasonable doubt?
No, absolutely. And I think that sort of forensic evidence regarding where those shots came from is going to be all so important when the prosecution is trying to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's go to our next question. I'm going to throw that to you. Bridget Williams, criminal defense attorney in Dallas, Texas. We have a question from @FeistyGemini2379 from YouTube. And the question is, where exactly is the evidence in this trial? There doesn't seem to be anything that definitively points to him as guilty, which I thought there would be for a death sentence as a punishment option. Defense attorney Bridget Williams, what is your take on the evidence in that question?
Well, there has been some evidence that has been presented by the state here. Is it a definite, is it a slam dunk? Probably not, in my opinion. We're still looking to that. The state isn't over yet. They are still presenting their case. And when we talk about something where the state is seeking the death penalty, it's past just if there was a murder that was committed, then we go on to the aggravated factors that are here. And those aggravated factors that the state is pushing for is, was it a heinous crime? Was it premeditated, and that he was a part of a criminal gang association? And they had some testimony about that previously with the gang expert that came in and testified. And then they also are talking about, you know, those other aggravating factors. So when we talk about they're seeking the death penalty, they are going over it with those aggravating circumstances. They have presented some evidence, but so far, I don't see a shooting gun that says that it was in fact Melly that committed this offense, though.
Right. Next question is for our boots on the ground reporter, Terry Austin. Terry, Christy Smith from Twitter asks, why didn't he have GSR, gunshot residue, but the co-defendant did? Could they have been shot after he got out of the vehicle?
Well, I tell you, I can guarantee you that's something they're going to focus on during closing as far as the defense is concerned, because Melly did not have GSR on him and Henry did. And I think the argument will be, look, he wasn't there. He wasn't in the car. He might have gotten in the car. And don't forget, we have the video where he's getting into the car. He's getting into the back seat of that car on the driver's side. And that's where they're saying those bullets came from based on the trajectory of those bullets. But I think the issue here is if there's very little DNA of Melly, if there's no GSR, if they don't have the gun, and if they can't prove who was sitting back there and making those gunshots, which they say are the shots that killed the two victims and not the drive-by shots, I think it's going to be very difficult. I think there will be reasonable doubt, and I think it's a very good question because there was no GSR found on Melly anywhere.
Great, thank you, Terry, and a very good answer from you, Terry. We're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime, but keep those questions coming. We're going to be back with more Q&A on the YNW Melly trial out of Florida. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Law and Crime, where we're covering the YNW Melly trial out of Florida. And court is on a lunch break right now. That gives us the opportunity to interact with you, the viewers, and take your Q&A or your questions and give you the answers. And I have a great panel with me. I have Terry Austin, who is actually at the courthouse down there in Florida right now. I have Bridget Williams. She's a criminal defense attorney out of Dallas, Texas. And of course, Brian Buckmeyer is here with me in the studio. Let's get back to your questions. And Brian, this one's for you. It's from Janina, 43, and she wants to know, how are there still any doubts that the victims were shot from inside the Jeep? There were a lot of shell casings found inside the car, as the pictures showed.
Gina 43, thank you for that answer, or for that question, sorry. I don't think there's any doubt. I think at this point, especially we know from the prosecution, this witness is going to be on the stand for 2 days, it's not just beating a dead horse. I think the horse at this point is glue. But of course, I understand the defense is going to make a lot of noise and it could have come from the outside, so cover all your bases. But I think you've done it enough here. I think the better thing for the prosecutor now is to move on and put the gun in YNW Melly's hand. We know where it came from, the shooting, inside, not out. We know that Cortland Henry lied based on the forensics. Move on and tell us something greater. Otherwise, it makes us seem like you can't prove that bigger question and you're focusing on these smaller ones a little too much.
Right, so the prosecution needs to take that glue, put us all together for a neat package with the jury at the end of the day. Next question for you, Bridget Williams. I'm going to send you this one. It's from @MandyMartis402 from YouTube. And she asks, why did none of the experts test for stippling on the victims? That was very important. And the defense team was asking a lot of questions about Melly's text from that phone yesterday. Wasn't that them accepting that it was actually Melly's phone when they have been trying to deny it up until this point?
Okay, well, thank you so much for that question. I'll start with, I guess, the text messages. The text messages that the defense counsel was going over yesterday, he was talking about the connection that Melly may or may not have had with gang affiliation. So he was explaining there, or trying to cover that Melly was somewhat being recruited to be affiliated with the gang there, and that he wasn't necessarily a part of it. And so he continued to ask questions to the gang expert to see if, that showed that he was not in fact a part of the gang, but that he was being recruited about it. There were several text messages that the person that was involved in the gang was continuing to ask Melly over and over again. He had no response. I think there was even some testimony that said that some of the text messages asked Melly to post that person on his social media, so Melly could look over some of his records as well, like just communication with him. And so it didn't necessarily tie him to being a gang affiliated, but to show that he was being recruited to be in the gang. And then that alleviates that connection that the state is looking for criminal gang affiliation.
Right. Let's move on to Terry Austin, who is reporting from inside the Broward County courtroom or courthouse. Terry, Styles1211 from Instagram. The question is for you, if they don't find him guilty of first-degree murder, can they find him guilty of a lesser charge?
Well, they haven't included any lesser included charges, but as the evidence presents itself, they can always amend the indictment and add those charges to be the lesser included. I don't think that's going to happen here, and the reason is they've asked for the death penalty, and I doubt very seriously if they will change their direction and ask for a lesser included. Anything is possible, but all of the evidence the prosecution has put forth so far is pointing to this was, cold calculated murder is what they're claiming. They're saying that it was heinous and atrocious, and they're saying that it's gang related. I think it's going to be very difficult to argue an alternate theory with that sort of charge that they've done so far. You know, he has those 2 murder charges, and they're asking for that death penalty. So it's possible. We've seen it in other cases. I don't think that'll happen here, but we'll wait till the end of all of the evidence, and maybe with the defense evidence, there will be something else that they can look at as far as those charges are concerned.
You know, absolutely. And Dariha from YouTube has a question specifically for you, Brian. The prosecutor said in the opening the victims died at the scene, but McDougal said the victims died at the hospital. Does that affect the credibility of the case at all?
Well, Dariha, first of all, eagle eye spot on that one. I missed that as well. I think it could affect the case, if at any, in terms of like one more piece, one more bit of sand on the pile of, does the prosecutor have the credibility in front of the jury that they want? Whenever you give an opening statement, whether you're a defense attorney, a prosecutor, and Imran, please jump in on this and tell me if you agree afterwards. I always say you want to underpromise and overperform. Because if you do it the other way around, viewers like you are going to do exactly this and say, wait a second, you said this, but it ended up being that. You also said this, and it ended up being that. And if it starts to get kind of like a waterfall of just more and more of that, then come summation time, the jury's going to say, you know what, either one, I don't believe the prosecutor, and I believe the defense more, and I'll go this way, or I don't believe any of you all. Give us all of the exhibits, all of the evidence, and we as a jury are going to figure this out because both of you don't know what you're figuring out. As a defense attorney, I get scared if that happens. I want to be the most reliable and credible person in the room, so I want to make sure that what I tell you in opening happens during the trial, and I remind you again in closing. So for even a little mistake like that, I do think so. It could have some effect.
Yeah, Brian, I absolutely agree with you, especially when you have reason to believe that maybe some of your evidence is not going to come in at trial. You never want to mention that. You never want to promise something you can't deliver, or the jury is going to suspect something about your case, possibly. Bridget, I want to go to you for the next question. It's from @TTech from YouTube, who asks, why is the prosecution allowed to be admitting new reports that were reevaluated June this year? They've had 4 years to put the case together and only found all these issues recently. How's that fair to the defense?
Well, the state has the opportunity to continue to do research as they continue throughout their investigation. So they have the right to do that. The issue is, as long as they alert the defense counsel about it and defense counsel knows about it and it comes in before trial, then it's perfectly fine. And there was some issues prior during the trial where the prosecution tried to bring in some evidence that the defense stated that they had no idea about and that it was a matter of surprise. And when that did happen, the judge did the right thing here, and he just didn't allow that into evidence. So that did happen here. But as long as everyone is on the same page, the prosecution has brought up that evidence to defense counsel, they know about it, and everyone knows about what's going on, then it's perfectly fine.
Okay, and Terry Austin, I'm going to throw this last question before we take a break to you. It's from Chris Carney from YouTube. And Chris wants to know, if you were the defense team, what questions would you ask Sergeant Williams during cross-examination?
Well, I think what we're going to see from defense counsel is questioning about, was he there? He does not really know. These are guesstimates. They're talking about geometry and using the Pythagorean theory, and that's how he's calculating these projectiles and how the bullets were shot inside the car and how the bullets from outside the car were shot and he was standing still, whoever the shooter was. So I think all of that is going to be questioned, and he's going to have to explain, well, you know, you're right, I don't have the exact answer. He's already basically said he can't give specific distances and he can't give all of those estimates that are, you know, the estimates that we're all looking for. He can't give it exactly. And so I do think that that's something that we're going to see during the cross-examination of this sergeant. Now, he's been promoted. I think other than that, you know, he's educated. He has a great background. He's been on the force for a while. I do also think that the defense is going to ask about what do you think about the Miramar Police Department's investigation? Because there were a couple of times during the direct exam that he mentioned, the police did not look out in the area where I looked. I went back and I looked. And if you recall, we heard during the defense opening that the Miramar Police Department was criticized for not doing a thorough investigation. So I think I would ask about that as well. And he may actually be one of the people who said, you know, it was an atrocious investigation, but I would definitely question the shoddiness or the thoroughness of those investigations.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting to see that cross, but right now we're going to take a quick break. Keep those questions coming. On the other side of the break, we're going to be giving you some answers and taking more questions. Stay tuned here at Law and Crime. Okay, welcome back to Law and Crime, and this is our Q&A session. Court is on their lunch break at the YNW Melly trial. That gives us the opportunity to take your questions and answer them with our great legal panel. And I have one question coming in right now for you, Bridget Williams. It's from Musical Jujutsu from Instagram. And the question is, if it is shown that the shooting could have taken place in the car, why wasn't there gun residue on him? Would he have had the time to change in there on the way to the hospital if he may have had a spare change of clothes with him?
That's a great question. I would say, starting out, one, that the gun residue, the prosecution hasn't really talked a lot about the gun residue, if it was on Melly or not. And if I were the prosecutor, I would be talking about that more. I feel like they should be really discussing that more if they had evidence to show that. And so if they don't have evidence to show that there was gun residue on Melly, then that definitely puts a hole in their prosecution. Now, that gives the defense counsel some really good leeway there to talk about, well, you know, the gun residue was not found on Melly, and that the state has not really brought that up or has discussed that. And so that's a really great point for the defense to talk about as they continue on and when their cross-examination happens, along with when they put their own expert witness up, if they choose to do that. And if they decide that they're going to put up any other witnesses, that's going to be a great point for the defense.
Absolutely. I think that's going to be one point of reasonable doubt that the defense is going to be looking to hit home with the jury. Brian Buckmeyer, next question is for you. It's from @JustBrit910 from Twitter. The question is, so let's say it was a staged drive-by. Couldn't Melly have been dropped off somewhere and Cortland did this? He could have plotted this with Juvie, and after Juvie shot Sack, Cortland turned on Juvie and shot him. And also, these seem to be the best 2 days for the prosecution.
So I'll work backwards. I agree with you. This seems to be a better day for the prosecution. The trajectory of where the bullets came from, narrowing it down to a specific seat that we know that YNW Melly, at least at one point when he entered the vehicle, was sitting. That's strong evidence for them. But I agree with you as to your first part of your question, because I'm thinking about the cell phone tracking, where the two cell phones were together, traveling, then at some point they're separate. But they don't really have a timeline of what's going on when they're separate. So yeah, maybe YNW Melly leaves the vehicle and then the shooting happens afterwards. If I'm a defense attorney, I'm going to tie that into the fact that no GSR, no gunshot residue was on Melly at the time. Because if you shoot a gun, the GSR ends up on you because of your hand and whatnot. But if you shoot a gun in a small confined area, GSR is on everyone. And so if there's none on Melly, maybe yes, he did get out of the car before this all went down. And maybe yes, he doesn't know exactly what's going on. So I think great question, absolutely a possibility. Again, is it doubt? Yes. Is it reasonable? It's up for the 12 people to decide.
Right. I think the defense is going to be going for a death of 1,000 cuts of reasonable doubt against this prosecution case, and that could be another cut right there. So next question for you, Terry. It's from Paragon from YouTube. The question is, why isn't the prosecutor not trying to show how Bortland isn't the shooter? I feel that this would give the jury more information on why this point towards Melly.
Well, I think the prosecution has to go with the evidence, and the evidence that they have so far, the best evidence they have so far, is from those two medical examiners, and right now, Sergeant Christopher Williams on the stand. And that evidence is showing that the bullets were shot from the back seat and into Anthony Williams, and from the back seat into Christopher Thomas. And so they know for a fact when the people got into the car, they're saying Melly got into the back seat. So to say that the driver, Henry, was the one who did the shooting, I think would be antithetical to the evidence that they have. So the prosecution always has to go by that evidence. And right now, the evidence is pointing to someone who's sitting in the back seat. What they still have to do, and they haven't done yet, is to say that it was Melly in that car. Like Brian just mentioned, you know, he could have gotten out of the car and someone else could have been sitting back there and doing the shooting. We actually don't have a gun in Melly's hand doing that shooting yet.
Yeah, and we spoke about this a little yesterday, this next question. and Bridget, I want to get your take on it. It's from K-Bands from YouTube. And K-Bands asked, regardless of the outcome of both trials, what's the chance a RICO happens? It seems like the state could have enough evidence for that.
Well, we don't know. The state may have an opportunity to do that. We just have to see how it goes. The state here has really focused their attention on Melly in this case. I'm interested to see how this continues to play out in Melly's case, and then when they again retry this case, really with Henry. And see how that plays out first, and then we'll, see if they even decide that they're going to move forward with a RICO type of situation. But right now, it's just the focus is on this particular trial. Is Melly convicted of the murder case, and then if so, do they have enough evidence to move forward with the death penalty or not?
Right. And Brian, next question for you is from Gavin Carey from YouTube, who asked, do you think that Melly will have the death penalty thrown out based on expert witnesses' testimony? It did not prove gang affiliation, more of association.
Yeah, I think yes, but so one, thank you for that question. Two, I think you're spot on. I think the idea of association rather than affiliation is smart. I would also ratchet it one more up. That's the First Amendment. You have the right to associate. It's not illegal to be a part of organizations or groups. That's why it's not illegal to be a part of like the KKK. It's not illegal to be a part of gangs. It's what you do within those groups that can be illegal. And so I think you're 100% right there. You're probably a future lawyer in the making. But I think that's almost putting the cart before the horse, because I'm not quite sure they can get a conviction yet. They've got to get the conviction before we have this conversation, but I think you're looking far ahead, and I think you are right in your analysis.
Right, and let's go to Bridget for the next question. It is from, actually this one's for you, Terry. Sorry, Bridget. It's from See Through You from YouTube, who wants to know, do you think the prosecution chose to prosecute Melly first to scare Cortland Henry into turning for the state?
Whoa, that's a great question. Oftentimes when you do have two co-defendants, one could turn on the other. Originally, this case was together. We had Henry and Melly who were being tried together, but it was severed, and so now Henry will come after Melly. And I do think there is some finger pointing already in this case. We have seen reference by defense counsel to the fact that it was Henry who went into that hospital and who basically initially lied to the police officers that he spoke to. It wasn't Melly who told, a lie. So he is essentially saying, don't forget, look at Henry, there's someone else too. Now, they haven't come right out and pointed the finger, and there hasn't been any evidence of them pointing the finger, but he did mention that during the opening statement. I think Henry will get the benefit of this trial to see what happens here. Obviously, if there's an acquittal, I think fingers will be pointing to Henry, and the prosecution will probably use that to go after Henry even further. I don't know what theory they're going to use if there's an acquittal here, but they'll somehow come up with a trajectory of the bullets that could have come from the front, or they'll have to change their tune at that point.
Right.
But definitely they can point together.
Thank you, Terry, and thank you for the questions there. We're going to be cutting out the Q&A right now, but thank you for your contributions. Stay tuned here at Law and Crime. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Imran Ansari, and we continue to follow the trial of Jamel Demons, better known as YNW Melly. The South Florida rapper is on trial, accused of a double murder for the 2018 shooting deaths of Anthony Williams, also known as YNW Sack Chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie. All are part of the YNW collaborative, along with co-defendant Cortland Henry, who will be tried in a separate case. Now, today is day 10 of the trial, and we are hearing testimony from Sergeant Christopher Williams, a shooting reconstruction expert. While court is still on their lunch recess, let's recap key parts of his testimony from earlier today.
Do you recall at what point you were first contacted to assist in this case?
I believe it was November of 2020.
Okay. With regards to that, who contacted you?
Giveaw.
Okay. What were you asked to look at and analyze in this case?
I was asked to determine if this shooting incident was a drive-by shooting.
So, if there was any other forensic testing that could be done, would you suggest that as well?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
If you could just briefly, were you asked to consult at all with regards to cell phones?
No.
Any sort of location data or anything with regards to the location of an individual?
Location data, no.
Okay.
Location of an individual, yes.
And that's within the car?
Correct.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the physical evidence that you reviewed. Did you review the car in question in this case?
Yes.
Where was that car being held and stored?
That car was being held at the Broward Sheriff's Office confiscation warehouse.
In terms of in this warehouse, are the cars sealed individually in each location?
Yes.
What types of materials are used to prevent cross-contamination from the various cars?
All of the cars are closed. They are sealed with red evidence tape. If windows are missing, plastic goes over them so that nothing can get into the car. The plastic would assume the role of windows so that nothing can get inside.
Okay. In terms of the security of that building, is anyone allowed to kind of go into that building?
Absolutely not.
When you are doing an analysis of this Jeep, this car in this case, how do you do that?
So in this case, I actually had that the vehicle in question towed from the confiscation warehouse to the crime scene unit, which has a forensic processing garage. And from there, I began my investigation on the vehicle.
In terms of the image that we're looking at here, can you show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where that blowback pattern was?
It would be in... Is there a way to make it circle?
Would you like to draw?
Yes.
Oh.
It would be in this area right in here. It's a little bigger than I drew, but it's in this general area right here.
Okay. In terms of the information about that DNA, why is it important to know whose DNA that is?
Well, it's unusual to have the blowback on the headliner, so of course, and for this shooting incident, we would want to identify where that blood came from. So that's why it was sent to the lab to determine whose blood it was.
And was that determination made?
It was.
Okay. And whose blood was that?
That was the front seat passenger's blood.
In terms of the location and the pattern, what does that tell you about the orientation of the front seat passenger's head at the time of the shooting?
The front seat passenger's head was actually down almost as if he was sleeping, so it was down, leaning on the right at an angle. So his head was at an angle as he was seated in that front seat.
And based on your analysis of this vehicle, did you find any projectiles anywhere in the headliner?
No.
Did you find any projectiles in the top portion of the B-pillar on the passenger side?
No.
What about the A-pillar?
No.
Was there any projectiles in the front windshield?
No.
Based on your training and experience, can you state where the exit wound of that head had to have gone through? Where that projectile would have had to have exited that vehicle?
It would have exited through the front passenger window.
How can you say that?
Number one, there's no glass there. However, most importantly is the projectile entered in the back of his skull and exited through the front of his skull with his head at a resting angle. So, can I get up?
Please, if that would help and assist in showing.
So this resting angle in this seat, you have the projectile coming in, exiting through the top of the skull, and then continuing through the windshield.
You said windshield.
Or, the window.
Can you say that it was at the top of the window, or the bottom of the window, the middle of the window?
I cannot.
So based on that projectile and the blowback, you can make what opinions?
So based on the angle of this this projectile, the blowback is indicative of a firearm being in close vicinity of the head. The head is something that bleeds profusely when it's pierced. If you've ever fallen on stairs or hit your head, it bleeds like no tomorrow. And because the projectile entered in right below the skull, the blowback ended up coming in the direction of, as I was speaking earlier about the hose, in the direction that it came from. And you will get that with a very close shot. That blowback then proceeded after the shot. It went up, it hit this headliner, and continued and falling into the back seat.
Does this attempt to accurately recreate the potential location of that firearm?
So the purpose of this photograph is strictly demonstrative to show where once the projectile enters into the head, you're going to have the blowback, which again will come up, strike the headliner, and then continue. It's actually continuing this way and landing back here behind the driver in this area of the vehicle.
In terms of the driver and the t-shirt that he was wearing, do you take into account the location of the victim's DNA on his shirt?
Well, based upon the blowback pattern up here, I would expect to find some blowback here on a driver, if a driver was there.
So would you expect to find the DNA of Anthony Williams on the front of the driver's shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And were you made aware that that is the results that were in this case?
Later on, yes.
And in terms of how does that help with a check and balance on your work?
So that confirms my analysis with the blowback, that the blowback came back, like I said, went up, it's going to fall here, and then it's going to continue to fall into this back seat.
So I want to move on again, and you talked about like a wound that was close. Do you look for things like stippling in photographs?
Yes, so we'll look for stippling, and it's also referred to as tattooing.
Okay. And did you notice any of that powder tattooing in the photographs of the deceased Anthony Williams?
Yes, there was some there. However, due to the fact that Anthony Williams has an intermediate object, i.e. the head back, what do that call it?
Headrest.
The
Is that the
headrest.
word you're looking for? Okay.
Due to the headrest being there, that's an intermediate item. So the projectile was able to go into into Anthony Williams. However, whenever you fire a gun, you have gunshot residue that's going to come out of the barrel and out of the ejection port. In this case, because of the position of Mr. Williams' head and the intermediate object of the headrest assumed most of the GSR, the gunshot residue, and then only some of it went into Mr. Williams.
Without a pattern, can you give any sort of a range of distance?
No, I cannot.
Okay, so let's bring in my guest, Aaron Reed. He is a criminal defense attorney in Phoenix, Arizona. Aaron, let's talk about some of Sergeant Williams' testimony here regarding aspects of his findings inside that vehicle. I'll start with the blowback pattern. What do you make of that testimony in terms of the blowback pattern, what he observed in the vehicle, and on also the decedents, and how is that significant to the prosecution's case?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me on. The blowback and blood spatter, these are things that prosecution tends to use in these cases. When you see a close range gunshot in a tight confined space like a car, you're expecting blood to kind of fly everywhere. And when you see these patterns and you see the front right passenger, his blood on the driver and vice versa, that shows that these two may have been shot in close proximity inside of the car. So that's what they're really using it for, to try to negate the drive-by.
Okay, and a lot of this testimony, Aaron, is scientific testimony. There's math. There's a lot involved here. And sometimes for a jury, that may be a lot to grasp and digest in terms of the testimony coming before them. How do you think the expert is doing, of course, on direct examination from the prosecution, in making this understandable to the jury? And how do you think the jury is receiving the evidence?
So far, I think he's doing a pretty good job. It really does help having visual aids like that he's using, because when you just talk about these kinds of things, it gets very boring, very mundane, and breaking up the monotony of a trial with, visuals and things like that can really help. But I do think that, he's a little dry, but it's science-based testimony. It's always going to be kind of tedious, and it's just something that the prosecution has to do their best to get through and make sure that they make all their points that they need to make to confirm that this was a shooting from within the car and not outside of the car.
Yeah, and what do you make about the location that this expert is giving in terms of the shooter being on the driver's side passenger seat? How is that significant in this case? And how's the prosecution going to be using that to really hit home that Melly was the shooter?
I think when you have this kind of testimony as a defense attorney, I see this as something that's one possible way of this happening. And it doesn't mean that it happened exactly the way that the expert is saying that it happened, but it is a plausible theory based on the evidence. And they have to put the shooting coming from that spot because that's where Melly was seated in the car when he left the recording studio. So they're trying to put that together to make the jury see, see, he was sitting there, he must have shot him from this angle. And I think that kind of testimony can be unbuttoned a little bit by a skillful cross-examination, which I expect to happen.
Right, great analysis there, Aaron Reed. We're going to take a quick break here in Law and Crime. When we come back, more coverage of the YNW Melly trial. Stay tuned at Law and Crime. Welcome back to Law and Crime, and we continue to follow the trial of Jamel Demens, better known as YNW Melly. While we wait for court to return from their lunch break, we are recapping the testimony from earlier today from Sergeant Christopher Williams, who is a shooting reconstruction expert and a witness for the state. So let's hear more of his testimony from earlier today.
Did you review the medical examiner's report for the backseat passenger, Christopher Thomas?
I did.
Who was it that noticed a mislabeled entrance and exit wound?
I noticed that.
And what did you do when you realized that there was an issue or concern with the report?
I notified you that there was an issue, that a defect in Mr. Thomas was labeled twice.
Okay. And so what, after that was done, did you look through the photos from the hospital?
I did, because I observed that Mr. Thomas had a defect on his right calf area, or I'm sorry, quadricep area, the upper part of his leg. That came from the door, and it entered into the seat. And when I was looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. Thomas, I would expect to find an exit wound from the medical examiner's office, and they did not have a picture to produce that, and it wasn't annotated in their report. So again, I notified you of this discrepancy as well.
And in terms of, were you able to figure out and determine which projectile caused that specific injury based on your reconstruction?
I was.
So we talked a little bit about the shots to Anthony Williams. I'm going to move on and talk to any of the injuries to Christopher Thomas. What did you look at in review in trying to establish a shooting reconstruction of the injuries to Mr. Thomas?
So the rods from the rear of the vehicle, Mr. Thomas assumed most of his injuries from the entering.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, Demens, his counsel, the state attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, all witnesses for the understand. I hope you had a nice lunch. I didn't left off. Now to go on for direct examination of the witness, Sergeant Williams. Counsel, great. Let me proceed.
So, Sergeant Williams, I'm going to go back and follow up on a couple of those things that we were waiting on. I'm going to start with this yellow raincoat that the blood was testified to as the blood of Anthony Williams. We were talking about that in connection with the blowback on that. Can you comment as to the location, if that would be consistent with it being in that location when the blowback from Anthony Williams' head wound occurred?
I don't think that it went back that far. Can you zoom in a little?
Sure.
And unblur it?
I'll go to the next photo on that one. Make it a little bit easier to see.
To me, that looks more like a transfer stain.
Okay.
Because it has smear in it with a drop of blood that's already dried, and so the blood is already dried and it's transferred. So I think that's I believe that's a transfer stain with a hand.
Okay. So to go back to the photos that you had taken, For photo 6691 on this, what are you demonstrating in this photo?
This is a demonstrative photo that would show if an individual was seated in the rear passenger seat behind the driver, would be able to obtain a shot into the front seat passenger.
And in terms of the individuals that are in this car, how are they attired?
Mr. Williams had
And sorry, let me clarify on that one. The people that are pictured in the photo,
oh yes,
what do they have on to protect the scene?
they're in Tyvek.
Okay. So going on to this next photo, what are you documenting here?
It is a photo from the other side of the vehicle for its demonstrative only.
What number?
6693. I'm sorry. 6692, and now moving on to 6693.
And it's just an additional angle. It's all angles from the vehicle.
And in terms of, there's a marker spot there, the red marker on the back of that individual's head in the front seat. What is that showing?
That is the approximate entry point for the defect on Anthony Williams.
And so now going into photo 6697, I'm sorry, 6696. What angle are you showing in this particular?
This is from the rear of the vehicle.
The orange that we see at the bottom right, what are those things?
Those are the trajectory rods.
Going into the next photo, which is for council, 6697.
That's another photo from the rear of the vehicle.
Are you in any way, shape, or form stating this is the gun that was used?
I'm not stating that's the gun that was used at all.
Okay. Going into 6698. Again, what are you documenting here?
That would be a photograph of the same positioning of the gun from behind from the rear of the vehicle.
Okay. Going to photo 6701. What are you showing here?
This is showing the proximity of the back seat passenger behind the driver in relation to the front seat passenger.
Okay. And so I'm going to go forward to some of the ones now with the ruler. When you are putting the tape measure in, what is your purpose of introducing the tape measure in these photos? And we're now here at 6708 and 6709.
To give, for the demonstrative photograph, to give a relation of distance.
Okay. And so in terms of this picture is showing what?
Well, it's not exactly to the end of the barrel of the firearm, and so it's approximately probably about 12 inches from the head to the end of the barrel.
And so showing it from the other side, is that the better angle?
Yes.
Okay, and that is photo 6713. What are you showing in this orientation of the arm?
The photo is showing that the arm does not have to be fully extended to obtain that shot.
And so going now to this photo, which is 6714, much greater distance. Oh.
Correct. So 6714 shows the firearm in an alternative position, again for demonstrative purposes, to show a distance range, and a firearm can still be fired in that position and in the direction of the front seat passenger.
Okay. So now we're moving on to the rear passenger. Are you using the same demonstrative model for this individual?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked about the blood from Cortland, or the driver, Cortland Henry's shirt on the front. Was there also an analysis done of the blood on the back of Cortland Henry's shirt?
By the crime lab, yes.
Okay. And were you made aware of the results of the DNA of the blood sample on the back?
Objection, hearsay.
Excuse me. Watch him, son. Sustain the objection, never mind. Just sustain. Rephrase your question.
So, Detective Williams, there's testimony before this jury as to the person who contributed the blood to the back of that shirt. How does that information help your analysis in terms of the shooting inside the car?
The information was learned by me after the fact, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not how it helped, not what the information was.
Go ahead.
and it helped to solidify my analysis.
Okay. In terms of, based on the information that you have, can you state how the driver was positioned when the shots occurred for the backseat passenger, Mr. Thomas?
The driver, in my opinion, was seated in the front seat when the shots were fired inside the vehicle.
And in terms of how would blood get on the back of the shirt?
Because he's seated in that position.
Okay. So I want to ask, can we put some chairs here to help demonstrate what we're talking about?
Sure.
So you reviewed all of the photos from the initial Miramar crime scene?
Yes.
And is there a difference in the height of the front seats and the back seats?
There are.
And so this is not anywhere close to exact. Is that a fair statement with the chairs here?
Correct.
So, can you demonstrate, if you were the driver, how you would be positioned when the individual sitting in the rear passenger side seat is shot? If you could step down to show how would the blood from him then be on this individual?
So the driver is seated in this position, just seated here, and not moving. The blood from this individual, from the blowback, lands here, and blood from this individual lands on the back, and it's all from just not moving.
Okay. In terms of the back of the seat, is his back pressed against the back of the seat?
Yes.
Okay. And that for the first individual or the second individual?
For both.
Okay. In terms of, and you can resume your seat, we'll wrap this in a moment. So in terms of the distance between the individual in the rear driver's side seat and Mr. Thomas in that, do you know there to be a minimum distance they were separated by?
Can you restate that?
Sure. The individual, whoever was in the rear passenger seat on the driver's side, and then Chris Thomas, who is in the rear passenger seat passenger side. Is there a minimum distance that they're separated by?
There is.
And how do you know that?
So we have a known distance. As I said earlier, we are confined to the inside of this vehicle. So we have a known distance of shoulder width inside the back seat of this vehicle. We know a distance of shoulder width of Mr. Thomas, and then we would be able to deduce the difference between the center console and another passenger.
So in terms of the photos at the Jeep when it first came to the hospital, are you aware of how the back center console was positioned?
Yeah, it was down just like that.
and showing from what's been previously admitted into evidence as States 30, photo DSC_0127. Is that important for your reconstruction?
Correct. So this is the blood that is on the center console is consistent with Mr. Thomas crumbling into the position above or onto the center console of the back seat.
So the next photo in that series, again from States 30, is that one shows DSC0_0133. Is this the plastic bag you spoke about and processed?
Yes.
Going back to your photos, what are you demonstrating in CSW_6716?
So this is a demonstrative photograph to show that you can fire a firearm from that position in the direction of a passenger who would be seated in that seat.
Okay. Now, looking from the other angle, what are you looking at in this photo, which for the record is 6717?
And that is just a forward picture from the front of the vehicle facing towards the back of the vehicle to show that it is still possible to fire a firearm inside the vehicle.
Okay. And then in terms of the measurement, how far away is the firearm from the face at that demonstrative photo, which is 6719?
In this particular demonstrative, it's approximately 6 inches.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if Mr. Thomas was sitting straight up and didn't move to the side to get away from a gun?
At one point, I believe that he did.
And how do you know that?
Because Mr. Thomas has what's called a defensive wound on his right hand, and that defensive wound was caused by a projectile. So I believe that at some point he turned and put his hands up or attempted to de-escalate what was going on and received the firearm projectile through his thumb.
Okay, and so you're pointing to your right hand. In terms of the injuries to Mr. Thomas, do you recall which hand they are on?
I would have to look at the photograph.
Okay, we can come back to that in a moment on that. So the, Ms. Smith, the defensive wound, why is that important for you as a shooting reconstructionist?
Because it lets me know that Mr. Thomas was not aware of what was going on. He was taken by surprise, and his hands being up. If his hands were down, he would not receive a projectile through his thumb. His hands are in an up position, almost saying, maybe don't shoot, or I relinquish or something, but he receives a defensive wound due to that projectile, and I think at that point he repositioned to be forward facing.
Okay, and so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to approach with the ME photos, which are State 75. Showing you what's been previously admitted as State 75. Which hand is pictured as a wound in photo 12 on that exhibit?
It's the left hand.
So continuing on with regards to, we talked about you can state that the front passenger side door, that the window was taken out by the projectile from Mr. Williams' head.
Correct.
Can you testify as to whether or not the door was open?
I cannot. I have no idea if the door was open or not.
Okay. As to the door next to Mr. Thomas, the rear passenger side door, can you testify, giving an opinion as to the state of that door when the shot to the face took place?
No.
Why not?
Well, I believe, actually, let me recant. I believe the door was closed. There is actually a projectile that goes through Thomas's door during this incident and actually enters into the driver rear door.
The driver rear door. Okay.
Correct.
So, I want to, in terms of the driver rear door, is open or closed?
Well, I believe this door, the door that you asked about, was closed.
Okay.
Excuse me, can I just clarify what door we're talking about?
That's what I'm getting ready to do.
Christopher Thomas's door.
Okay, so we're clear here for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. If this is the seat for Mr. Thomas, the door that was right to the right of him, we believe was closed.
Correct.
And why can you say that?
Because we have a projectile that enters in this door and travels across the vehicle and into the other door, into the back passenger, the driver passenger door.
So the door here on to the left, if you're facing forward in the car, the door to the left of Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Okay. Can you state how that door was positioned during the drive-by, the stage drive-by?
So after Mr. Thomas was shot, the door of the backseat passenger, driver back door, was in an open position.
How can you tell that?
It was in an open position because of the projectile strike, the projectile that I spoke about earlier that enters in from the passenger side rear door, travels across the vehicle and enters into the door panel of the driver's side rear door.
Okay, so I'm going here to photo 6733 that you took. There's now another individual outside the car. What is this individual in this photo trying to demonstrate?
This is another demonstrative of an alternative theory.
Okay.
Of if a shot could be obtained from a person outside of the vehicle.
Okay, and so you mentioned we were talking about the one that goes through into the door here. Where did it strike that driver's side rear door?
It struck it where the speaker is.
Okay.
And it struck, so if you have a picture of the door, you'll see that the speaker is whole, and then it has, because it's a speaker, so it's pretty thick, and the projectile actually entered on the front of this speaker. If the door was in the closed position, the projectile should have went into the speaker.
6733.
This one right here is 6733. Okay. So, and there's some other photos that we'll come back to from Miramar to discuss that one. But right here, so you're saying an alternative proposition is being demonstrated by 6733.
Yes.
Are you able to rule this out as a possibility?
Yes, because number one, the angle would not be able to be obtained into Anthony Williams. Number two, if the shot was made, the blowback would be more of a vertical blowback.
And so what do you mean by vertical?
So it wouldn't come up and down.
Okay.
So because of where we're at, as you stated earlier, of being how the seats are and the closeness, this is a little further away, so you're not going to obtain as much blowback to be able to hit up here, and the blowback would come this way, back that way.
Okay.
It wouldn't go any other way.
So I want to go, so we've gone through, that was 6733. So going to I want to go back a little bit on the angle for Mr. Thomas from that alternative proposition. So we're going to go to 6722. And what are you demonstrating in this photograph?
So this is a demonstrative of an individual reaching into the vehicle to fire a weapon at Mr. Thomas.
And in terms of the shot, could the individual get that angle if from outside?
So if the individual could obtain that angle and make that shot, unfortunately they would have to be the arm would have to be completely up against the passenger. So in the photo here, the person represented with sunglasses, the arm of the shooter would have to be completely against that person to make that shot. And I don't believe that this scenario is feasible.
Okay. So, and now that was 6723. Are you showing the same thing?
Yes.
Going to 6730. What are you demonstrating with this trajectory rod and this photo?
So this is the suspected trajectory of the flight path of the projectile that went into Anthony Williams. Again, as I stated, Mr. Williams had his head canted to the right, which is the reasoning for the flight path and its continued perforation into the window, perforated the window and exited the vehicle.
So, Sergeant Williams, I want to ask, were the driver's side window intact?
Yes.
Were you provided the keys to the car to be able to turn power on and to put them down for purposes of pictures if need be?
Yes.
So on 6732, what is, you showing the same thing as the last photo?
Correct. This is another demonstrative with the firearm canted and a downward with the ejection port facing down. And again, you would literally have to be leaning into the vehicle and onto the person who is seated in the rear passenger seat behind the driver in order to obtain that shot.
Okay. And is this the opposite angle?
That's one we already discussed.
Okay. Yes, you're right, 6733. Moving on to 6736.
What was the one just before that?
6735. And so in this instance, is this firearm, the magazine has been removed?
Correct, for safety purposes.
Okay. So going on to, again, like I was saying, 6736. What is this showing?
This is just another demonstrative of the firearm canted with the ejection port down and at an angle. Again, you would have to be pressed up against the back seat passenger that's behind the driver in order to obtain that shot.
Okay. And we'll get into in a little bit with the blue star as to why you put an individual there. So then you've gone on and showing now on 6739. What are you showing on this particular demonstrative photo?
That is a demonstrative photo showing that a firearm can be fired at in the direction of Anthony Williams with the hand and with the elbow up, and the arm does not have to be fully extended in order to fire the firearm.
Okay. So in terms of the trajectories on the back of the car, I'm going to talk a little bit on that aspect. As to one that is labeled A, could you describe where that is on the vehicle?
That is in the rear hatch of the vehicle. It actually perforates the plastic. That whole back of the vehicle where it states Jeep is actually plastic, and it perforates the plastic, perforates the paneling that's on the inside of the vehicle, and it then enters into the bottom of the back seat.
Is that the projectile that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to the other ones, we've already looked at 6760 and 6761. On 6755, are you identifying these by the same letters that the Miramar Police Department assigned them?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the trajectories of B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, were you able to determine if there was a change in the angle side to side on them?
Meaning a shooter's changing direction?
lanes in a car, let's say.
So the majority of these shots was from a standing, stationary position.
And how can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that fact?
Because it's what's known as in firearms as a grouping. So it's grouped pretty close together, which means that the person's stationary, firing a firearm, and actually creating a grouping of. So if the person's moving, you won't have such a grouping, it'll be scattered.
If the vehicle was moving, would that affect it?
Yes.
In terms of the glass in the back, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether or not the rods that are indicated, and again the photo that we just looked at, 6753, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H at the top, I'm going to go to photo 6760, if the glass was in place when they went through?
So I would surmise that the first 2 or 3 rounds took out the glass altogether, and the rest of the rounds were not affected by the glass, and that is evident by the firearms unit of our lab being able to positively identify the projectiles, because the glass will make artifacts onto a projectile as the projectile passes through it, and if there's artifacts on there, our lab would not be able to identify those items.
Okay, so you said that you figured 2 or 3. Why would you give a range of 2 or 3 could have gone through the glass?
It's a rather large window. Again, it has the plastic in between it, and it's going to take quite a bit to remove it completely.
Okay. And
now keep in mind, this is not the way that it was when this vehicle presented itself to the hospital.
okay. And you've reviewed those photos?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go through, did you turn on power to that Jeep you mentioned?
Yes, battery pack.
Okay. And so the Bluetooth was able to be turned on?
Yes, there's a non-blurry one.
Sorry. In terms of the phones that were the most paired phones on this, what were they?
So we have 5 paired phones on this infotainment center. Number 1 just states iPhone. Number 2 states YNW''S iPhone. 3 states the same. 4 states YNW''TALABAN. And 5 states iPhone.
We talked briefly about the B-pillar column that you recovered that second projectile from. Is this a photo of that B-pillar?
Yes.
Okay. Going forward, what are we looking at in this photo, which for the record is 6773?
So this is actually the perforation site of the B-pillar, of the projectile perforating the B-pillar panel.
Okay. And then once it was removed, and that's in photo 6775 and then 6776, but staying on 6774 right now. What is this picture showing?
That would be the projectile.
Okay. And then 6775
is a close-up of the projectile.
Okay. So I want to go to the, and then you mentioned on the back, that was, we'd already reviewed that photo, which was 6777.
Yes.
So I want to go to the outside of the vehicle and talk about the impact strikes there. You have rods through I, J, K, L, N, O, and P. Why not M?
M is a penetrating strike mark. It actually perforates the skin of the door and then stops at the B-pillar. And because the B-pillar did the job that it's supposed to do, it's actually designed to stop around. So there cannot be a secondary spot to put a rod in to create a trajectory.
Okay. So in terms of sites I, J, K, L, N, O, and P, do you have an opinion as to how fast the muzzle of the gun was moving when those shots were fired?
I don't have an opinion. I would say that they're not even methodical. They're scattered. There's no grouping with them. It's there's no methodical reason to it. It's senseless firing into a vehicle.
Okay. And in terms of which of these I, J, K, L, N, O, or P goes through and strikes the driver's side rear door? Do you know which of those that was?
Can I look at my report?
If you need to refresh your recollection, please.
Judge, could we get the date of the report? There's several reports.
Sure. Which report are you referring to, Detective?
November 16, 2020.
Okay.
The amended?
No, 16th, the initial.
They both say that. Okay.
It would be site M. M as in Mike.
Okay. So M is the one that you could connected through to the other side?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, I'm sorry, I thought you said M stopped at the B pillar.
Yeah, I read it. Let me look.
Excuse me, thank you.
From the cold air, Judge.
It's freezing. My apologies, it's site K. K kilo.
K kilo. Okay. So when you are going through the rear of the car and documenting all of the strike marks, do you assign a letter to the one that you found in the B pillar?
That became site Q.
Okay. So in terms of the total number of projectiles that were fired from outside the car to the inside, how many were there? Sorry.
So we have 17.
And can you say the order of whether the ones to the back of the car happened first or the side of the car happened first on the outside?
No.
Can you say whether the shots inside the car happened first or the shots on the outside happened first?
Inside happened first.
So we talked a little bit about defensive wounds on that. Were there any defensive wounds on Anthony Williams?
No.
So there is testimony that there was a driver in a car. Could the driver, Portland Henry, have gotten that angular shot on Anthony Williams?
No.
Why not?
He would have to have a rather large arm. Like, he'd have to be Inspector Gadget.
So in terms of, did you measure the height of Mr. Henry?
Yes.
And what was that height? If you need to refer to your report, please let me know.
He's 70.5 inches tall.
Okay. And in terms of his arm length, did you measure that?
No, I did not.
No. In terms of the height to his shoulder, did you measure that?
No.
So with regards to the length of his arm, why do you say he would have to have Inspector Gadget length arm to get that shot on Anthony Williams?
Because you would have to, it would be a very awkward position that his wrist is, no human wrist is simply capable of being in order to reach around, extend it out, and pull the trigger.
Okay. In terms of the intervening objects, how does that help you in saying where that firearm had to have been?
The firearm had to have been, would be due to the headliner being there. I mean, I'm sorry, the head rest being there. That all puts it all in line with the backseat driver passenger.
Okay. In terms of the angle for the driver to get the shot on Christopher Thomas, is that possible?
No.
Why not?
Because the injury to Christopher Thomas's cheek is an exact circle. And if Cortland Henry is pointing back from the driver's seat to the direction of the position of Christopher Thomas, you would expect to see a leading edge injury to his cheek instead of a perfectly circle on his cheek.
Okay.
On top of it, you would see more blood on the seat that Cortland Henry was sitting in for both. If he were to make both shots of those two individuals, there would be a substantial amount of blood on his seat.
Okay. Now, speaking about the rear passenger, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury or identify who was in that seat?
The rear passenger,
Yes.
driver's side,
Yes.
I was advised that it was
Objection, here's
So, without going into that, in terms of what you were advised, can you say, based on your own personal knowledge, who was sitting in that seat at the time of this homicide?
that would be Mr. Demens.
Okay. And how can you say that?
Objection, can we approach?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, there was an objection to the last question and answer. I sustained it. You are to disregard the last question and answer. Counsel will repeat her question, but you are to ignore the last question and answer.
So, Sergeant Williams, can you give an area of the car with which the shots emanated from?
Yes.
And could you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what area of the car did the shots that killed Anthony Williams emanate from?
From the driver's side back seat.
As to the shot that killed Christopher Thomas, where did that shot emanate from?
Driver's side back seat.
Okay. Is it possible for there to have been 2 shooters inside that car?
No,
Why not?
there is no time.
So explain what that means.
So, Mr. Williams was not even aware he was about to be shot. When Mr. Williams was shot, Mr. Thomas puts up his hands and is shot, and then is shot again.
Okay.
There's no time for anybody to switch a firearm. If there were, I believe one of those individuals would be alive. There's no time to switch. It was a very, a rather rapid event of firing.
Okay. Can you say the length of time between the fatal shots and then the staged drive-by shots later on?
It was enough time for the heart to stop beating, for there to be no circulation due to the wounds that I examined from the medical examiner's office. None of the wounds have any blood in them, which tells me that they're all ante-mortem wounds. So the time was long enough for the heart to stop beating.
Okay. Is there scientific or medical testing to recreate that in any way, shape, or form?
Yes, it's knowledge. It's I'm sure the medical examiner could say the same thing.
So in terms of, it's nothing that can be recreated with a live human?
Correct.
In terms of the number of shots, you said 17 outside the car. How many rounds were fired inside the car?
3.
And can you exclude the shots to the head for Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas as coming from outside of the car?
Yes.
How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that, for example, shot that was marked as H in the, here, let's go to 6755. How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that shot H is not the one that wound up in the face of Mr. Thomas?
Because Mr. Thomas is already crumpling at this point, and he is actually he's in the clear, if you will, of Site H.
How can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that Site H is not the shot to the back of the head of Anthony Williams?
Because Site H continues and strikes Anthony Williams in the shoulder.
In terms of Site K, the one that goes completely across the car, how can you tell that no one was sitting in the rear driver's side seat when that bullet came through the car?
It would have hit their legs.
Was there any sign of blood or anything on that seat?
There were signs of blood on the seat, yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is Blue Star? You've talked about it a little bit.
Blue Star is a chemical that is used in forensics. It's very similar to what most people know as luminol.
What's the difference between the two?
Luminol is a very caustic chemical, and it's not really healthy to use. It's effective, but it's not really healthy to use. Blue Star accomplishes the same thing. It still detects blood diluted up to 100,000 times, and it's not caustic.
Okay.
So it's attracted, luminol and Blue Star, they're both attracted to the heme group of blood, primarily iron, and it will detect trace amounts of blood even after it's been washed. So if you have blood on your shirt and you throw it in the wash and throw it in the dryer and then hand it over to me, I'm going to tell you to put it back in the wash because there's blood on it still.
Okay. What if it's been 5 years?
You'll still get that result.
Okay. And what type of result are we looking for?
We're looking for blood.
And so what does it look like if there is blood?
So if there is blood, and that's the other difference between luminol and Blue Star, with luminol, the illumination of the luminescence of the blood, the hemigroup, is not as bright, and it is not as lasting. So you have to be very quick with your photograph in order to get it. With Blue Star, it is very bright and it's lasting, so it's long enough for us to get a photograph of it multiple times, and if we need to, we can come back and squirt it again and duplicate the result if we're not happy with our photographs.
Okay. In terms of the luminol, does that destroy the DNA?
No.
Does Blue Star destroy DNA?
No.
So is there a version that the sheriff's office uses now? More so than the other? Is there a preference?
We primarily use Blue Star.
Before we end, is that something you could demonstrate here in court as to how Blue Star works?
Yes.
Do you have some with you?
Yes.
Okay. So you're going to state would be asking you to admonish it and how the Blue Star works?
You have the show the counsel.
Counsel?
Go ahead.
No.
Need some assistance there?
Detective Williams, if you would be so kind.
Go ahead.
While they're doing?
No, I asked him, I didn't see you move, so I, hold on, counsel. He wants to take a look at it.
How Blue Star works?
So, ladies and gentlemen, I understand one of your members needs a restroom break. We'll take a short recess to not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or no research. Just leave your notepads on your chair. Thank you. Mr. Howard. I thought, I didn't see any reaction from you. I didn't see you do anything, so I didn't think you were interested in doing it. That's why I said go ahead.
He's getting old, Judge. He needs a little more time to move.
No, I apologize. All right. Mr. Dennis, need a restroom break? Nope? All right. Thank you. We're in recess.
welcome back, and thanks for sticking with us here at Law and Crime, where we continue to follow the trial of Giveaw Demmons, better known as YNW Melly. A shooting reconstruction expert, Sergeant Christopher Williams, is still on the stand. Let's go back into court in Broward County. Here are his testimony.
6723, are you showing the same thing?
Yes.
Going to 6730. What are you demonstrating with this trajectory rod and this photo?
So this is the suspected trajectory of the flight path of the projectile that went into Anthony Williams. Again, as I stated, Mr. Williams had his head canted to the right, which is the reasoning for the flight path and its continued perforation into the window, perforated the window and exited the vehicle.
So, Sergeant Williams, I want to ask, were the driver's side window intact?
Yes.
Were you provided the keys to the car to be able to turn power on and to put them down for purposes of pictures if need be?
Yes.
So on 6732, what is, you showing the same thing as the last photo?
Correct. This is another demonstrative with the firearm canted and a downward with the ejection port facing down. And again, you would literally have to be leaning into the vehicle and onto the person who is seated in the rear passenger seat behind the driver in order to obtain that shot.
And is this the opposite angle?
That's one we already discussed.
Okay. Yes, you're right, 6733. Moving on to 6736.
What was the one just before that?
6735. And so in this instance, is this firearm, the magazine has been removed?
Correct, for safety purposes.
Okay. So going on to, again, like I was saying, 6736. What is this showing?
This is just another demonstrative of the firearm canted with the ejection port down and at an angle. Again, you would have to be pressed up against the back seat passenger that's behind the driver in order to obtain that shot.
Okay. And we'll get into in a little bit with the blue star as to why you put an individual there. So then you've gone on and showing now on 6739. What are you showing on this particular demonstrative photo?
That is a demonstrative photo showing that a firearm can be fired in the direction of Anthony Williams with the hand and with the elbow up, and the arm does not have to be fully extended in order to fire the firearm.
Okay. So in terms of the trajectories on the back of the car, I'm going to talk a little bit on that aspect. As to one that is labeled A, could you describe where that is on the vehicle?
That is in the rear hatch of the vehicle. It actually perforates the plastic. That whole back of the vehicle where it states Jeep is actually plastic, and it perforates the plastic, perforates the paneling that's on the inside of the vehicle, and it then enters into the bottom of the back seat.
Is that the projectile that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Going on to the other ones, we've already looked at 6760 and 6761. On 6755, are you identifying these by the same letters that the Miramar Police Department assigned them?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the trajectories of B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, were you able to determine if there was a change in the angle side to side on them?
Meaning a shooter's changing
lanes in a car, let's say.
So the majority of these shots was from a standing, stationary position.
And how can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that?
Because it's what's known as in firearms as a grouping. So it's grouped pretty close together, which means that the person's stationary, firing a firearm, and actually creating a grouping of. So if the person's moving, you won't have such a grouping, it'll be scattered.
If the vehicle was moving, would that affect it?
Yes.
In terms of the glass in the back, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether or not the rods that are indicated, and again the photo that we just looked at, 6753, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H at the top, I'm going to go to photo 6760, if the glass was in place when they went through?
So I would surmise that the first 2 or 3 rounds took out the glass altogether, and the rest of the rounds were not affected by the glass, and that is evident by the firearms unit of our lab being able to positively identify the projectiles, because the glass will make artifacts onto a projectile as the projectile passes through it, and if there's artifacts on there, our lab would not be able to identify those items.
Okay, so you said that you figured 2 or 3. Why would you give a range of 2 or 3 could have gone through the glass?
It's a rather large window. Again, it has the plastic in between it, and it's going to take quite a bit to remove it completely.
Okay. And
now, keep in mind, this is not the way that it was when this vehicle presented itself to the hospital.
But they're all here, sure.
the investigator and Mr. Shea down here.
Yes.
And so everybody take a look at what the demonstrative is. Any issue with that?
No, sir.
Jury ready? All right, we're all set. Let's bring the jury in. Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Devins, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and the ladies and gentlemen jury are please remain on the stand. And we broke. I think you're going to go over the demonstrative again, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, the witnesses using a demonstrative to assist in explaining or illustrating the testimony. What the witness says is the evidence, and demonstrative not to be considered by you as evidence unless it's later received. So all the items of evidence go back to the jury room during your deliberations. Proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Sergeant Williams, can you explain what this object is in front of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So this is the back seat of a Ford Explorer that was owned by the Broward Sheriff's Office. We were deadlining the vehicle and sending it to auction without seats. They gave me this for this demonstration.
Okay, so you had talked a little bit about Blue Star. Can you explain how Blue Star is used and how it is reinstituted or reconstituted, I guess would be the proper term, for use in this?
So we use Blue Star to, in any crime scene, to locate blood. As sometimes when we have an investigation, there'll be what is often referred to as cleanup, where the subject who committed the crime will begin to clean up the area to make it look like no crime happened.
And so when is Blue Star concrete mixed or formulated?
No, so Blue Star comes with a not normally a garbage hooker. So Blue Star comes in a container like this. It comes with a chemilucent solution, and then on top of that it comes with 3 oxidizing tablets. All of that is contained in this box. I pour the solution into a sprayer bottle. I add 3 oxidizing tablets, and I gently stir it until the oxidizing tablets have dissolved. And once they're dissolved, it is ready to be applied. This is one of many chemicals that we use to detect blood.
And in terms of, is that one toxic?
This one is not toxic.
In terms of the time frame, once you mix it up, how long do you have to use it?
24 hours.
And when did you mix up that batch right there?
About 10 minutes ago.
And in terms of the seat that is in front of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as is demonstrative, is it have any visible blood stains on this?
It does have some visible blood stains, and it has some non-visible blood stains.
And how do you know that those blood stains are on that seat?
Because I put them there.
And so, with your permission, Your Honor, if we could dim the lights so Sergeant Williams could step down and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how Blue Star works.
Yes, you may step down. Give the lights, please. Are they good enough for you, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. And so, Sergeant, you're treating the entire seat.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because I don't know where the blood could be. Even though I placed it there, I don't remember exactly, so I'll spray everywhere, and then you see where it all is. You'll see that it lasts a pretty long time, and it allows us to identify where blood is.
everybody see that over there? Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Travis, if you would. Sergeant, I'm going to turn the television on again.
So Sergeant, did you have the opportunity to process the 2018 Jeep Compass in this case using Blue Star?
Yes, I did.
When you are processing it for Blue Star, do you take initial photographs to show how it looks without Blue Star on it?
Yes.
And is this one of those photos CSW 4835?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Travis, if I could bother you to dim the lights just slightly? Thank you. And again, going to the next photo that you took, which is CSW 4839.
That would be prior.
Okay. And this is CSW 4841. Again, is this prior to the application of Blue Star?
Yes.
What are we looking at here in this photo?
So this is the application of Blue Star to the picture that was just shown. And it's illuminating blood and the driver's side rear passenger seat, and it clearly shows that somebody was seated in that seat. If you look at right here, that would be where the legs are, and it continues on to show where the buttocks were. And what's very telling is that there's no blood on the back of the back seat, which means that a back was leaning against it.
Why would you expect to see blood on that area?
Because that's going to be from the blowback from Anthony Williams.
And in terms of that seat, did you saturate it like you just demonstrated in court?
Yes.
And for the record, that was 4846. This is 4847. Going out to 4848.
So this is the same back seat, the same area, it's just from a different angle.
And is that kind of the moisture that is showing up in some of the reflection in this photograph? Is that the application of the
Yes,
booster?
from the previous photographs.
So going to this particular side, what are we looking at here?
So here again you have the outline of buttocks, you have where the leg separation is, so there is somebody seated here, and then again this whole entire seat has no blood on it, where this area along here all has blood on it. So this void is indicative of an individual seated in this position.
So in terms of the seat that we're looking at right here, remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which seat in the car this was.
This is the driver's side back passenger seat.
Did you also do this same testing on the front driver's side, going to photo CSW 4863 for the record?
I did.
And is this seat also processed in the same way?
Correct.
Okay. Again, showing the moisture in this photo of 4865. Was this all done on the same day?
Yes.
And 4866.
That was the smear the transfer that I was talking about earlier. So I actually swabbed that area with a swab to collect the blood, and then I swabbed an area of non-blood, an area of non-blood, and that's what was submitted to the lab.
Okay. So going forward to 4868 and 4869. And so now we're looking at 4870. What
Correct.
is that showing?
So this is the seat, and
Which seat? So it's
this is the driver's seat, and the only illumination on the driver's seat is the very, very edge of the seat back on the outer portion or the interior portion of the driver's seat. And again, this is indicative of an individual seated in this seat, and that's why there's no that's why there's no blood here. The blood actually landed on the individual, and take that out for you real quick. And it landed on the individual, and a little bit on the seat, right around in here, and the rest of it was absorbed by the individual that was seated in that seat.
If there's blood on clothing, would it transfer to the seat?
If it's enough blood, it can transfer. If the clothing has already absorbed it, then it will. It generally will not transfer.
And so going forward now to the same Jeep, where are we looking at the Jeep in this picture?
This is the Broward Sheriff's Office Evidence Confiscation Warehouse for the vehicles.
Okay. So did you use Blue Star again on the door of the Jeep?
I did.
Okay, so this, for the record, we are now 4875. What are we looking at in image 4875?
This is the driver's side rear compartment area with the driver's side rear passenger door in the open position.
Okay. So going forward to the next image, which is 4876, what are we looking at here?
You see that there's a reaction to blood on the door.
And so what does that tell you as a shooting reconstructionist?
Tells me that the door was closed during the shooting incident inside the vehicle.
And again, 4877.
This is the same thing.
So, Sergeant Williams, in terms of the stippling and powder tattooing that was present on Mr. Thomas, would you give a range as to how far away a muzzle would have been from the six?
The range that I would give to that would be 8 to 12 inches.
And without the actual firearm that caused that wound, could you do a recreation?
I could not, but again, like I said earlier, this is a unique case where our shooting is confined to a known area with known confinement measurements, and it can be deduced.
Okay, so I want to go to what's been previously in evidence as States 30. On the photographs, we talked about the site K and the strike mark across the car. I wanted to go through, this is photo DSC 0403, DSC 0404, and DSC 0408. You are describing the speaker and things. Is this what you were talking about?
Correct. So if this door, the driver's side passenger door, was in a closed position during the shooting on the passenger side of the vehicle, I would expect to see this projectile strike mark to be in the speaker. So that is indicative of the door being in an open position during the shooting on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Just one moment to confer with co-counsel. And in terms of on this particular strike mark that we're looking at here on State 30, this image, was this from inside the car?
Was the round fired from inside the car?
Correct.
No, the round was fired from outside the passenger side of the vehicle. It perforated the back, the passenger side rear door, traveled across the vehicle, and penetrated the speaker area on the driver's side rear passenger door.
Okay. I don't have any other questions of this witness.
Counsel, thank you. Is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Just a little bit, Your Honor. Sergeant.
Sir, good. How are you, Mr. Howard?
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I want to start by clarifying. You were initially asked to get involved in this investigation in November of 2021.
Correct.
More than 3 years after the actual incident, right?
Yes.
And your initial understanding was that your primary purpose, or at least one of them, was to disprove the notion that there was a drive-by shooting.
Not necessarily disprove it, just to determine if it was a drive-by shooting.
Okay. And you are aware that the person that claimed it was a drive-by shooting is Cortland Henry.
I believe so. I don't know who said that it was a drive-by. I was just asked to say if it was a drive-by.
Okay. And you were aware that when Cortland Henry made this statement that this gentleman was nowhere around, right?
I wasn't part of the initial investigation,
okay.
So I don't know if that was included in their, Miramar's investigation with that.
Okay. But what you are saying is whoever claimed it was a drive-by shooting was lying.
Was incorrect.
Okay. Not necessarily lying, mistaken maybe?
Well, if you want to call him a liar, yeah.
I do.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you had also indicated to us, we had a little demonstration with some cheers. And I want to start off there. You had indicated that you were of the understanding that there was some blood on Cortland Henry's shirt, right?
Correct.
Cortland Henry, who you understood to be the driver.
Correct.
And there was some blood on the front of his shirt and there was some blood on the back.
Yes.
And during your testimony, you sat in what would be the driver's seat, right?
Yes.
Now tell me something. Do you know what kind of firearm was used?
No.
What caliber?
40.
40 caliber?
Yes.
If a 40 caliber is fired inside a vehicle, will it make a noise?
Yes.
Will it make a loud noise?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony was that Cortland Henry was sitting here, sitting in his seat, right?
Yes.
Based upon your reconstruction, there was blood spatter that hit the front of his shoulder, and I think your words were, and he was sitting still and not moving, and there was also blood spatter that hit the back of his shirt.
Yes.
Okay, so with a 40 caliber blasting in that car, you're saying that based upon your analysis, Cortland Henry was sitting still and not budging. That would be your analysis, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that Christopher Thomas, who you believe to have been sitting in the rear passenger seat, had a defensive wound.
Yes.
In his hands.
In one of his hands.
In his left hand.
Correct.
There was a gunshot wound,
Yes.
and that he was shot from 8 to 12 inches away.
For the cheek.
Okay. So, well, whoever was shooting at him when he had his hands up would have been a pretty bad shot to miss him from 12 inches away and hit his hand.
Well, it didn't say that he was 12 inches away during that shot. State never asked the distance for that shot. State only asked the distance for the cheek.
Okay. Well, you had indicated in your report that you took account of the width of the cabin of that vehicle?
Yes.
What was it?
50.
Feel free to look at your report. I don't want to. It's not a
I
big
think
question.
it's in my notes, but do we have the picture? Can State pull up the picture?
Sure. Should be in your notes. You have the same thing with all the pictures, you just stuck it in?
It's state 77.
Okay.
$50.5 inches.
50.5 inches. And give us an estimation of what, well, not an estimation, a calculation of what that would be in feet and inches, so that we'd have a better sense.
So 4 feet, 2.5 inches.
4 feet, 2.5 inches.
Yes.
Okay. So the entire inside cabin rear of that vehicle is less than 5 feet wide.
Yes.
4 feet, 2.5 inches, almost 4 feet. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were saying that there was a shot. How broad was the width of Christopher Thomas's shoulders? You indicated that as well.
It was. For to the autopsy.
Yeah, sure. By the way, did you ever account for the width of Christopher Thomas's shoulders at all?
Yes, I think I got it off of the autopsy photos though.
Okay.
So, do we have them that I can review to answer your question?
That would be state 75.
Is this all of them?
That's for Mr. Thomas, and state 73 is Mr. Williams.
Do you have the one with him on the table with the scale?
That's not in evidence, so Mr. Howard.
I don't mind you looking at it.
Is that on a thumb drive or just on your computer?
I have it on a drive here, so I want to.
Got it?
Yes.
How broad?
2 feet 6. 2 feet 6 inches.
2 feet 6 inches. So that's more than half of the 40 inches.
That is
more than half of the 40.
Less than half. Right?
2 feet is
24.
24.
30.
6 inches is 30.
We're at 50 and a half. So, yeah, a little over half.
A lot over half.
A little over half.
60% of the width of the vehicle.
Correct.
According to your measurement.
Right.
Okay. So that means the other person, if they were seated there, would have to be taking up less than 20 inches of space, according to you.
Right.
Okay. And in that less than 20 inches of space, you have a tape measure there?
I wish I did. I have a ruler, I think.
You have a ruler?
I think so.
Please. Thank you for having me. No? Don't have it? Okay. All right, so let's just work with our imagination.
Okay.
The total width of the rear of that vehicle is 50 inches.
Now that's the total width from the, where we measured it, which is going to be from the top. The inside, from door to door, is going to be larger. What I did was shoulder.
What are you measuring the top for? What, somebody was up on top of the vehicle?
No.
Oh, what are you talking?
Can we go back to that photo? Right, it's 4851, I think it is, or right here.
4850.
So that's shoulder right there, Mr. Howard. That's shoulder length. It's going to be larger for the seating area.
That seems to be, if I'm not, at 51 inches is the entire width of the inside cabin of that vehicle.
No, that's the shoulder. So it actually gets wider as it goes down.
What are you talking
Can we pull up a vehicle? Pull up the vehicle, just an actual picture of the vehicle.
But you're saying that's shoulder?
That's the shoulder.
Okay, well, we're talking about shoulder.
No, you're talking about butts in a seat.
No, let's...
But butts in a seat is going to be bigger than shoulder. You follow what I'm saying?
Okay. I don't, but let me just continue my question and then you can. So the width of that shoulder space is 51 inches actually, not 52. Right?
50 and a half. It's actually 50 and a half.
Okay.
The angle makes it look larger.
And that's at shoulder width.
Shoulder, yes.
And Christopher Thomas's shoulders account for 30 inches of that 51 and a half.
For the
correct?
shoulder, yes.
Okay. So the other person would have been inside of 20 inches of space on the other side.
Correct.
And firing a firearm inside that 20 inches of space minus the 8 to 12 inches between the muzzle of that gun and that face. Right?
Okay.
You agree?
I'm following along with you.
Okay.
But can you sit back down?
I will. I'll be back. So I'll give you that he was shot in the face and not the shoulder, right?
What?
He was shot, Mr. Thomas was shot in the face and not the shoulder.
He was shot. Are we talking inside the car or?
Inside the car.
Yes.
I'm talking about the face shot.
Right.
Okay. And however, the person who was doing the shooting is now confined within 20 inches of space, according to your analysis, and the muzzle of their gun was 8 to 12 inches away. Okay? I want you first to look at...
Can we just finish your first question?
I'm about to give it to you. At 6719. Now, first of all, you said you've been in law enforcement now for 20 years.
Just
You're
about
starting
20 years.
your 20th year. And a recent promotion, congrats.
Thank you, sir.
In your 20 years of law enforcement experience, have you ever seen anybody fire a firearm like that?
I've never seen anybody fire a firearm because I'm always after the fact.
Okay. Well, you go to the range.
Right. Actually, we fire like that at the range.
You do fire like that at the range?
It's called close quarter shooting.
I'm talking about that picture.
Well,
that's up there. 67.
So if this individual in the sunglasses was standing, that would be considered a close quarter shooting stance.
If they're standing, they're outside.
Same thing. Same thing. If they're seated, it's close quarter. But can we go back to your other question on the inches?
First, let's talk one at a time. Okay? We're driving
her crazy.
Crazy. Okay. Yes. Now, you've indicated to this jury that in your experience, you go to the range with your fellow officers and practice shooting like what we're seeing in that picture, 6119.
6719.
6719.
Put your glasses on.
Yes, that's close quarter shooting.
Okay. And when you say close quarter shooting, you're not talking about somebody holding a firearm in front of them. You're talking about one to the direct side in the way that you have positioned those gentlemen inside that vehicle in your demonstrative shot 6719.
Can you restate that?
Okay. That image we're seeing,
right?
6719?
Yes.
You've seen people fire firearms in the position of the gentleman in the dark glasses.
That is called close quarter shooting. And like I said, I am after the fact on any shooting, but the purpose of that photograph is to show that you can fire a firearm like that.
And that you can fire a firearm like that, requiring that ridiculous contortion, right?
How is that a contortion?
Okay. In any event, based upon your analysis, 6719 would be, image 6719 would be how the shooter would have to have been positioned in order to effectuate the shot that you say occurred, correct?
No. I stated that that picture is a demonstrative of showing that you can fire a firearm in close quarters just like that.
Okay. Well, you did not offer another photograph of how the shot that you claim took place from the back of that seat could have been effectuated. That's the only one that you thought to present in your reports.
Actually, you have access to all of these photos.
Correct.
And we went through with the state multiple scenarios of different ideas or ideals of how this could have occurred inside the vehicle. And this is one of them of the multiple that were demonstrated.
So you're indicating that among these pictures here on this drive, there is another?
I believe there's 3 total.
Okay. May I have the witness step down, Your Honor?
6715 is one.
Okay. 6715, isn't that just?
Oh yes, that's correct. I thought that was standing up.
Okay.
I'll come up.
That's a stay. Come on. You See?
You want to write these down?
Sure, sure. Well, actually, if you don't mind the witness testifying there, instead of me writing them down, why don't you just tap them as you go?
Okay.
That number is?
6722.
6722. Oh, this person is outside the vehicle, I see.
Correct. That's another demonstrative.
You gotta speak up, sir.
That's another demonstrative.
I thought you said the person wasn't outside the vehicle.
No, you're misunderstanding or you're taking it out of context, actually. So the pictures that I testified to were all demonstrative photos of different scenarios for the shooting.
So the person could have been outside the vehicle?
No.
Okay,
what
but
I testified is that somebody was inside the vehicle, but the pictures that you're referring to are you're saying that I only considered one option when I have multiple options for this.
Okay, I'm asking for you to show me the other demonstrative scenario that you presented or that you devised in your examination with the shooter inside the vehicle.
There's another one outside right there.
I noticed.
There's another one right here, 6726.
You can make it bigger so we can all see.
I didn't know if you wanted me to.
No, please.
It's another one outside of the vehicle.
Oh, he's outside again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Outside the vehicle. It's another one that we discussed during direct, where he would be up against the person seated in that seat.
And where is the shooter?
Outside of the vehicle.
Thank you.
Another one. We're only talking about Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say that after reviewing all those photographs, the only demonstrative scenario you devised was the one that we discussed that is depicted in
6719.
6719.
67.
That's the only.
Well, there's actually multiple pictures of 6719 at different distances, actually.
Okay, show.
They're all in here. All
Do
of
tell.
these are all different distances for 6719.
The screen is yours.
So you have this one. Let me swipe it. There's two. That just shows the distance for that one. Another distance. There's another one.
Wait a second. What number is that?
6720.
In 6720, the gentleman in the dark glasses is even in a more clownish, awkward position, isn't he? He's in a more awkward position, is he not?
He is in, actually, that's why I wanted you to sit down and finish your first question, because it would make a little more sense to finish that one to explain where you're going with this. Because where you're going with this isn't going to help if I can explain my thought process on the injuries and the distances.
You can retake the stand. Thank you. So, 6720. And the other similar photographs showing the two people in that position at whatever distance the muzzle of the gun is away. The person who got shot, Mr. Thomas, the person who did the shooting would have had to miss from that distance and hit Mr. Thomas in the hand according to your scenario, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Not miss. I think he shot him in the hand.
Oh, he deliberately shot him in the thumb.
I think he was firing. So this is where you're not letting me sit down there to explain this. But you got to be there too.
Okay.
I don't think.
Let's sit down together.
I'll take that seat.
This one? Okay.
All right, so we have a little gap between us, right?
It's a big gap.
It holds 2 drinks.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm Thomas. You're holding a gun, right?
Oh, you've turned now.
Well, hell yeah, you're pointing a gun at me.
Okay.
So that's a defensive. Like, whoa, stop.
Okay.
So that's where we're gaining distance now.
Okay.
All right. So that's where that shot came in because what do you think, he's just going to go like that? There's no stippling here. So he's backing up. He's saying, whoa.
Right.
Okay.
And then
he gets shot. And then looks down or somehow looks at his thumb and gets shot.
Okay.
So I think that he's leaning to get away. He wants to get away. He has a gun pointed at him.
Okay. So he's leaning to get away after he gets shot in the hand, and he says, "Oh wow, I got shot. Let me look straight ahead and get shot in the side of the face."
He could be opening the door to try to get out and get shot in the face because he's doing something that's making him look forward. So he's like this, don't shoot me, gets shot, and now he's looking for an escape plan, and there's some reason he's looking forward.
That's everything you came down here to tell me. Right?
Well, yeah, because he lets me do this.
Okay.
Plus he's smarter.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to move on to something else for now. You indicated I want you to take a look at 6722. This was a scenario that involved the firearm or the shooter being outside the car.
Correct.
And if you would observe in your depiction there, the person who's shooting is looking above the car and sticking his hand not quite inside the vehicle all the way, but up to maybe his elbow?
Beyond the elbow.
A tad?
Well, I don't know approximately how much, but beyond the elbow.
And you
almost to the armpit, actually.
And you opined during your direct testimony that you think it's not likely that the person could be standing outside and get that angle because his arm would have had to have been pressed up against the person in, assuming there was somebody there, in the rear driver's seat.
Correct.
And of course that would be rude, and you wouldn't want to be rude in a shooting.
Well, I mean, if there was somebody sitting there also and you have a gun pointed at you, I would, it's human nature to try to probably hold the person. It's, who is going to let somebody hold up against them and with a gun in their hand?
Okay.
Without taking any action whatsoever.
So part of your analysis here wasn't dealing with just trigonometry and common courtesy, that's being rude, but also your psychology of what that person would have done.
Not necessarily. So for this particular demonstrative, that is my answer. If you have somebody being rude and pointing a gun across you, I would say that I would hold you. It's human nature to hold it. You want to protect yourself. You would want to make sure that nobody gets hurt. But that didn't happen, and we don't have any blood directionality coming this way. So this scenario, although it was hoisted, is not possible.
I just want to be clear. The reason that's not possible is two reasons. One, the shooter would be being discourteous by pressing up against the person in the rear driver's seat, assuming somebody was there, rear driver's side seat. And two, because you are assuming that that person would have grabbed the arm and therefore it couldn't have happened that way. That is your science that makes this shot, not what happened.
And what you're forgetting to mention is the blowback that's on the headliner that would be part of this shooting incident, which you would not, which I testified on direct that you would not have the blowback on the headliner if you had someone outside the car shooting Anthony Williams and shooting Christopher Thomas. So therefore you added rudeness, so I disagree. I agree it's rude to hold somebody up against their car like that, but at the end of the day, it's not possible based on the blood evidence and the trajectories of this that somebody was outside of this vehicle shooting into the vehicle.
At the end of the day, it's just not possible. It didn't happen that way.
Correct.
Okay. And I just need this jury to be clear on why, at the end of the day, the shooter was not outside.
Because we don't have the blood evidence and the trajectory to line up with somebody being outside of the car.
Okay. We have another picture here of, is this just another angle? We're talking about 6729. Is this just another angle of that demonstrative that we just saw?
Yes.
Okay. And in your demonstrative, the person doing the shooting isn't even bothering to take a look at his target. He's looking over the top of the vehicle. You see that?
Well, I don't think that we need to be focused on what he's looking at. We need to be focused on the position of the gun and his arm, because those are the two, well, specifically his arm, because his face is not going to fire a gun. His arm and hand is going to fire the gun. So we need to look at where that gun and hand is in order to make that determination.
Okay.
And like I said, it's all demonstrative in order to throw out, not necessarily throw out in a negative way, but to throw out possibilities or scenarios.
Okay, so if this, indulge me because we don't have anything for me to really demonstrate, but if this, for example, is the frame of the window, there's no way that the person could be like that inside and actually looking at what they're shooting? That's not possible to you.
So you're suggesting that somebody is reached fully into the car, stretching across somebody.
I didn't say anybody was in the rear passenger seat. You did. But I'm asking you, I'm asking you.
Excuse me, guys, one at a time.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry. I'm asking you if it's possible that somebody could actually have been looking through that window at where they're firing instead of looking at the moonlight.
So they would, if they're putting their body into the car, they would actually have to drop their arms down in order to obtain that shot for Anthony Williams, because it is at such a degree that it exits out the front of his head and into a window, through a window. So dropping your arms in there, I just don't, it's not possible.
Okay, you do realize we're still talking about Christopher Thomas, which is the person.
Okay, I understand. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you. Yeah, sorry.
You realize we're talking about Christopher Thomas?
Yes.
Who is the person that the photograph up on screen 6729 relates to?
Right.
Okay.
So
let's deal with him before we get to Mr. Williams.
Let me answer.
Okay.
So I testified earlier that this is one shooting incident without the possibility of changing guns. So therefore, both victims are included in a simultaneous shooting incident. So you can talk about Thomas or Williams. Specifically, you're talking about Thomas and an angle that could be obtained, but keep in mind what you're saying would have to be lined up with Williams as well, and that's why we can't agree to your theory. We have to agree to, your theory has to match the shooting incident, which is simultaneous.
Okay. I have not, thank God, been in a shooting incident myself. But I have seen on TV where somebody with a...
Speculation, counsel testified.
Rephrase your question.
If somebody with a firearm says, freeze, don't move, could it cause the people inside that vehicle to freeze and not move?
When I work the streets, I tell people to freeze and don't move, and they keep running. So I would disagree.
That's your answer to that?
Objection, argument,
Sustained.
These people we're talking about in the scenario I'm presenting to you, sir, are seated inside a vehicle. And somebody is outside and says, freeze, don't move. Do you allow for that possibility?
The possibility that, no, you don't allow for it. I'm not allowing for it because we could sit here until we're both blue in the face and discuss possibilities. And the possibilities that you're suggesting, I don't agree with. Basically, the shooting happened from somebody inside the car. The blood evidence shows that it happened from inside the car. The angles show that it happened from inside the car. So any suggestion of it happening outside of the car I would not entertain because it's not possible.
Except when called upon to disprove the scenario that I presented to you, you can't do it with science and trigonometry.
objection, argument,
Sustained.
You are telling me that the scenarios that I presented to you are impossible because of your assessment of whether or not somebody would have grabbed his arm and whether or not somebody would have taken off running. Is that what you're saying?
So the scenarios that you're presenting to me do not line up with the angles into the bodies. Those angles are set. Those angles have been completed. They don't change. The angle into Anthony Williams' head does not change. The blood spatter that comes onto the headliner and the directionality that it's going, which is it's heading towards the backseat driver passenger, does not change. So anything that you suggest would not obtain the results that are inside that car right now.
Okay, let's move on. I want you to take a look at photo 6733. We could take a restroom break if the court doesn't mind.
All right, we'll take a short recess, do not discuss the case, ladies and gentlemen. Don't form any opinions about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, certainly no research, just leave no pledge on the chair. All right, let the record reflect the jury stepped out, counsel ran along with the defendant. Need your restroom break? You good? All right, we're in recess. Always check with the defendant too.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. The Melly murder trial continues in Florida. We're going to go back in. More cross-examination, more of the shooting reconstructionist expert from the prosecution. This is Cross. Here we go.
That image we're seeing,
Right.
6719,
Yes.
you've seen people fire firearms in the position of the gentleman in the dark glasses.
That is called close quarter shooting. And like I said, I am after the fact on any shooting, but the purpose of that photograph is to show that you can fire a firearm like that.
And that you can fire a firearm like that requiring that ridiculous contortion, right?
How is that a contortion?
Okay. In any event, based upon your analysis, 6719 would be, image 6719 would be how the shooter would have to have been positioned in order to effectuate the shot that you say occurred, correct?
No. I stated that that picture is a demonstrative of showing that you can fire a firearm in close quarters just like that.
Okay. Well, you did not offer another photograph of how the shot that you claim took place from the back of that seat could have been effectuated. That's the only one you thought to present in your reports.
Actually, you have access to all of these photos.
Correct.
And we went through with the state multiple scenarios of different ideas or ideals of how this could have occurred inside the vehicle, and this is one of them of the multiple that were demonstrated.
So you're indicating that among these pictures here on this drive, there is another?
I believe there's three total.
Okay. May I have the witness step down, Your Honor?
6715 is one.
Okay. 6715, isn't that just?
Oh yes, that's correct. I thought that was standing up.
Okay.
I'll come up.
That's a stay. Come on.
See?
You want to write these down?
Sure. Well, actually, if you don't mind the witness testifying there, instead of me writing them down, why don't you just tap them as you go?
Okay.
That number is?
6722.
6722. Oh, this person is outside the vehicle, I see.
Correct. That's another demonstrative.
You gotta speak up, sir.
That's another demonstrative.
I thought you said the person wasn't outside the vehicle.
No, you're misunderstanding or you're taking it out of context, actually. So the pictures that I testified to were all demonstrative photos of different scenarios for the shooting.
So the person could have been outside the vehicle?
No.
Okay,
what
well,
I testified is that somebody was inside the vehicle, but the pictures that you're referring to are you're saying that I only considered one option when I have multiple options for this.
Okay, I'm asking for you to show me the other demonstrative scenario that you presented or that you devised in your examination with the shooter inside the vehicle.
There's another one outside right there.
So I'm definitely starting to believe Philip Dubé here. The defense better have their own expert, because I don't think they're doing a great job refuting the direct examination of this expert, because very clearly he went through some of these outside the vehicle scenarios, and yet defense counsel saying, well, what do you mean? You said it couldn't happen from outside the vehicle. Well, no, he anticipated that and addressed it. Sonny, what do you think?
I think that the defense needs to have, as Philip has stated earlier, their own experts. They need to have this in play. And before he started this line of questioning, he should have actually looked at the photos so he could determine which ones would best benefit him during his questioning, and not need the witness to come from the stand to help him identify what was necessary. I think this is not a good line of questioning for him, and that he needs to have his own people.
Yeah, I think,
and
Philip,
be ready.
you know, you're right. They probably could have cut this very short. We weren't even sure there was going to be this kind of expertise. We knew the Emmys were going to be on. They were on yesterday, one for Anthony Williams, one for Christopher Thomas Jr., and that was kind of, we thought, where it might end. But at some point, this guy was needed, this reconstructionist. And I think at this point it was a good move. What do you think?
It was an excellent move. If you remember yesterday, they tried to use the second doctor, I think it was Dr. Stoddard from the coroner's office, to try to conflate her expertise in forensic pathology and ballistics, you know, to try to get into some of the measurements, the projectile and the bullet pathways. And I think a jury might have a hard time accepting that type of opinion from a medical doctor. And I think that's why they had this as a backup. But I got to tell you, they need their own expert for the following reason, the defense does, and that is they want to get a jury instruction that says if the evidence is subject to two or more reasonable interpretations, one pointing toward guilt and one towards innocence, the jury is required to adopt the one pointing towards innocence. So what does that mean? The prosecution has their expert pointing toward guilt. The defense now needs an expert pointing towards innocence. Otherwise, without that conflict, the jury is stuck with accepting the prosecution's experts as true.
Yeah, that's a great point.
The problem.
And unless they totally discount the expert, which I don't see happening, at least based on what I've seen. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting. We do believe that this may be the last, if not one of the last witnesses for the prosecution. So we're going to get a sneak peek at the defense case very soon. Right now, though, a quick break. And we'll come back. More out of Florida. Jamel Demons on trial for the murder of two of his rap friends. We'll be right back.
What do you mean?
More water for the witness.
You can have this one.
Yeah, this one, no, this one is not even.
Oh, okay.
You know, you talk so much. I gotta keep the throat glued. Still Jens. I got one more.
Jury entering. All present? All right, let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys. The witness remains on the stand. Our jury is present. When we broke, you were still on your cross-examination, Mr. Howard. If you're ready, you may continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. You know, I got excited. Let me get some stuff I wanted to get out the way.
Okay.
The firearm that you're using in all of these demonstrations is a 9mm?
Yes.
6 Sauer?
Yes. Oh, you're good.
Another thing, we went through the part of your testimony concerning all the potential GSR that you retrieved.
Correct.
Identified, and you swabbed and sent to the lab for testing.
Down did, yeah.
That. And you're aware that none of them came back positive definitively for GSR.
So there's 3 particles to GSR, and what was collected were 2 particle GSRs. So there's elements of GSR in there, just not all three of them. And one of them will diminish over time. Obviously, I came into it 3 years later, so the nitrates one will tend to diminish over time. The barium will be around, and the lead will be around, and that's the other two particles. So those will stick around because they're stronger metals, but the nitrates that burn, they'll disappear relatively soon, which is generally on the gunshot residue collection kit that there is. It's recommended to collect GSR within 3 hours of the shooting due to wanting to collect those nitrates so that you can have 3 particles. But just because there's not 3 doesn't mean that it's not there. What was collected were 2 particle GSR, which is 2 of the 3 particles of gunshot residue.
Okay. See if you can follow. For there to be a definitive determination that the particles that are being tested represent GSR, there needs to be all 3, correct?
Correct.
And there were not all 3 in this instance, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you think they weren't all 3 is because the third one would have dissipated over time?
Correct.
And you were called in 3 years later?
Yes.
So the incompetence that would have occurred here, it's not your fault that what you're saying is this isn't your fault.
Well, I don't know if that's a fair question. I'm not saying that I'm wrong. I collected what I saw.
Okay.
If I was there on day 1, there would be 3 particle GSR.
You're speculating that there would be 3 particle GSR, correct?
Well, it would be within the time frame.
Right. But you don't know that it would have come back as GSR because there was no definitive determination made on the particles that you collected, correct?
It's not that there is no definitive. So RJ Lee will generally want, I gave you that report. Can I have it back?
This one?
Yeah. So they have on there, I believe it says 2 particle GSR, there's over 9.
Is it correct that as regards the samples that you retrieved, the result of the testing was total particles characteristic of GSR 0?
Correct. So in order to have that, can I have that back? In order to have that, you would need to have all 3. That's my argument. So if you look at the analytical results on page 2, where it says that there's total particles characteristics is 0, and then total 2 component particles is over 9. And it explains up here what 2 components are. And the 2 components, it says right here that 2 component and
You can't read from the report.
All right. 2 component and 1 component GSR are 2 component and 1 component particles are consistent with GSR.
Okay. But there is no definitive determination that an expert would make that it is GSR without all 3 components. Is that correct?
No, so you're missing the point. There are 3 components to GSR. The report that you just referenced states that they found 2 of the 3 components of GSR. Now, it is not normal for people to have in their car lead and barium. So lead and barium are going to be in the car from a GSR incident. So those are the 2 that were collected. The nitrates were not collected because it's 3 years after the fact for me.
Okay.
So,
Understood.
therefore, when it says one component, which is going to be the lead. Two component would be the other, which is barium. They are characteristics of GSR. And on that report, it states that two component particles, there are over 9. So that is everything but the nitrates. And if it was collected on day 1, you would have the nitrates. So your argument is not right.
Okay. So let's go now to we're at 6729. That's the photograph with the gentleman looking at the stars. Let's go to 6730 and get a clearer picture of 6730. 6731. This is another scenario that you posited.
Correct.
And in that scenario, you have someone holding the gun sideways and sticking their hand in the window like I have my phone in my hand right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't consider somebody back here sticking the gun in a way that would be natural to shoot as opposed to what you depicted.
So if I were to consider your scenario, the projectile would actually end up in the headliner and possibly through the roof, because that is a very sharp angle. You're on your knee and you're shooting in an upward position through the window, and it would not hit anybody but the car.
Okay, I'll give you that. This chair, you would agree, that I was trying to demonstrate on is lower than the car window. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
So I wouldn't have been on my knee. I was trying to give you a demonstrative. You can
You can't tell me that.
Okay. So if somebody were sticking their gun in a natural firing motion as opposed to sidearm, at the back of that window, at an angle that would have allowed the projectile to go through that window, that's not something you considered and thought maybe you might put in the picture as opposed to this guy with the sidearm action?
Well, again, we could go back and forth onto every possible scenario that you could have in your mind. I'm not going to entertain all of your scenarios. If you come up with one that would line up with the blood and the trajectories, then we can talk about that. But as far as your scenarios that are moot, I can't speak to them because they don't make sense.
Fair enough. Have you ever in your 19 plus years seen someone fire a firearm with their hand in the position that you see depicted in your demonstrative 6731? Ever?
Well, as you said earlier, maybe in the movies.
A bad movie.
Well, I mean, whatever movie you want to pick.
In real life, have you ever seen anybody at the range or anywhere fire a firearm in the way that you depicted that person in 6731? Ever?
I don't recall, but it is a possibility that a firearm can be fired in that position without jamming and strike a target.
Okay. Now let's move to 6732. Same picture, same angle.
Yes.
Right? 6733, same sideways gun angle from the other side of the car?
No, it's the same side.
I mean, the photo being taken from the other side of the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. 6734. The gentleman is holding the firearm again.
Same position.
Same position. 6735, same position.
Yes.
6736, same position.
Yes.
Okay. Now, of all the scenarios you could come up with to put in your report and to have demonstrated, every last one of them included somebody holding a firearm at an angle that you have never seen anybody hold it in your life.
No, that's an incorrect statement.
Okay. You were brought in to do a reconstruction, a shooting reconstruction, correct?
Yes.
And prior to doing that, you observed the shooting reconstruction that Miramar did, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said you took one look at it and you knew you had to start from scratch, right?
Yes.
The terms that you use is what Miramar did was the worst thing you had seen in your life, right?
Yes.
Okay, because they used string and some kind of gum, putty.
Putty.
And first of all, in their depictions or in their reconstructions, they had the string sagging.
Yes.
They also had all the strings from all of the perforations tied to the same lamppost, right?
Yeah, to the ruler, like a ruler thing.
The ruler?
I think it was a ruler.
Which didn't make sense at all.
No, that would surmise that the shooter stood there and made miraculous rounds.
Okay. And that, so just to be clear, what Miramar did before you took over was totally incompetent, in your professional opinion.
Improper characterization.
It lacked training.
Okay. When you said it's the worst thing you had seen in your life, your words, what you meant to say was it lacked training.
Well, it's the same thing. I mean, I don't like to be rude, but it lacks training.
Okay. So if you weren't being rude, you would say that it was an incompetent exercise and investigation.
Sustained. Let's move on. You got your point.
Okay, thanks. And then, when you took over, the first thing you asked the state to do was tell you who, strike that. Did the state tell you who they thought the shooters were?
Question hearsay.
Excuse me, motion silent.
So, did the state tell you who they thought the shooters were?
The state advised me of who the defendants were.
Okay. And they asked you what? What was the analysis they asked you to conduct with respect to the two people they had already identified?
To determine if it was a drive-by shooting or not.
That was the only purpose?
Yes.
Okay. And you asked the state to go and get you the heights of the two defendants that they had already identified, right?
Yes.
And they obliged?
Yes.
Okay. And did you take the measurements yourself?
Yes.
You have your report there?
Yes, sir.
I want you to refresh your recollection.
Projection, proper engagement.
Okay. You determined. Give me a second. After you did you took measurements of Cortland Henry and of Melly, Jamel Devin, right?
Yes.
And you reduced them, you memorialized them in your report, right?
Yes.
And you determined that Cortland Henry's height was 70.5 inches.
Correct.
Which would be how much in feet and inches?
5 feet 10.5.
5 feet 8.5.
So 60 inches is 5 feet. So 10 inches after that. 5, 10.5.
5, 10.5? Okay.
Am I wrong?
I don't know if that's fine. 70 inches. Let's just leave it at that.
70.5, yeah.
And you determined that his shooting height was 60 inches.
Correct.
How did you determine that?
So that was from him standing in a standing position, his arm extended out at 90 degrees, and a measurement was obtained from the ground to his finger.
Okay. Could you stand up, if you don't mind, Your Honor, and demonstrate what you determined was a shooting height?
Yes.
Okay. So, stay there for a second. When you say shooting height, stay silent. You mean hand out at 90 degrees? No. Okay. So, when you are determining, stay up there for a second. All right. So, when you say 90 degrees, you are assuming that that person was not shooting at that trajectory or that, correct?
No, not correct.
Okay, but your analysis only took that angle into account.
No.
For the standing shooting height.
So you have two different heights. Two different heights that are made into account. So the one that we just talked about, and then we have squatting with the hand out.
Okay.
At 90.
All right.
So now we have what you just asked for, that window. Follow?
Okay. So you determined a standing shooting height of 60 inches, and you determined that by measuring the tip of Cortland Henry's arm from the ground with his arm extended at 90 degrees from his body.
Yes.
Okay, you can sit there. And then you also determined you called it a squatting shooting height of 28 inches. You right?
I keep tripping with this thing.
Off the wires. I'm sorry, let's see what we can.
Sorry about that, Jeff. Anchor. Just don't trip. Okay. And you also determined what you refer to as a squatting shooting height of 28 inches, right?
Yes.
And when you say squatting, I think the demonstration you made was doing so.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And you determined that to be 28 inches.
Yes.
Okay. Now, for Jamel Demons, you determined him to be 4.5 inches shorter.
66 inches.
His standing shooting height was
57 inches.
And his squatting shooting height was
31 inches.
So even though he was 4 inches shorter, his squatting shooting height was 3 inches higher than the taller person, Cortland Henry.
Yes, so torsos, you can have a longer torso than Henry. So you can have longer legs but a shorter torso, or a longer torso but shorter legs. So that's how that works to be that way.
So essentially what you're saying is that Cortland Henry has so much more of a deeper squat or a shorter torso that when he squats and extends his arm at 90 degrees, it is 3 inches lower than someone who is 4 inches shorter than him.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That's what you say, right? Okay. All right. Now, what did you use these measurements in order, what did you use them for? How did you use them in your analysis?
So these measurements were used to determine a minimum and a maximum shooting distance from the vehicle.
Okay. I want you to tell me, and you were talking about the perforations that were on the outside of the vehicle.
And to the and yeah, anything from the outside of the vehicle, nothing on the inside.
Okay. So I want to use this red pointer. And let's say, for example, you had an angle like so, right?
Okay.
Into the side of the vehicle. How would you use somebody's height to determine where they were?
Action, Your Honor, outside the scope of direct. May I approach?
Sure. Okay. So, let's assume this rod was at that angle. Okay? A perforation in the vehicle came from that angle.
Okay.
You would agree with me that somebody standing here and shooting could make that angle.
Yes.
And somebody taller than me standing here could make that angle as well.
Yes.
Okay. And this is not the outside of the car. This is the outside of the car, just for purposes of this demonstration.
Okay.
And somebody shorter than me could be here and make the same angle, correct?
Yes.
So, in order for you to come up with a distance for a shooter, you would have to be locked in to whatever that height is, right?
No.
No? Okay, tell me how.
So you could take, just going to refer to that worksheet that I showed you earlier. Mr. Howard, are you ready?
I am, sir.
I'm going to try to do this as painless as possible.
Thank you.
So, in order to get minimum, and just stick with me here, in order to obtain minimum and maximum distance for a shooter, when you have a known height, I would take, let's say for instance, the minimum height. I would take the minimum height minus the strike mark height, times that by the tangent of the angle, times pi divided by 180. Now, that being said, say I don't have a distance, or I'm sorry, a height for the shooter. And when you don't have a height for the shooter, you would somewhat reverse these numbers. I'm just going to say somewhat, just to make it easier to understand. You would somewhat reverse these numbers to where you would obtain a minimum and maximum height for a shooter. So,
but you'd have to know where the shooter was standing.
No.
Okay.
So once you have your strike mark, your entry, right, and I put the rod in there, and I get a height of the rod, I get a height of the strike mark, I get a length of the rod, and I get an angle, right? So from there, I would be able to work backwards to determine a minimum and maximum height for a shooter.
Okay.
And that I recently did with an outside agency from the sheriff's office, where they brought a card to me and wanted to know what the possible heights of the shooter are. I can only give a minimum and a maximum, and I gave them a minimum and maximum height of, and just stick with my answer here, of between 5.47 feet tall and 5.95 feet tall. Okay. And I said, hold on, can I just finish?
Okay.
And I said to them that it looks to me that the shooter was directly in front of this car, right at the very bumper, when he fired into, or she fired into this windshield. The detective then showed me the video, and it's exactly what happened. The shooter was directly in front of the car. So that tells me that my math was correct, and giving them, and determining his distance, and then determining a height. So you have to inverse the trig in order to get the answer to your question. And that, we could be here all day doing all that math.
Okay. Let me get back to my question in this case.
Right. I thought I answered it.
Okay. Because in that other case, they had a video showing where the person was and how tall they were, but they called you in to tell them how tall they were in the video, right?
But I didn't know that they had that video.
Okay, all right. In this case, you talk about the length of the rod.
Correct.
As being part of your, part of the constants, part of the things you know.
Yes.
Okay. The length of the rod is meaningless unless the length of the rod is supposed to represent the distance from which the person is standing.
No.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that in your trigonometry, if this rod were half the distance and not as long as it were, as it is, you would get a totally different number with that same trajectory. Is that what you're saying?
With that same trajectory, can I put it in my formula here again?
I want you to answer my question.
I can't do it without doing the math. I don't know your answer right off the top of my head. That's an unfair question.
Well, let me ask you a different way. You said one of the things that you know is the angle of insertion or the trajectory into the car and the length of the rod.
Correct.
And I'm asking you that if you do your analysis with a rod that is half that length, will it change your analysis at all?
The length of the rod, keep in mind, the length of the rod is based on the terminal end of the projectile.
That's one end. The length of the rod
So
is
what's sticking out from the hole, from the entry, that's what gets measured. Not the whole rod. So the whole rod going in to terminal, what's sticking out of our hole, if you will, that's the measurement when I say length of rod.
Okay, and the only significance of the length of the rod that is protruding from the hole, the only significance is if the end of that rod is supposed to tell you where the person is, because otherwise the length of the part protruding does nothing other than to indicate the trajectory to you.
The length of the rod has nothing to do with where the person is.
Okay, fine. So, if you have nothing but an angle, you don't have the person's height, and you don't have the distance away from which that person was, you're telling this jury that you can determine the height of the person with nothing more than a trajectory rod, and it's based on the length of the rod.
It's based on more than that.
But you do not have the variables of where they're standing, and you do not have the height of the shooter.
I can get the height of the shooter.
Okay. One of the things that you would do in your analysis if you were on this case in the inception is take measurements of the actual shell casings on the scene, right?
100%.
And you would do that in order to try and triangulate where that person may have been standing.
Correct. So the firearm is obviously going to eject, most of them eject to the right. So they'll eject to the right. It's a spontaneous distance. However, it's something of significance that would want to be documented.
Because it gives you some idea of where the person may have been standing.
It gives you an idea of, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, and in this case, the Miramar Police Department did not take any of those measurements.
Correct.
Okay, and that handicapped your investigation, at least in some measure.
It didn't necessarily handicap it, but it could have made it for a more, it could have made it more, or just brought it more together if the measurements were there. So if I bring the car out there like I did, and I have measurements of where these shell casings are, and then I have measurements of where my shooters are, and then I can I can make a diagram of where my shooter is, where the casing is, where the shooter is, where the casing is. That would make for a more precise report. Okay. Which, we measure everything. We measure all of our casings at the sheriff's office.
Okay. Now, in doing your analysis in this case, and we're talking about the analysis concerning who may have shot into the car, the universe of people that you were considering were the two people, the two defendants that the state identified for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if anybody else on the planet shot into that car, that wouldn't be a consideration that you made in your analysis, correct?
The shooters that were presented to me is what I'm here to testify about. I can't speak for anybody else.
Okay, so your analysis is limited to an analysis of the two people who the state identified for you.
Correct.
Okay. And in doing that analysis, you at first determined that it was more likely that Mr. Demons shot into the car than Cortland Henry. Right?
Correct.
And then we took your deposition. Right?
Right, and then I realized that I used his actual height for the back of the vehicle.
Okay. And then you revised your report and you then concluded that it could have been either one of them.
It could have been both for the entire event on the outside of the car.
Okay. Do you think that the fact that you only came up with Mr. Demons initially was influenced by the fact that that's what the state was telling you?
No. I think that it was influenced by the fact that, as you stated earlier, with your demonstrative there with the rod, when I used his actual height, it made him taller.
Okay. So essentially, you had made a mistake because you used the wrong numbers, right?
Because for the back of the car, I used his height.
Okay. And when you revised it, you determined that it could very well have been Cortland Henry that shot into the side of that car.
It could be both, actually. So it brought Mr. Demons' height to where it should have been for the back of the car. For the back of the car and the side of the car, it could have been both of them.
Okay. Now, when you did your assessment of this vehicle, you said you were wearing these Smurf suits, right? And it was so as not to contaminate the scene.
To contaminate the car, yes.
The crime scene, and the crime scene in this case was the car.
Correct.
The interior of the vehicle.
Yes.
And you discovered two projectiles that had been sitting there for 3+ years and had not been discovered.
Correct.
And you also determined that there was blood splatter on the headliner that had not previously been detected.
Blood spatter.
What did I say?
Splatter.
Spatter. Okay. Thanks. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that that car had been searched at least 3 times before.
I had no idea how many times it's been searched.
Okay. And do you know if they were wearing Smurf suits when they were rummaging through the car?
I have no idea. I wasn't there.
Now, the blood on Cortland, the blood on that yellow, what was it, a jacket?
I don't know quite what that was.
I want to show you
raincoat or something.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 31. Matter of fact, let me put it up here.
Can I look at them first, sir?
Sure.
It just distorts something. Switch it over for me.
want to talk about these.
Not just. Let me get a paper clip for those.
While I go through that, you're going to read that.
Can we take a break?
This needs to do.
Sorry, we need a break.
Please.
All right, we'll be in recess. Ladies and gentlemen, just leave you know, page on the chairs. Remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research. All right? Like the jury's been excused, Councilor Mann, along with the defendant. Mr. Devins, you need a restroom break? No? How much more time you have, Councilor?
I shouldn't be more than a half an hour max, if that much.
And how much do you have on redirect, Councilor?
I have to go through my notes, probably about 30 minutes.
So we're not going to get done tonight.
No.
All right, thank you. For recess.
You want my suggestion?
Kind of a defense theory. I think that he has a pretty good idea where he's going to go, and I think he's trying to get tidbits out of this witness. It may be that they don't really have a defense witness to counter him, and so all he's going to end up having, he knows, is the tidbits that he can get. So he's willing to take the sort of it's sort of a bad look, some of it, and he's letting the expert kind of tell the prosecution story again on his own cross. And, Perry Mason doesn't do that. But in the real world, he may figure this is all he can get. Or he may be running around right now trying to find a defense expert to do his own reconstruction to counter this. And one thing that's very interesting, we were just talking about whether the defense theory is going to be that this was a stop-by and not a drive-by. And they're probably not committed to one story or another. If the evidence is more consistent with a stop-by, the defense may be planning to argue that the car was somehow stopped. Somebody came over looking like they were needing distress. They were asking for directions. They were doing something, some kind of diversion. And then when the victim was diverted, that's when they shot him. And that would explain why the shooting could have been close up. The blood splatter could have been from a close-on shooting. The shooting would have been outside the car, into the car, but at very close range, something you wouldn't have with a drive-by, of course,
And of course
if they were both speeding by.
That's exactly what the defense wants you to think, because if it is from inside the car, well, then that puts the finger back on Jamel Demons and, of course, Cortland Henry, not sitting at the defense table. Sonny, as we see this testimony continue to unfold, I do think he's finally making a point here or there. I'm not sure if the risk-benefit analysis pays off for him, but it may be just as David says. What if you don't have an expert? You didn't have one planned, and now you're looking at some work if you find one that's willing and able to step on board at this point.
I think my co-guest was absolutely correct, something that I had not thought about. But it does give more leeway to why the defense is taking this amount of time and asking the questions that almost seemed like he was going down a rabbit hole. However, if you turn the lens, just like my co-guest said, then, what David was correct. He's saying a stop by, as we talked about, not the drive by. All of these things would make sense. I still think he needs to wrap it up so the jury does not get lost. And if he needs to have his expert, then he just needs to put that person on. And if not, then this is the testimony that is going to be necessary.
Okay, well, let's go back into court, guys. This is, again, more cross-examination of the prosecution witness, the reconstructionist who's put all these bullets into all these trajectories and is trying to explain to this jury how they might have originated, what position, how far from any victim, how far from the vehicle. Let's go back to court.
Let's assume this rod was at that angle. Okay, a perforation in the vehicle came from that angle. Okay. You would agree with me that somebody standing here and shooting could make that angle?
Yes.
and somebody taller than me standing here could make that angle as well.
Yes.
Okay. And this is not the outside of the car. This is the outside of the car, just for purposes of this demonstration.
Okay.
And somebody shorter than me could be here and make the same angle, correct?
Yes.
So, in order for you to come up with a distance for a shooter, you would have to be locked in to whatever that height is, right?
No.
No? Okay, tell me how.
So you could take, just going to refer to that worksheet that I showed you earlier.
Sure.
Mr. Howard, are you ready?
I am, sir.
I'm going to try to do this as painless as possible.
Thank you.
So, in order to get minimum, and just stick with me here, in order to obtain minimum and maximum distance for a shooter, when you have a known height, I would take, let's say for instance, the minimum height. I would take the minimum height minus the strike mark height, times that by the tangent of the angle, times pi divided by 180. Now, that being said, say I don't have a distance, or I'm sorry, a height for the shooter. And when you don't have a height for the shooter, you would somewhat reverse these numbers. I'm just going to say somewhat, just to make it easier to understand. You would somewhat reverse these numbers to where you would obtain a minimum and maximum height for a shooter. So,
but you'd have to know where the shooter was standing.
No.
Okay.
So once you have your strike mark, your entry, right? And I put the rod in there, and I get a height of the rod, I get a height of the strike mark, I get a length of the rod, and I get an angle, right? So from there, I would be able to work backwards to determine a minimum and maximum height for a shooter.
Okay.
And that I recently did with an outside agency from the sheriff's office, where they brought a car to me and wanted to know what the possible heights of the shooter are. I can only give a minimum and a maximum, and I gave them a minimum and maximum height of, and just stick with my answer here, of between 5.47 feet tall and 5.95 feet tall. Okay. And I said, hold on, can I just finish?
Okay.
And I said to them that it looks to me that the shooter was directly in front of this car, right at the very bumper, when he fired into, or she fired into this windshield. The detective then showed me the video, and it's exactly what happened. The shooter was directly in front of the car. So that tells me that my math was correct, and giving them and determining his distance, and then determining a height. So you have to inverse.
Not to worry about it. So, Howard?
Yes, sir.
I don't know where you're at with your cross, and I don't want you to break, like, exactly, but you can find a spot if you're not gonna be close to, you need more if you have now. 10 to 5, 15 to 5, so you go for a while and just find a place where it's convenient or breaking point for you. All right?
I'm thinking maybe we could let it all early, I'll just do what I'm doing now, and then we can just cut it. It'll be a little bit before 5. Okay, thank you.
We're supposed to tell the jury to let him go at 5 o'clock.
I love that.
All right?
I think they should go home at 4:48.
I think you should tell them the temperature.
They know.
They know. They're all wearing coats and winter coats.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, our witness remains on the stand. Counsel, you can continue with your cross-examination of the sergeant.
Thank you. Sergeant, I want you to look at this exhibit. Now it no longer has the number on the back. What is this?
31?
31. State's Exhibit 31 is this yellow jacket. It's a composite exhibit, so it has multiple photographs. And it concerns, at least part of it, the yellow jacket. See that?
The yellow jacket?
Yes.
Yes.
And here is a closer view. Okay? What I want you to do first is tell me whether or not this, you can determine if that is a knit fabric or it is the fabric consistent with outerwear such as a jacket. Can you determine that from your view?
I think I might need the photo back again. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Do you want me to come to you?
Are you done with it? Sorry. What you say?
Yes, it looks like some type of knit fabric, but almost similar to a curtain.
A curtain?
Like very not like silk, but somewhere like a thicker fabric.
Okay, like some kind of a little, well, let me take a, I'm not sure if polymer is the right word, but
So that's a plastic.
yes.
You think it's plastic?
Okay, this is an outer raincoat.
Is it in evidence?
May I suggest using the USB? It's going to be a lot better quality than yours.
Okay, I'm being offered some assistance. And I'm going to check. Thank you. See that?
Yes, so yeah, this picture is much better. This is some type of rubbery type surface.
Right. Okay. And because it's this rubbery outer garment kind of raincoat, so you could tell that this was some kind of a smear.
Correct. So blood dries from the outside in, and in my opinion, can you keep it still 1 second there?
Yeah, I'm trying to get the full view for you.
So this is, to me, as I testified to another item, and I don't recall if it was this one, but so this is, it was to the seat. So this is what's called transfer, which is a blood-bearing object touching a non-blood-bearing object.
And in this case, the non-blood-bearing object would be the jacket.
Correct. Okay. So the blood-bearing object resembles, let me make sure I'm still in drawing mode. Yep. A finger.
Okay.
And also another finger. Specifically, and I'm going to put it in a different color so that it can be noted. Specifically for that second one that I identified, specifically right here. That would be the curve of that finger coming in, joints, joint. It looks like a finger. So it's a blood-bearing object being a hand touching a non-blood-bearing object. And the blood-bearing object had enough blood on it that it caused it to actually spill over, if you will. So all of this spilt over when it was laid down or whatever. And then, as I said earlier, blood dries from the outside in. And since it was dry, the outside was molested, and it was molested down here, and then that transfer ended up coming over to here as well. So it was touched at least 2 times by a subject with blood on their hands.
Okay. I'm going to take your word for all of that.
Okay, thank you.
But what we're looking at there, you're saying you see 2 fingerprints there?
Hold it still?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me bring up my fancy drawer here.
Wait, before I go there, strike that.
Okay. Hold on.
You see the ridges within that blood mark right up top there.
So the ridges that you see are actually the ridges of the item itself.
Okay, so I just want to make sure. So these ridges are the coat and not a fingerprint, right?
Correct.
Okay, but you're saying, notwithstanding the absence of ridges consistent with a fingerprint, you have identified by shape that whatever bloody surface transferred the blood onto this item were at least 2 fingers.
Right, so can you zoom it back out?
Sure.
And
Like so?
let's get the whole thing, bring it up a little, maybe center it. There we go.
All right.
And so what I'm saying is it resembles, it's consistent with a finger. So again, you have a finger. Whoa, how did I get so big? What did I do wrong? I got it, never mind. Okay. So you have a finger here, and you have the knuckle and a knuckle of your hand, and then you have the other finger here, right here, which these resemble fingers, knuckle, knuckle. And then again, as I stated, that blood dries from the outside in. This blood over here was all not dried yet, and then you have some molestation of this blood by an unknown object to me, and that originates actually at that crest where it's an empty spot, and it comes down this way. So, but as I stated earlier, there is enough blood on this suspected hand that when this, we'll call it a raincoat, was laid down in the back of this Jeep, that it allowed for pulling the coat to extend out, and that's a substantial amount of blood for that raincoat.
Okay. All right. So the question that I wanted to ask you is whether or not you had an opportunity. I guess I need to stick this in there. Let me get thumbnails on this thing. Let me get thumbnails.
They're charging you for this assistance.
Oh, okay.
Big one.
Thank you so much. Now this was Cortland Henry's shirt on which, from which blood was retrieved, right?
Okay.
And as distinguished from the jacket, which had a material that allowed you to determine that it was a transfer smear, on a fabric that's a knit like this, you can't tell whether the blood on that is from some sort of transfer, right?
So if the shirt, first of all, it's inside out, so I can't really make a determination on it as it is. However, if you have this shirt where it would appear as cast off.
My question to you is, the blood that was retrieved, that was found on Cortland Henry's shirt, you don't know how it got there?
I posited that the blood from the front of his shirt is from Anthony Williams' blowback, and the blood on the back of his shirt is from Christopher Thomas's two rounds that he took.
I understand.
But do we have a picture of this shirt the other way around as it would be worn?
I don't know. I know you posited that it was blowback, and just to be clear, your scenario was him sitting still with a .40 caliber being shot from behind his neck, and he does not move, and it came back onto him and splattered, right?
Well, I don't blame him for moving. I mean, we have a firearm going off. I don't think I would move either.
Okay. Okay. All right. Then it's not this. Where is? It's a white T-shirt. This. Yes.
Help with the pictures?
No, no. I think these are. This is everything.
The front.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Is there any way to rotate it, Mr. Howard? To rotate it to position.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then zoom in.
You're saying that it's not possible that that could have...
Oh, can you read it back?
I didn't do that.
It's sensitive.
You're saying that it's not possible that the blood on that shirt got there any other way than a blowback.
That is not cast off at all.
That is blood spatter from somebody being shot. That's
Correct.
the only possible way that
and
could have
it's
happened.
actually relatively consistent with the blowback that's on the headliner as well.
Okay, so I'm just understanding that your opinion is that there's no way that that blood got onto that shirt other than blowback from a gunshot.
Correct.
Okay, and your reasoning is?
Well, he was wearing the shirt. He was seated in that position. A gun strikes Mr. Williams. The blowback goes into the air and lands on him, lands on the headliner, lands on the back seat.
Okay, so all of the reason why you're saying that it's impossible that it got there any other way is because you're assuming that he was sitting in the seat, in the driver's seat at the time the shot was fired.
Well, I'm not assuming because it's clear in the pictures that there is no blood on that seat, and the explanation for that is because somebody is in that seat.
And it's Cortland Henry, you know that for sure.
If whoever is driving that car.
So the car was moving at the time these shots were being taken?
Whoever was driving it, whoever was seated in that seat.
Whoever was seated in that seat.
Correct.
Okay.
But that's cast. Can I look at the back one?
Okay. That's actually the front.
That's the sweatshirt. This is the t-shirt he's asking me to see.
He wants to see the back.
That's the back.
Okay.
The back is the large logo.
Okay.
Okay.
The back.
Yeah, that's not going to be.
I didn't do that. It's
I
on the
think you
back
did.
side.
That's not transfer either.
Okay, that's definitely coming from blowback.
Yes.
Okay. And your, the reason that you are saying that is?
It's shape, it's consistent with, and it's coming down. It's coming from a up and down onto the shirt, and it can try not to touch it.
I'm not touching.
So, all right, we'll use white. So this is actually, what the hell? White. So this is actually, coming down, and this is coming down also. So this is coming from above. I'm sorry, I'm losing the microphone. This is blood coming from above the shirt. So that's not going to be transfer.
Okay.
So this is blood that's in the air and coming down onto the shirt. And that's what I'm reading in these photographs for the back of the shirt as well.
Okay, you done with that?
Yes, sir.
And the only way that blood can come from up down onto a shirt is if it's coming out of a wound when a bullet hits the person.
Correct.
That's
So it's going to be coming, and it's not necessarily that it's going to be. It's, you know, if you shoot somebody in the arm, it's not necessarily going to cause as much blowback as the head. So the head is the one that's creating the majority of this blowback.
Okay. Now would be a good time, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pick it up tomorrow, so remember the admonition, do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence, and certainly no research.
Just leave your notepad on your chair, just see everybody back tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
Judge, it's okay to leave my stuff here?
Just 1 second. Please don't sign it. Let the record reflect the jury stepped out, Councilman Manuel was defendant, and the assistant state attorney. Anything to discuss, guys?
Just one thing, Your Honor. Today, this afternoon, the defense counsel filed a notice of deposition for this Friday without consulting with myself or Ms. Smith at all as to our availability. I am not available for a deposition on Friday, as I have other hearings and things that have been set at the time that's selected. So I was going to ask if Your Honor would be so kind as to intervene and perhaps tomorrow have it set for tomorrow afternoon and to vote about on the depot tomorrow afternoon, because I think we will finish with Sergeant Williams, and then there's one of the records custodian for the morning that's a quick witness, and then we could use that afternoon to take the deposition.
Are you going to produce involved in it? Is that wrong with that?
Are you going to produce them?
I have been trying to serve the witness. He has failed to appear. So in terms of
The only reason I did that, Your Honor, and it's my fault, is we just recently got a new address on this witness. It is Trevion Glass. That was one of the witnesses that I had filed a motion for better address. We got a better address. We tried to serve him at various addresses. I filed numerous motions to exclude him. Judge Siegel would not grant that and basically said if the state produces him, we'll recess and take his deposition. As soon as I got that new address, we took the depot. They want to produce them tomorrow afternoon.
So you don't have a subpoena?
Oh, yes, we do. We did. We served a person at that house.
His mother was served. His mother was served at 5 o'clock last night.
Good.
So we scheduled it for Friday because we're off on that day. And we need time to transcribe that witness if the state is going to call him as a witness, and we didn't want any delay. If they want to produce him tomorrow and the court wants to recess early, I'll do whatever they want.
So Judge, my concern is that defense counsel said this unilaterally, and I've been here next to the court for the last 2 days. They obviously went about or taking steps to do this, not this way to serve, but took no steps to coordinate with the state. They have to do that. I cannot produce this witness. I cannot have service on him to get him to show up for a deposition on that. So I would just ask Your Honor.
Can I stop you for a second? Do you have service on him for the trial?
We've made several attempts, and in fact, Your Honor, I spoke with him myself. He indicated to me that he was not coming, and I asked him if I could arrange transportation, arrange a hotel. He said if I sent a plane for him, he would not show up. Those were his comments.
Well, and so then to follow up as to the next statement that he made to Ms. Smith, would you be so kind?
Yes, Your Honor. He did in fact tell me that he felt concerned for his safety, and the state requesting him to be here in Broward County was a risk to his life, and that the state had no concern for his safety, and he refuses to come here out of fear.
So
he refused to say who, Judge. I did ask him if he was threatened or requested not to appear by anyone, not insinuating from any specific person. He said, "What do you think?" And I said, "I can't speculate," and he refused to further comment.
But you have service on him?
We have a subpoena served, I think, on his mother, accepted service for Friday at 10:30.
And I'm waiting for the affidavit, or I would have filed it.
And yes, ma'am?
I'm available. I'm before Judge Siegel on a hearing on a different case on Friday morning.
What case?
Calvin Smith, that is a 2007 triple homicide that he has been in and out of the hospital. It's with regards to his placement, and if he's hit his mark of 5 years for continued incompetence or remaining that.
And how long is your hearing supposed to stay?
It is scheduled for an hour from, let me double check on this, it might be scheduled. It's scheduled from 11 to 12 on that. They set the deposition without any notice of attempt to coordinate with myself for 10:30.
Understood, and I understand they're supposed to try to coordinate with you, but regardless of that, because the circumstances in this case, or you suggest, it's all speculation, but if Ms. Smith indicated that he indicated he wasn't going to cooperate in any way, shape, or form, the chances of him showing up for this deposition are slim to none.
Agreed. My concern though is that this is the second deposition we've had the discussion, because then the next thing I have to bring up with Your Honor is we're going to have to coordinate an additional deposition because defense had deleted a witness from the witness list in March of 2022, and then now they just told me today that they are going to add that witness back on. So if I cancel the previously set deposition of this witness, and so now they're putting this on again last minute in terms of that. So we're going to have court intervention as well as to that scheduling and making sure everybody's available for that.
May I respond to that, Judge? She provided case law last week, I think last Friday, which now requires us to put that witness back on.
And we agreed to produce him next week.
Whatever she wants.
What,
it will
at
be
their
them.
command.
Who's the witness?
It would be our cell tower expert or cell phone.
So, pick a date next week and do it. What's the...
Yeah, it's good. Coordinate.
She told me whatever day she wants.
So we made attempts to coordinate, and they failed to make attempts to
We'll
coordinate.
coordinate.
We're just asking for the same courtesy.
No, we will.
This morning, I said, give me a date.
And
All right,
so,
that's a non-issue. Next week, they've agreed they'll produce this cell tower expert. All right. So let's go back to the witness, I forget his name.
Carry on glass.
So assuming, Ms. Smith, are you available on that date?
Not at certain times, but I also have been scheduling all my
No,
other
I
cases on
understand.
Yeah, I have Judge Fine in the morning, and I have a deposition at the jail at 1 p.m.
All right, so I don't know, how long is this deposition supposed to take if he shows?
It's set for 10:30. I would imagine that we would finish certainly by, well, if he doesn't show, we'll be out the door at 11. If he does show, I anticipate the depo would take somewhere between 1 and 2 hours.
and so, Your Honor, I also have other hearings that morning starting at 8:30. I am before Your Honor on the co-defendant on this case. I have 3 other hearings from Judge Davis, Judge Fine, and Judge Giveaw.
They're not going to work with you on either rescheduling, having somebody stand in, like for Mr. Henry's case. I mean, that's just the status.
No, there's been a motion set filed by defense.
I saw it.
So,
I can reschedule. It's not an issue. We talk to the defense, and if you're in trial, you're trying to pick a jury. I mean, I never pick a jury, but take a deposition of a witness. That, to me, that takes priority.
of course, Your Honor, I agree, but my just concern is that there's no professional courtesy from defense to this state.
I agree with
So can we
you.
just move it to the afternoon? I'm available later that afternoon if
They
you
don't
do it
have
at.
service on the witness in the afternoon. They have service on the witness in the morning. Where's the deposition supposed to be taken at?
This is Zoom deposition?
Well, we changed it to a state attorney.
At the state attorney?
Yes.
Yeah, he's.
To make it easy.
And this is a witness that is not local and doesn't live here? So is the deposition been served via Zoom or is it via personal service through our neighboring travel? Because this would be a witness that resides outside of the jurisdictional bounds of Broward County, and as such, we would be required to travel to his location to take the depo per the rules of criminal procedure.
There's a lot of information there. You got service on him through his mother, but it's not his residence?
Whatever the address they gave us, and they just gave it to us last week, we immediately attempted, and we knew we needed We figured we would take the depo on Friday so that we would have time to transcribe it and not cause any delay, because we're under the impression, and Your Honor did not grant the motion to exclude these witnesses, that we've attempted to take depots, attempted to serve them in numerous places over the last 2 years. They are listed as A witnesses. I suggest to the court that they are material witnesses if they show. And we're doing everything we can under the circumstances not to delay this trial. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
I understand what you said, I heard you. So this is my thought. I don't know who you have hearings with tomorrow. You mentioned Judge Fine, you mentioned Judge Siegel. I don't know what Judge Fine's schedule is or not. I don't know what Judge Siegel's schedule is or not, but I'm sure that is something that we can work out. I know as to the case you have with me, I'm sure it's something we can work out. So,
Of course, right. But again, I'm just being told now that I'm supposed to now provide a room.
I agree with you about you should have been noticed. I don't have any issue with it.
I take full responsibility and I apologize.
But the question is, what are we going to do now?
Well, if it's on Zoom, that's a lot easier, because then I can jump on and go from there. But for defense counsel to then all of a sudden make this here in person without any notice to the state seems highly irregular on that. So, because it's still going to be on Zoom, the witness can show up and then be told, we've moved it to this afternoon when everybody is available, and do it at 3 p.m. after Ms. Smith and I are available to take this witness's deposition.
So is it on Zoom?
We served him on Zoom for a Zoom, and we changed it because of how material he is.
So it's not on Zoom, it's supposed to be scheduled in person?
Yes, sir.
We'd be fine with striking the witness if the state
I mean,
wants.
exactly. If they say they've talked to him and he's not coming, just remove him from the witness list, for God's sakes. I mean, we've been trying to take his depo for 3 years, Judge.
So maybe have a go for him for wrongdoing because he feels threatened and can't be here in court.
All
right, so this is the way we're going to handle it, all right? The guy's noticed to be deposed. Now it's not a Zoom deposition, it's in person, it's inconvenient, it should have been noticed to you, da-da-da. I agree with all that. But we're in trial on a serious case, state seeking the death penalty. I mean, sometimes we have to change. They were able to get service on the witness. Let's see if he shows up. So if you need assistance with any of the judges, I'll take care of it. You let me know who it is. I'll either reschedule those hearings. I'll ask my office to do that. And we'll contact the judges. Just tell them that you're incapacitated because you're taking a deposition.
Not a problem, and just so I want to make sure that travel has been arranged for this witness, if we're doing it in person.
It's a 2-hour drive. I don't understand why you arrange to travel.
Pardon me?
It's a 2-hour drive, I believe, from his house to here.
I don't know any of that. To be candid with you, I don't typically arrange for travel or have it, but whatever the rules provide for, that's what the rules do.
If there's any travel expense, if he shows, we'll reimburse him.
All right, so let's just see what happens. My guess is if Ms. Smith's conversation is correct, he's not going to be here anyway. So let's just see what happens. All right?
May I suggest that the state attempt to call him tonight or tomorrow and see if he's going to show?
Or strike him.
Or in the alternative, strike him. I mean, Judge, we've tried like numerous times to get these witnesses.
For years.
I mean, we're in the middle of the trial.
Judge, may I just say that there has been this ongoing problem with respect to these witnesses. This particular witness now, we're being provided an address and simultaneously being represented by the state. He's not going to show. So we should probably stop with the charade regarding this particular witness and just strike it. If they're saying he's not going to be available, I don't know why we'd be jumping through hoops to waste our time. Just strike him from your list and we can all move forward.
Well, there's other remedies available to the court, the defense or the state.
So I'm not going to go around in circles, all right? So if the witness shows up for deposition, he shows up for deposition, and if he's going to testify, he'll testify, and we'll see what he says on Friday, is it? All right, so you just make yourself available for that. If you need the court to contact other judges to let them know what's going on, I will.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so just leave it as it is, and when are you going to let that council know the date you're taking the cell tower experts?
I'm looking in terms of scheduling and whatnot on that. We can do it on.
Exactly.
I'm gonna have to do a couple of schedule juggling on that because I just found that out. So I have other outside issues that I have to deal with. So.
Can I ask you to have a decision by, let's say, noon tomorrow as to when the witnesses to appear?
Of course, Your Honor.
Does that work for you, counsel?
Yes, Judge.
And this is not the witness that's in Hawaii?
No, he will be here. That was the other thing, because we were expected to start the defense on the 10th. Are we still on track to start our case on the 10th?
State's not resting tomorrow, Your Honor.
All right, so assuming that when this witness, his testimony is completed, who do you have next?
I have some record custodians, and then I have lots and lots of videos and photos to publish for the jury that have already been admitted.
And when do you anticipate doing that?
Tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll have other witnesses that aren't available until the 10th of July.
What other witnesses?
The lead detective for one.
So, and how long do you anticipate the lead detective, that's Moretti, Detective Moretti, is that right?
40 some odd search warrants that were written and issued and signed on this case.
Just give me an idea of the time, estimate. I'm not trying to hold you to it.
At least a day on direct, maybe longer. I couldn't.
So you say he's on for at most 2 days?
Maybe 3. I wouldn't say, just in terms of there's an hour and some long video to watch with him as well.
So it's not going to be on the 10th? Is he available next week? You want to do this? I mean, I know I told the jury, or I think your thing said we're out next week, but
Correct.
so that's no good. But the following week on the 10th.
And
So if you go to 10th, I'm sorry, 10th, 11th.
Can we approach on scheduling? So.
Something we're about to avoid. Straight now. All right, I don't know what you've arranged or not arranged for what's good for the goose is sauce for the gander, they say.
I think that's a correct statement.
So you can work it out.
Yes, sir.
And if you need assistance with other judges on scheduling for the deposition that was set by defense without the courtesy of letting you know up front, you let me know, I'll assist you with that deposition. Should go forward.
Understood, Your Honor. Can we have an order, though, from Your Honor, that no other depositions will be scheduled without coordination with both parties?
And hopefully that coordinate, I don't need an order to do that. It's the rules of criminal procedure. It's in there. You do the best you can, all right?
Yes, sir.
Have a good evening.
Have a good day, Judge.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. We're adjourned.
Stewart?
I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. It's Friday afternoon, and we are having our special lunch hour Q&A, but we have an added bonus for you this Friday. We're going to be taking your questions here for 2 hours. So submit them to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. And of course, this is all about the YNW Melly trial that's taking place in Broward County, Florida. It's a double murder trial, and Melly, whose legal name is Jamel Demons, faces 2 counts of first-degree murder and the possibility of the death penalty for the October 2018 shooting deaths of his 2 friends, Chris Thomas Jr., who went by YNW Giveaw, and Anthony Williams, who went by YNW Sack Chaser. Cortland Henry, who went by YNW Bortland, is a co-conspirator in this case, and he is charged separately and will go to trial at a later date. So as I mentioned, we'll be taking your questions as we always do. We're here for 2 hours, and we're really excited about it. Let's check in first with Terry Austin, who is here with us, fresh back from the Broward County Courthouse in Florida. Court is dark on Fridays. Terry, what were your thoughts? You were in the courtroom all week long.
Well, Anjanette, it was riveting. There was a lot going on. Judge Murphy was getting a little bit impatient with both sides. At one point, defense and the prosecution were bickering about documents, and the judge said, look, and he said this to the prosecution, just produce the documents, because earlier the prosecution was sanctioned because she failed to produce some documents. So I think there's a lot of tension between the attorneys, and frankly, the judge is just ready to get this trial moving. The witnesses were also very interesting. We had someone who was talking about the cell phone data on cross-examination. The defense was very good at showing basically there's no way to pinpoint anyone's phone in the car. It could have been on the ground, it could have been on the forest, and it was such a general area, and there's a lot of discretion as far as the distance where you cannot specifically pinpoint that. We also had someone who testified about the DNA, and Anjanette, this was extremely interesting because Melly's DNA was not on any of the items, and there were a number of items in that car, including Gatorade bottles. There were sneakers in the car. There were samples taken from a T-shirt. He was not found on anything except the rear driver's door handle. And the interesting point about that is initially his DNA was not on that either, but a second follow-up just weeks ago showed that his DNA was there. So that was a little suspect, and it was a little interesting that it was only years after that they asked for this second follow-up on the DNA, and that's the only place where they found Melly's DNA. So I think some very interesting moments both on the witness stand and between the attorneys. The jury was paying very close attention. No one was asleep. Everyone was leaning up in their chair, even for the information that was a little bit tedious. And by the way, I must say, Melly paid close attention as well.
Oh, I'm sure he did, because literally his life is on the line. He faces the possibility of the death penalty. We've been telling everybody that since we started covering this case, and there's a lower threshold for that now in the state of Florida because of a new law signed just in April by Governor Ron DeSantis. The vote for a death penalty verdict now has to just be 8-4 instead of 12-0, the unanimous verdict that they used to have to impose the death penalty. Let's start taking some questions. Also with Terry and I today, Michael Bryant, an attorney and host here at the Law and Crime Network, and Bradford Cohen, who actually represented YNW Melly in this case a while back, no longer does. So thanks to everybody for being with us today. Our first question comes from Kayla Davis, 1919 from YouTube. How many jurors, I just kind of addressed that, have to agree guilty for him to get death, or will that be up to the judge? Just wondering about the death sentence. So Kayla, it's 8-4 under that new threshold, and that's only if he's convicted and the jury finds that. Let's get to our next question. Dara Lest, I should say, on Twitter. Why didn't Melly have the option to be on house arrest / bond when he got locked up for this back in 2018? So Bradford, I feel like that's a question for you. Why didn't he get to be on house arrest?
In these type of cases, the judge holds a hearing, an Arthur hearing, essentially because there's no guarantee to bond on this type of case. So they would hold an Arthur hearing to find a proof evident presumption great, meaning if the state has enough to say that proof evident, which is lower than beyond a reasonable doubt, obviously, or presumption great. So he would hold that Arthur hearing. That Arthur hearing, he would make a finding of that. Even if he found that proof evident and presumption great was there, the judge could then use his discretion whether or not to give that individual a bond, depending on the prior record, depending on what the accusations are in the case. And he would look at whether or not he was a flight risk, whether or not he was a harm to society or potential harm to society. And he would look at all those things and then weigh those things against whether or not they should hold him in custody. In this case, the judge felt that he should hold him in custody instead of giving him a bond or house arrest. In Cortland's case, Cortland Henry, who's the co-defendant, because he wasn't being accused of being the actual shooter, he was given a bond with house arrest, and I think he's been on house arrest since the incident occurred.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Let's get to our next question. Jemiah Mendez from Facebook. Michael Bryant, at what point will we get evidence that means something? In other words, smoking gun evidence. You know, I'm thinking this is a circumstantial case. We don't often have smoking guns.
We don't have any gun in this case,
right, exactly.
Smoking or otherwise. You know, that's if everyone is asking that question, and believe me, it's not the first time it's been asked, that's a problem for the prosecution because we are waiting. We are at least halfway through their case, maybe 2/3, and we're still waiting for something that puts the weapon, at least theoretically, in the hand of Jamel Demons. I think there's some question whether we can put him in the car at the time of the shooting, whether that was a drive-by, as they suggest on the defense, or whether it was shooting from inside the vehicle. We know from video that he got in the car at some point, which doesn't surprise me. His DNA might be somewhere near the car. It was that whole thing that unfolded last week when we were on the air live, and you know, they found his DNA only after they went to a higher up in the Miramar Police Department and they gave it another look. You know, that was bizarre. That was just 3 weeks before trial. So they had to work hard to find DNA to put him on or near the vehicle. You know, that's a far cry from being the guy in the car shooting the gun.
It's sure interesting to me that they went back and looked over the car again. So they must have felt like we need more. I mean, that's the only reason you would do that. At Ryan Barlson from Twitter, Terry, what does the gang's expert testimony mean, or the gang experts' testimony mean for Melly?
Well, the gang expert was trying to give the jury a little bit of background about gangs and the signals they use and how they incorporate what they're doing in their music and what they do on the street. And then during the direct examination, the prosecutor was trying to tie in what Melly was doing, and the gang expert was trying to basically say that some of the signals that Melly used was related to the gang. He's trying to say he's part of the Bloods, the fact that they changed the name out for C's and B's. But I don't think that that expert really put Melly in the gang. The prosecution wants to make sure that this is gang related because that is one of the aggravating factors for that death penalty. So that's why that expert was on the stand. Based on what I saw, I don't think there was enough of a connection, although I will say I was watching the poll, and after the expert was on the stand talking about the gang, it did go up a little bit as far as maybe Melly was guilty. So I think that gang affiliation might have done something as far as swaying some people's opinions, at least
well,
for our
I feel like
viewers.
we've got somebody here. Terry, who can answer the question for us. You know, Bradford, you were his lawyer. Christine Bradley, the assistant state attorney, says that he, at the time of these homicides, she said it in her opening statement, was doing this whole loyalty oath and learning about it for the G Shine Blood set. So is your former client a member of the Bloods? Is he a gang member?
I think that the angle that the state is taking is to throw, and they often do this, is to throw as much mud as they can towards the defendant and try and dirty them up as much as they can. And that shows to me an act of desperation. And it also shows that, you know, it's time to see the real evidence in the case. The real evidence they presented so far is telephone evidence. And that telephone evidence was very weak because they can't say whether or not the individual was in the car. They can't say whether Mr. Demons ever pulled the trigger. They don't have a gun. They have no DNA. They have no gunshot residue on Mr. Demons. So the holes in this case, to me, and especially when I first got the case, I thought the holes were insurmountable for the state. Now, a case is like, I always compare a case to 12 rounds of a boxing match. The first 3 rounds could go to one guy, and then all of a sudden the other guy comes on very strong. In this case, who's ahead on the card is definitely the defense, because they still haven't addressed the biggest holes in the case. They keep dancing around that bush. They keep dancing around those facts about actually putting him in the car at the time of the shooting. But sooner or later, they're going to have to address that. They can put people on the stand. And in this case, the gang expert, who I'm familiar with, because I've handled a lot of cases concerning gangs, and I'm familiar with them. And I think it was a big misstep on behalf of the state to have him wear a mask. I understand why he needs to wear the mask, or why he is apprehensible about revealing his face because there's so many cameras in the courtroom. But I think the jury does not like that. Juries like transparency. Juries like the putting forward the idea of justice, right? So when a guy takes the stand and has a mask on that kind of looks like a robbery mask, has this mask on, it doesn't make a jury feel good. And that's why you saw those questions from the jury. Hey, can he take off his mask? I feel a certain way. Those are all going to be appellate issues, by the way, if he loses.
Right.
And I can't see why they would have done that. I wouldn't have done that. I would have set up a screen, or I would have done something else to where he could address the jury but still be blocked from the pews.
Well, he said he has a bounty on his head, Danny Polo,
Yeah.
and he has testified in other cases with that mask on. But Bradford, you know, briefly, just yes or no, was Melly a gang member at the time that this happened?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, first of all, anything that Melly would have told me would have been attorney-client privilege. That's number one. And number two is I have no idea if he is or if he's not. We didn't even start researching that because we thought it was such a non-issue.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to take a quick break, everybody. Stay with us. Keep the questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon as we take your questions in the YNW Melly double murder case. Court is dark on Fridays, so that means we have an extra hour to answer your questions. So keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and of course, in our YouTube chat. We'll get to as many of them as we can. With me is Terry Austin from Law and Crime. She's an attorney, as is Michael Bryant, who is also a host here at Law and Crime, and Bradford Cohen, who used to represent YNW Melly, is with us as well. Terry, next question comes to you from Zane Buckets 5 from YouTube. Is the prosecution almost done with their evidence? What's your feeling on that?
I would say yes, almost done, but we haven't seen the medical examiner yet. I think that's the last most important piece of evidence that the prosecution is going to have to put on. We've already seen cell phone data, we've already seen DNA, we've already seen gang-related information. I think now, once we see the medical, it'll show about the ballistics of those bullets that went in and out of that car. So that's going to be important because it's going to show what happened to those bodies. We also have seen ballistics information from forensics experts. I think after that, they will probably wind down and we'll then see the defense case. And the defense does have a long list of witnesses. I think they're going to put on a case. As you know, they don't have to, but I think here they not only have done a great job cross-examining the prosecution's witnesses, but they also have their own witnesses that they're going to bring on board as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, David Howard, for one, seems to be really on top of it. You know, the whole defense team seems to be very good. Let's get to our next question. This is from @ThomasBoy305 from YouTube, Michael Bryant. Will the evidence found on his phone between Melly and his mom about the gun be relevant because it was after the fact that Sack and Juvie were murdered? And that's him asking his mom to get him a gun.
Yeah, I mean, the message took place after the fact, but it took place before the fact. So that, of course, is going to be relevant. And then the question is it, you know, is it too prejudicial, more so than probative? I would say it comes in. I would say it's very important information. It's not going to win the day, but it's a little piece of something. But don't get me started on that whole cell phone thing. As you know, I am disgusted by the reverence that is given all of this cell phone information. The texts, okay, we know that a text was made and received, but we still you never really know who is the sender, who is the receiver. The phone was the sending phone, the receiving phone was the receiving phone, and that's it. And we saw so much cell phone testimony with all the nice dots and graphs and circumferences around the areas of the pinging. But it's just, to me, it's given, you know, when we can start saying that a certain cell phone was used by a person to the 25 million quadrillionth level like we do DNA, then maybe I'll be a little more respectful. But right now, it's subject to how many cell phone towers, how many phones, who has access to the phones. I've got a family plan with, I've got 4 phones in my name, and my kids using them and running around. Is that me? But that's what would come up in the records, that I was using it. So I got a problem with that. I'm sorry, I got off on my rant there. As to the texts, I think, yes, important and somewhat helpful, but it's not going to win the day.
It sounds like you got a lot of people running around on your cell phone
Yes.
plan. I don't know if I want to see that bill, Michael. It might be a big one. Here's a question for you, Bradford. It comes from Casey from YouTube. What or who makes a murder case become a death penalty case? Good question, because a lot of people have asked that. Why in particular is this case a death penalty case? So in Florida, what makes a death penalty case a death penalty case?
So there's certain aggravators that are looked at in order to make it into a death penalty case. Every case is different. It just depends on the case, depends on how it happened. And in terms of whether or not they seek the death penalty, sometimes there's enough aggravators to maybe seek the death penalty, but maybe when they look at it, there's some mitigators. The individual might have a low IQ. There might be some trauma in their background. There might be something that they say, okay, we're not going to seek the death penalty on this, even though there are some aggravators. When there's police shootings or police killings, that's automatically an aggravator where most state attorneys will seek the death penalty. When there's an execution style killing, they might seek the death penalty because of the way the individuals were killed. There's a multitude of factors why they seek the death penalty. I think they, like I said, I think they overplayed their hand in this case. I think that the evidence, I can't stress enough, the evidence in this case about putting him in that vehicle, about that's his phone, that he used it at the time, that he did the shooting. This is a very difficult case for the state. Very early on, I was representing him for months. I saw the evidence. I went over the evidence. I just think that this is a very, very hard case for the state to prove. And I think David Howard, who I'm very familiar with and I've had cases with in the past, and we've shared clients before in the past, I think he's doing an excellent job. I think he's picking apart not only the state's case, but also picking apart the objections and getting that's key in any trial, especially a death case. You have to raise those objections. You have to do it well. You have to keep out the evidence that's irrelevant, and even the evidence that might be relevant, but the probative is not as great as the prejudicial, and keeping that evidence out. That's key in this case, and I think he's doing an excellent job of it.
Yeah, he certainly seems to know what he's doing, knows his way around the courtroom. Rashida Morant from YouTube, and Terry, I'm going to send this one to you. I love this because Rashida is from Jamaica, so thanks for watching from Jamaica, Rashida. She asks, is there enough evidence, if any, to convict this young man? Obviously, we're still not at the end of the state's case, but what say you, Terry?
Well, based on what I'm seeing in that courtroom, I don't think the jury thinks there's enough evidence to convince this young man. So far, I think they are a little bit confused as to whether or not, as we've discussed, they can put Melly in that car with the gun in his hand and being the shooter. I think they're listening to all of this evidence. If you recall, week one, we had a lot of evidence about guns, and the joke was, are we all getting a certificate about guns? And I think a lot of the experts have talked generally about their areas of expertise, so guns and DNA data and cell phone data. But I don't think that they have put everything together to actually convict Melly at this point. And I think the jury is feeling the same way. We'll see what happens. The case is not over yet, but I think most of the evidence is in at this point. So I agree with everyone who has said that at this point the momentum is with the defense, and they are doing an excellent job.
All right, our next question is from @CherryB7080 from YouTube, Michael Bryant. Does it appear that the prosecution is trying to present evidence of gang affiliation to establish a motive it was committed as a way to be initiated into the gang? What's your thought on that, Michael?
Well, we know we heard that right out of the box in the opening statements, that was the motivation. Of course, no motivation needed to be proved, but humans want to know, why would somebody do this? And especially true when you have two people that are supposedly good friends. I keep flashing back on the Alec Murdaugh case. These were friends, not son and wife, but still a close connection that you want to know what in the heck could drive somebody to shoot these people. I think money is a better motivation, and we've heard a little about that. But yes, there has been this suggestion that as part of either affiliating with or rising up in the gang, that Demmons would kill his friends. I don't know. To me, it's a tough sell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we see cases all the time, though, where people kill family members and friends. But these people were coming up together in that rap music environment. They were, on the rise. Their star was on the rise. So it does kind of make you wonder what was going on here. Goody Great from YouTube. Bradford, this one's for you. Why isn't Bradford his attorney anymore?
So I was originally on the case with an individual. His name is Jason Williams, who's an excellent attorney from New Orleans. And he represented another rapper named Boozy in a murder case, which he walked them on. He ended up becoming the state attorney for New Orleans, and Mr. Demmons wanted to move in a different direction. He wanted to hire other attorneys, and I was okay with that. I always look out for the best interest of the client, and I treat it just like a doctor-patient relationship. If you guys aren't, you don't get the same vibe, or you're not vibing together, I have no hard feelings whatsoever. I was called 6 or 7 months ago to come back on the case. But I don't, I'm not a fan of jumping off and jumping back onto cases. I think that he's got a very good team. I think David Howard's an excellent lawyer, and I don't want to ruin or, get involved in between a client and his new attorney. So I didn't get back on the team. But that doesn't mean I don't think the case is good. I think the case is a great case. I honestly think it's a defense case. We'll see what the verdict is, because you never know in any trial, but I think it's a very good, strong defense case.
All right. Our next question, at CR-TN5RF from YouTube. What will happen, Terry, if he beats the case? Will he be freed right away?
Well, if he's acquitted, he should be freed right away. I mean, generally speaking, if he wins that case, the judge is going to look at him and say, you are free to go. You can take the handcuffs off. Usually they do that right away. So, yes, I think they're all hoping. Obviously, the family is hoping. And I will say the family is always in that courtroom every single day. His mother is there. His grandmother is there. I've met them, and they're all extremely supportive of him. And if, in fact, he does win this case and he's fully acquitted, you better believe that he'll turn around and hug them. He hasn't been with them for all of these years, and apparently he's under 23-1, which means that, you know, he's behind bars 23 hours of the day and he's free for 1 hour. So some of the laughing and joking I think that you see is probably because he hasn't had an opportunity to be out. Once he's acquitted, if he's acquitted, you better believe he's going to be freed that day and walk out of the courthouse. That's usually what happens.
Yeah, most definitely. Or take him back to the jail, he gets his stuff, and they pick him up there, you know. So probably some security issues that go along with that as well. Let's take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy. It's Friday afternoon, and we're taking your questions here on our lunch show Q&A for the YNW Melly double murder trial. We have lots of great questions coming in as always, so let's get right to it. Terry, this one's for you. It comes from @AmaryEek_22 from YouTube. In regards to yesterday's witness, Danny Polo, why didn't the judge just decide to clear the courtroom and turn off the cameras so the officer could take off the face mask to testify in front of the jury? I'm saying, no, don't ever get the camera out of there. So what happened?
Well, the judge thought about all of the different scenarios, including clearing the courtroom, and I think there was argument back and forth about that. The problem with that is that the media isn't going to get an opportunity to video what was going on, and I think all of the parties were aware of that. It's already been live streamed. I think the judge, the prosecution, and the defense really didn't want the courtroom to be cleared, although I will say the defense argued that the courtroom should be cleared so the witness could take off his mask. The defense was really pushing to take off that mask, and I think rightly so. First of all, obviously, Melly has a right to confront and to look and to see and determine whether or not these witnesses are telling the truth, as does the jury, and so the defense really wanted that mask off. The jury was concerned. We had 2 questions from one of the jurors about whether or not that mask was making her uncomfortable, and she also said she wanted a mask, or they wanted the rest of the jury to have a mask. They were concerned about their safety too. So it was a really close call, but I think the judge decided at the end of the day to let him continue wearing his mask. We didn't show his face on our live stream, and ultimately the judge gave an instruction to say, look, he had threats, he's in fear of his life, this is why he has the mask on, this has nothing to do with this case, it's separate and apart, you should not infer anything by the mask. And that instruction, I think, was far more detailed, and I think it put some assurances to the jury that it was okay that this mask was on. So at the end of the day, that was the compromise.
Well, and there are a whole host of issues that come along with closing a courtroom. I mean, if you're going to clear the courtroom, you're essentially closing it. And so the U.S. Supreme Court basically says a hearing would have to be held on that in order for them to close a courtroom, and the media would have to be heard on that. So I think it would be a very tough sell to close the courtroom to the public because of this. The bounty on his head, I can understand. $50,000, like somebody's going to get 50 grand if they take this guy out, according to what he said. But, you know, Michael, I think the mask thing, that came up even during COVID, that jurors should be able to see facial expressions to judge credibility and stuff like that. So the mask thing is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we saw, sometimes there were cases where the defendant would wear the mask the whole time, which was really frustrating, not only for our audience, but the jury had to just, imagine Melly with a mask on during this trial. I mean, half of what he's done has been his animation there at the defense table. So we get it, this is the nonverbal part of communication is so important. I'm still kind of scratching my head as to how the judge decided this was okay. I really think it was a bad decision.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Blair Carlton from YouTube. Will the jury likely take Melly's conduct in the courtroom into consideration? Bradford, what do you think of that?
So in any case, and I've been in some pretty high-profile trials, in any case, the actions or reactions of the defendant is always taken into consideration by a jury. But at the end of the day, you'd hope they look at the evidence, you hope they look at the lack of evidence, and you hope that prevails. But the attitude of the defendant, the way they're dressed, the way they present themselves, that's always something a jury looks at. People make a living out of dressing defendants, out of telling them how to act, out of picking jurors. So that is a whole nother area of law that's often overlooked. I like to dress my defendants a certain way. I inform them on how to behave and how to act. I don't do whispering in terms of there's a lot of things that you just have to take into consideration when you're before a jury. Even for lawyers, sometimes we react. Sometimes you hear something that someone says on the stand that's so ridiculous, you want to react. And the same way during cross-examination. Sometimes on cross-examination, I have to pull myself back from, saying like, this just doesn't smell right, because we're not there to testify. We're there to elicit facts, and then at the end of the day, put them all together in a closing argument and say, this is why the state did not prove their case. This is why they did not meet that burden of evidence. And does the reactions or actions of a defendant come into play? I think it does, but I think ultimately a jury is going to look at the lack of evidence in this case. And like I said before, I think it's a defense case.
All right, our next question from Flow God Gamer from YouTube. Will the medical examiner's testimony be worthy of death penalty or any jail time as a whole? Terry, how important do you think the medical examiner's testimony will be?
It's the one I am waiting for. And if that medical examiner has his facts in order, and if in fact there's no holes made in his testimony, I think it's going to be pivotal, because if he says that the cause of death was a bullet, say for instance for Christopher Thomas in that back seat, let's say he says, a bullet to the head, close range, that's pivotal, and that is something that is going to sway that jury unless the defense can make something of it. And the same with Anthony in the front seat. If his kill shot was something that was close in range, I think they can sway the jury and they can think, okay, then the gunshot came from the inside. They still haven't put the gun in Melly's hand. So I think if they have a medical examiner, he knows what he's doing, he's carefully looked at that autopsy, he's done a report that is sound, the jury is going to look at that and take it very seriously. And if he goes on to say that all of those other bullets were done, and we've heard this already from the opening, after the fact, that's a problem.
This one's from TikTok, Michael Bryant. It's from My Thoughts. Why do you think his DNA on the door handle is suspicious? Didn't you say that he got in on that side?
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was more odd that it wasn't there, or was more difficult to find until some supervisor gave it a second look, because, I mean, you're watching the video and we see him get in that side of the vehicle. He didn't climb through the window. He must have touched the handle at some point. So I thought it was no big deal. I thought it was, the bigger concern I had was that the way they found the DNA was just, like forum shopping is the example I used the other day. I'm just going to go to enough people here in the department, at the Miramar department, until somebody has the answer I'm looking for. And that just stinks. It just doesn't smell right.
I think it was a huge blunder to come in and say, hey, his DNA is on the driver's side passenger of the vehicle. Have video of him getting in the car. Why would then you show that there's DNA that was found 4 years later? Like I said, juries these days, they question everything. So 4 years later, you find DNA on the driver's passenger door. It doesn't smell right, and it doesn't make the prosecution look good. And that's the problem. I think it's very hard to regain trust from a jury when you lose it. And I think that the prosecution here is losing their credibility from, I think from the moment they started arguing with the ex-girlfriend's mom and saying, putting it on me. I didn't do that. I didn't threaten you. I didn't do this. Once you start saying things like that, you're taking away from the case, and now you're focusing it on you. And that's very difficult to do. There's a lot of very famous lawyers throughout the years, F. Lee Bailey included, that would say, when I'm in front of a jury, I don't even wear a watch because I don't want to take the focus off the case. I don't want to put anything, the focus on me. I don't want to wear a pin. I don't want to wear a watch. I don't want to wear excessive jewelry. I just want to argue my case to the jury. And that's where I think that's where they started to go wrong. And like I said, anything could happen, but I think that was a mistake.
Interesting. Yeah, it'd be nice to know why they decided to go back and look for that. Because you know what? He could be sitting there, his DNA's there. Maybe it's there, maybe it's not. Just because you're there doesn't mean you left your DNA. All right, let's take a quick break. Keep the questions coming in, and we'll get to much more of them when we come back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we're taking your questions here live this Friday afternoon in the case of YNW Melly, the Florida rapper accused of murdering 2 of his friends back on October 26th of 2018. Keep the questions coming in on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. Let's get this next question over to Michael. Darth Yoda from YouTube, not Darth Vader, Darth Yoda, asks, how does the court make sure that the jury is not watching the media or social media for influence? Very good question.
Well, Darth, you know, what are you going to do? Are you going to have a big brother system where, I mean, it's really an honor system. And what I think we found over the years in different cases is if somebody violates that very important rule, it gets learned. Either they can't keep their mouth shut and they say something to another juror, and maybe another juror who rats them out because they take it so seriously. So, you know, the short answer is there is no way to be 100% certain, but it's a pretty good system, and it seems to monitor and police itself. And you can only hope that those who take the oath, take a seat in the box, you know, take it seriously and follow that very important directive. Am I saying it's never happened? Of course, it's happened. But we like to think that it's the rare case.
Bradford, you know, I want to follow up on that with you as a defense attorney. I'm wondering, during a trial, do you have paralegals and PIs, other people monitoring social media of the jurors, or what are you doing I know you're trying to keep an eye on that to see whether or not there are people violating the rules.
You want all my tricks, obviously. Yes. So generally speaking, we keep an eye on all social media. Even when we're picking a jury, we keep an eye on social media to see if they said something that might be out of the ordinary or done something that was out of the ordinary. But also during a trial, it's very important because if you remember, there's been a lot of high-profile cases where in the middle of trial, someone tweets out, hey, I'm on the jury on XYZ. This is crazy. We get a lot of that on smaller cases. Generally on the bigger cases, we keep an eye on them, and it's been less and less lately that even anyone would do anything. The last one that I had, there was maybe a picture of the actual courthouse and then no statement, you know, just a picture of the courthouse. And then everyone would comment below, oh my God, are you on this jury panel? So, you know, it's something that you have to keep an eye on. It's something that's very important. It's one of the things, you know, one of the pillars to get justice in America is that someone comes in with no bias, someone comes in and doesn't have ulterior motives. No one's saying, I'm going to write a book about this, things of that nature. So it's very important to keep an eye on those things. It's very difficult to guard it from happening. But like Mike said, generally speaking, people want to talk to other people about what's going on. And they might say, oh my God, you know, I saw on TV the other day, they went past the scene and XYZ. And then the person they just told would come in and rat that person out. So the last jury trial I had, that happened where a juror came in and said, hey, listen, there's a guy in the back who's already talking about the case and we don't even have the evidence yet. And he's already kind of making up his mind about what's going on. And we had to deal with that on the fly. But generally speaking, jurors usually rat out other jurors. So it's a self-fulfilling kind of situation.
Definitely. Terry J from YouTube asks, do the text messages make the prosecution look bad at all because of the fact that Sack Chaser was using some of the same gang-affiliated slang?
Well, I don't think it makes a prosecution look bad. I think it's a problem if those text messages seem as though Melly's having conversation with the others and it is gang related. You know, I think at the end of the agent's testimony the other day, Danny Polo, I think he did try to make a connection when those text messages were shown. That's when he finally went from talking generally about gang behavior and tried to connect that gang behavior to Melly in those text messages. So I think the more that type of information and that type of evidence gets into the trial, the more the prosecution has bolstered their claim that this was gang related. And again, that gang related activity is connected to one of the aggravating factors as far as the death penalty is concerned. So I think it was helpful for the prosecution.
All right, it's Robbo from YouTube. Question, since the bullets supposedly came from the left side, why does the first thought mean that it is Melly and not the person next to him firing the gun across him? I'm not sure that would be possible, Michael, if they think that some of these bullets were coming from the left, you know, so there wasn't anybody on the other side of Melly, from what I understand, right?
If we believe the prosecution's placement of everybody, you're right. What I think is interesting is, and Terry mentioned it when we hear from the medical examiner, we'll get more information on this in terms of the distance between the gunshot and the victim and the wound. It's going to create a real finger-pointing session between Cortland Henry and the current defendant, because they're both in the same general area. They're both pretty close to the victims. And, you know, one's in one seat, one's in the other. Again, if you believe the prosecution's placement of these players, I think that may further confuse the jury in terms of really who fired the weapon, because you got two defendants, but only one sitting in front of you. What if it's the other guy? Do I want to make that kind of mistake if I'm on the jury? I think it's going to be very interesting for them. And the ME, it'll be very, very interesting to see how specific that professional can be about this thing.
Mm-hmm. You know, I keep mentioning this, and I'm going to mention it again. The prosecution said in its opening, Christine Bradley said the medical examiner will testify that those shots from outside the vehicle, you know, the drive-by shots, that they hit Giveaw and Sack Chaser when they were already dead. So we're expecting that testimony. It'll be interesting to see how the medical examiner lays this out, and that would bolster the state's theory in that case. Aaliyah030910 from YouTube. Bradford, I know you're going to be leaving us soon. What do you think the defense argument will be? What's the defense other than what they said in opening, that the state can't meet its burden and everything was botched?
I think just exactly what Mike said. My theory of this case is there's two individuals in the car. You can't put the gun into Melly's hand. Not only that, you don't know if they stopped and picked someone else up. You don't know if wherever they went, there was someone else that got in the car, or there was some other deal that was happening. This is going to be, like I said, it's very difficult to say Melly's the one who pulled the trigger. You could say Melly started out in that seat. Certainly, there's a video of him getting into the passenger seat. We don't know if they stopped and he got into the driver's side. We don't know if they stopped, he got out and someone else got in. All those questions are going to be very difficult for someone to answer, to determine whether or not he did it. This is a death penalty case. The jury knows it's a death penalty case. I think they take it even more seriously when it's a death penalty case than when the person is looking at life. You want to be so sure this individual did it, because in the back of your mind, you know there's going to be a second phase if you find guilt. There's going to be a second phase where then you determine whether or not that person should be put to death. I just don't see how a jury looks at this and says, yeah, I'm going to put the gun in his hand, when there's zero evidence to put the gun in his hand. And this person is going to be testifying about
Bradford, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got to cut you off there. We've got this break we've got to hit, but we really appreciate you coming on as usual. Terry, Michael, and I will be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Stay with us. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here in our second hour of our lunch hour Q&A. It's a Friday special edition. We're here for 2 hours taking your questions, and there have been a lot of great ones coming in about the YNW Melly double murder trial. So keep those coming in on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. But just to bring you up to speed on where we stand in this case, we've just wrapped up the second week of testimony. The rapper, known for his hit Murder on My Mind, faces 2 counts of first-degree murder and the deaths of his friends and fellow rappers Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. Those victims went by the names YNW Sack Chaser and YNW Juvie. And these were lifelong friends, all of these guys. Defendant Jamel Demons and his co-conspirator Cortland Henry were in the car with the 2 victims on October 26, 2018. They were leaving a recording studio, and then what happened afterwards is in dispute. Cortland Henry shows up at the hospital with Juvie and Sack Chaser in the vehicle. They are dead. Melly is nowhere to be found. The prosecution says those gunshots were fired from inside the vehicle by Melly, and Melly says, hey, I didn't do it. I wasn't in the car. So that's where we stand. As I mentioned, we're taking your questions this hour. Keep them coming in. With me is Terry Austin of Law and Crime. She's an attorney and host here and has been in the courtroom all week covering the case for us. Michael Bryant is an attorney and host here at Law and Crime as well. And Offie Patterson is an attorney out in California. So thanks for being with us. Let's get right to the questions. Terry, let me send this one over to you. Did they search for any of Melly's clothing from that night? This comes from Delmar Durham from YouTube.
You listen to the defense and their opening, the answer is no, they did not search for clothing of anyone, frankly. They did have a t-shirt in that car. I think it belonged to Anthony, if I'm not mistaken. And they did do some DNA analysis on that t-shirt, the front of the t-shirt and the back of the t-shirt. But one of the things that the defense said during their opening was, look, they did not follow up on anything as far as Henry was concerned, as far as Melly was concerned. No clothing, and so the answer to the question is it doesn't seem as though they really followed up on what was in the car other than, you know, some of the bottles and some of the shoes, and nothing that the defendants, and as you know, Henry is one of the co-defendants, that case has been severed, but I haven't seen any evidence of any analysis of the clothing that either of the defendants was wearing.
Okay, Goody Great from YouTube. Why does Melly, Michael Bryant, need 3 defense lawyers?
Well, there's no rule about how many you do need or have
Right.
to have. And sometimes a case is broken down into subparts so that certain attorneys will handle a certain number of witnesses, or maybe there's somebody that does just the medical, or somebody does just the cell phone data, or maybe somebody who does just the DNA. So I don't know, you know, is it a show of force? Is it like, hey, let's see how many attorneys I've got. How many do you guys have? I don't think it's that. I think sometimes a case can be complex, can need attorneys with specific talents, and you've always got a lead attorney and the others are kind of helping carry the load. So I don't make a whole lot of the fact that he's got 3 attorneys here.
And, you know, David Howard is obviously the lead guy on this. He's the lead attorney. He's got a lot of presence about him. This is also a death penalty case, so maybe there are attorneys with specialties in that area as well, the mitigation part of this. Let's go to you, Offie. Will or has the jury been made aware of the discovery of evidence violation, the discovery violation that we heard about the other day by the prosecution? And this question comes to you, Offie, from Brittany Garcia from YouTube.
Oh, thank you, Brittany. What discovery violation in particular are we talking about?
Oh, there was some evidence the other day.
There are lots of breaches.
Well, there was some evidence specifically the other day regarding cell phone testimony. The defense said they didn't get that information. The judge said this is a discovery violation.
So usually I'll say no, because a lot of times attorneys will argue outside of the presence of the jury. And I do believe the prosecution, they turned over some information to the defense, I think the morning of, during trial. One of the attorneys, one of the defense counsel said that she received it via email. And I think there was some confusion about the she asked the prosecutor to please, as a professional courtesy, can you please print these documents? And she did not want to do that. I do recall the judge saying, Jesus, just print the documents for her. I might be paraphrasing, but I know he did say, Jesus, print something for her. Usually the jury will not be apprised that an attorney is going to be reprimanded or admonished because they didn't follow a procedure. So I'll say no to that. But again, the prosecutor has had a lot of challenges with turning over evidence and with following the proper procedures and evidentiary protocols to get different things into court.
Well, and certainly, you know, this did happen outside the presence of the jury. So the jury is not going to be made aware of this. The judge is not going to say, hey, the prosecution, I just said they had a discovery violation. So that is not going to be something that the jury should be learning about. They're just not allowed to present that evidence. John Schmutnick from Twitter, if you were a juror and had to decide right now, how would you go, guilty or not guilty, Terry Austin? You were in the courtroom all week.
Well, if I had to decide today, and I'm sitting on that jury, and I've heard the evidence thus far that the prosecution has put forth, I would say not guilty. And I certainly think that's where the jury is right now. They have to prove that case beyond a reasonable doubt, and there are multiple doubts in this case so far. Nothing I've seen, not the DNA so far, not the gun ballistics information, nothing I've seen so far has put Melly in that car with the gun and has him as the shooter. They're gonna have to do much more. We might see more. The case is not over. We talked about having the medical examiner, but right now, I think the defense is ahead, and they had to poll that jury, as we've been polling our viewers. I think the jury would say not guilty.
Well, and we're definitely not at the end of the case. We're nearing it, probably the end of the state's case, but not there quite yet. This one, Michael Bryant, comes from Sherry Reed. Or Sherry Reedy, rather, 5695, exclamation point. Does the phone evidence submitted so far show that it was in fact Melly using his phone? And will the T-Mobile service be able to show that the murders happened from inside the vehicle?
Oh, Sherry, don't get me started on that cell phone stuff. Yeah, I mean, we all know that it has some general purpose. Okay, there was a phone in the car. It was attached to Melly. Okay, you know, so what? I think there's no way you can conclude that Jamel Demons did these murders just because a phone attached to his name was in the proximity of the shootings. I just think it's just too tenuous without more corroboration. So, yeah, if you're hanging your hat on that cell phone stuff, I think it's a loser.
Our next question, we'll send this one over to you. Do you think he is still at a good point in the case? This one is for you from Roxanne McGurr, 2341, Offie.
Okay, do I think he's at a good point in the case? Melly? I think that, again, the prosecution has not put him with the gun and pulling the trigger. I think that the studio footage shows us that he was in the vehicle. We don't doubt that. But what happened when they left? The prosecution has not just shown us enough evidence to point to him as the trigger man. So I do believe at this point, he's in a good spot. But I think the judge allowed some text messages between what we believe or what they believe is Melly and his mother in. I think they're going to introduce that later on in the trial. They had I guess a motion in limine ad hoc session between the defense counsel and prosecution, and the judge went ahead and said, hey, we're going to go ahead and let these text messages in. And there's a mention of a Glock. There is conversations between Melly and his mom about being afraid. Where are you? Pinpointing your location. And that was immediately after the murder. So I expect to see a lot more. But at this point, I think he's in a good spot right now.
Mm-hmm. You know, there's a lot still going on with this case. You know, we've got a short week this week, and then we'll be back for a full 4 days next week. So it'll be interesting to see what transpires then. Catherine Lee, 14 from Twitter, Terry Austin asks, I haven't seen any expert witness yet testify to the bullet hole found on the inside of the rear driver's side door jamb. Seems like that would happen if the passenger left the vehicle and left the door open to stage the shootout. Has this been discussed?
It has not been discussed as yet. I mean, we did see some experts talking about the trajectory of those bullets from the back seat to the front seat, and they had some straw-like looking pieces sticking out of the back seat into the front seat. But they haven't given any details about all of those bullets coming inside. Basically, we just know from the opening that the bullets are from the outside as well. So I think, frankly, I'd like some more clarity as to where the rest of those bullets went. You can see there in those pictures, they're showing those trajectories with those, you know, I guess they are like straws. And, you know, the defense actually did a very good job at disputing the accuracy of those, you know, trajectories, because we don't have variables like the height. We don't have variables like the distance. So there's nothing definitive that I've seen that says exactly where any of those bullets went. I think the prosecution tried to show with those diagrams, but I think the defense did a good job saying, look, you haven't showed us anything because there are just so many variables that you don't know. I think the witness actually said, you're right, it's not definitive.
Mm-hmm. Abby18 from YouTube, Michael, will his reputation and persona affect his outcome despite the evidence? What do you think, Michael? Is Melly's, who he is, his persona, going to affect this at all?
No, you would like to hope that during voir dire, you know, every prospective jury member was not only death qualified, as they needed to be for this case, but also those biases were explored. You know, there's so many cases, so many stories about those in the music business, you know, having these violent encounters. You know, this is not a rare story exactly. It's more interesting because it's really truly a whodunit. But I think there is that kind of dark cloud over the industry and some of the people in it. And so, yeah, it could, if somebody is going to hide that bias, it could be used against this defendant in this case. I think they'd have to overlook a lack of evidence to get there at this point. But yeah, of course, these background questions always impact what happens in a case. But you hope that the folks in the box have been asked about it to the degree that everybody's satisfied they won't hold those biases, if they have them, against this defendant. You can only hope.
Yeah, and a lot of defense attorneys will tell you that cases are won and lost in jury selection. You know, they get a vibe, or they do their research and see who these people are and go from there. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll take more of your questions, so keep them coming in on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and it's Friday, and we're taking your questions in this special 2-hour edition of our lunch show Q&A on the YNW Melly case. Lots of great questions coming in, so we're going to get right to them. This one comes from Jessica Obiagi Ampa from YouTube. I hope I pronounced that properly. Terry, from the video, there was a red car alongside the one Melly was in. Have the people in the red car been interrogated in case they saw something?
Well, yes, I think they have been interrogated. I do recall that they mentioned during openings that there were some conversations, but the defense is saying that it wasn't followed up enough. There were, as I recall, 4 people in that car, as there were 4 people in the car where Melly was. And one of the things the defense is saying is this wasn't followed up enough to find out what these people knew, to go back to the house where Henry was. So the investigation, at least according to the defense, was botched. Now, whether or not these people will be called on the defense case, they have not been called on the prosecution's case. The prosecution has been focusing mostly on data like DNA and data like guns and data like, you know, all of the forensics going on. But we will, I think, see more people, more individuals who might have been involved. And we may see on the defense case some of the individuals who were in that car. Right now, we haven't heard much about them at all.
Mm-hmm. We do know that they were questioned, though, and Christine Bradley talked about that, the prosecutor, in her opening statement. So it'll be interesting to see if we see any of those people get up there. Our next question comes from It's Rabo exclamation point from YouTube. If Melly does end up winning this case but has to go on house arrest, for example, will the judge decrease the time on that punishment due to his diagnosed mental disabilities? And Michael Bryant, I think this has to do with the fact that some people were commenting on TikTok the other day that Melly has ADHD and maybe some other things going on. I'm not sure if he wins the case why he'd have to go on house arrest. What do you think?
That would make no sense. Obviously, if he's acquitted, once he's processed out, he's a free man, he's done. There would be no house arrest. But it's interesting that people are focusing on whatever the chatter might be about some sort of ADHD or spectrum issue, or it's very interesting always to see what the people outside looking in to this case are making of it. But yeah, acquitted, you're out, you're done.
Nisha Graves from Facebook. Is Cortland Henry out on bail during the trial, Afi?
Yeah, I do believe he is out on bond. He got a lower bond than Melly. I think Melly has no bond. And I know there were a lot of questions about that. And I have always said that 2 people who may be charged with the same crime, they don't necessarily get the same bail amount, because you always look at, first of all, your attorney matters, but you also look at your criminal history, your standing in the community, your reputation. There are a lot of things that go into setting somebody's bond. So, but to answer your question, yes, he is out.
Our next question in Pretty Vibes 333 from TikTok, it's pretty clear where she stands on this case. She asks, do you think Melly will be able to sue the state if found not guilty as compensation for the 5 years they stole from him because of circumstantial evidence? Terry, would Melly have a case to sue should he be acquitted?
Well, anybody can sue anytime for anything, as the expression goes. I think if he did, he probably would not prevail. Sadly, there are so many defendants who have been incarcerated and ultimately tried and found, not guilty. And they could go back and say it was, false arrest, malicious prosecution. They could say that they want compensation for all of the time lost, the pain and suffering caused to the family. But, the prosecution and the legal authorities, the law enforcement, they have some immunity. They had probable cause to make the arrest. They thought they could win the case. They probably would be protected as far as that is concerned. And as my law school professor used to say, too bad, so sad. It's a very difficult situation. And I think the families obviously are hurt by the fact that you're in jail, you've missed your life, but the way our system has been designed, it's very, very, very difficult to prevail on that type of claim.
Yeah, I would think so. It'd be different if he was determined to be wrongfully convicted. You know, those are cases where defendants typically have a valid claim and can get awarded some money from the state, but not for just being charged and put on trial. At Jason, follower of Christ from YouTube, asks, how is 100K track Jamison Francois not charged? Michael, I'm sorry if this one's coming out of left field, but how is this other guy not charged, the Jamison Francois?
Yeah, I'm not all that clear on his connection to any of this, to be honest with you. And you know, we talk about the prosecution having trouble putting the case together against Jamel Devins. I'm pretty sure that's why this Francois has not been in the mix. Apparently, they don't find him connected in any way that suggests criminal activity. Whether he did or not, I don't know. I don't know enough about what he did or didn't do. I got to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and let's keep in mind, too, it seems to all be focused on the state's case, at least. The people charged were the people that got into the car that left the recording studio that night. Cortland Henry, Bortland, and Jamel Devins, YNW Melly. Those are the two people facing charges. So they think that these two paired up, staged this phony drive-by, that's the state claim, and this was actually just a murder between friends. That's what the claim is, at least. Let's get to our next question for you, Afi. Let's see. Britt, we already asked that one. Clayton from YouTube. As of right now, who do you think has had a better trial? Afi, I think I know where you stand on this one.
You know, the masterclass that we're getting, I think that defense counsel for Melly has been, he's been brilliant. He's been doing his research. He's been staying up late. And I love the fact that he comes in with his primary sources and just amazing case law. And I think that what I find interesting is every time he stands up, I see the prosecutor, you know, roll her eyes and get a little bit exasperated. And I've seen that before when I've had my trials. And I often think to myself, should I do less? You know, how should I unburden you? Oh, dear prosecutor, no, I should do everything I'm supposed to be doing to zealously defend my client. So again, I do think defense counsel has just been giving us all a masterclass in courtroom procedure, evidentiary procedure, and it's been great to see.
Let's get to another question now. It comes from Paris Lakewood from YouTube. Terry, is there a higher chance he gets out or doesn't get out? So it's pretty clear cut how this is going to work.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what that jury is going to decide. We're all looking at this from a legal perspective, being attorneys and analyzing the case and knowing what that burden of proof is. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. And frankly, based on the evidence that the prosecution has submitted thus far, I am not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. I think there are lots of doubts in this case, but you never know what a jury is going to do. There might be someone in there who convinces them, look, who else could it have been? And we could get a conviction. I do believe right now that if we had to poll that jury, we would not get a conviction. We would get an acquittal. But, you know, we've been wrong before, and juries are not lawyers, and sometimes they don't go by the law, and sometimes they vote with their heart. So we'll just have to wait and see what that jury decides at the end of the day.
It is certainly a wait and see game, and the case is not over yet. Let's keep that in mind. The jurors, they may have some feelings, but they're instructed not to begin deliberating till the case is given to them and they're back there in the jury room. All right, let's take a quick break and we'll get to more of your questions after we come back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Stay with us. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks again for being with us on this Friday afternoon as we take your questions about the double murder trial of rapper YNW Melly. Court is dark on Fridays, so we have more time to take your questions, and we thank you for being with us. Let's get to our next question from Wanda Lara Quintel. I'm hoping I pronounced that right. This is from YouTube, I believe. This happened in 2018. Why does the death penalty, 8 out of 12, you know, that new law, Terry Austin, apply to this case if the law was just passed in Florida? It seems like it's retroactive. What's going on with that? Do you know?
Well, the way DeSantis wrote that law, it started in effect immediately, and it applies to current cases. So this is a current case. They asked for the death penalty. That means when that conviction, if that conviction occurs, the jury will only have to have an 8-4 versus the unanimous 12-0. And so it's going to apply to any case that is currently up for the death penalty. So it all depends on how that legislation is written and the way this legislation was written. DeSantis wanted it to apply immediately. The suspicion here is that DeSantis did this because of the Parkland shooter case, and we all think that because that case came back and he did not get the death penalty and he admitted to his guilt and there were multiple aggravating factors in that case, DeSantis changed the law that it doesn't any longer need to be 12-0, it can be 8-4, and it is going to apply in this case if there's a conviction.
And it'll be interesting to see how many appellate issues this may create. I mean, this is a sudden thing. I think they're the only state in the nation that does this, that doesn't have a unanimous vote. Let's get to our next question. Onimo Dalla, Michael Bryant asks, what if there was a drive-by? This is a hypothetical. What if there was a drive-by and Melly returned fire striking his friends? Would Melly still be charged?
Wow, that's an interesting question. We need to know more facts about how this hypothetical might have played out, so I'll object as an incomplete hypothetical. But it does bring me to a point I think is the weakest part of the defense, and that is this whole story about the drive-by is what really happened. I think that story by the defense, which is difficult to prove at best, makes the defendant, maybe both defendants, the one sitting there, Jamel Demons, and Cortland Henry not sitting there, look more guilty. Why do you make up that story if not to cover up the crimes you've committed inside that vehicle? It doesn't really help this jury get to who pulled the trigger, but I think it puts a little, a little bit of a question about any of these defendants as to what they really did in that car that night, because I've not heard much evidence about the drive-by. You know, we see the bullet holes, and we're hearing that they just made that up. The prosecution suggests that, but I've heard no real evidence to support that it did happen or that they did it, just as a cover-up. It's been really just kind of brushed over. So I think that's a critical part of this case, what we do know and don't know about this this alleged drive-by.
Let's keep in mind, they did find some evidence. They showed the jury this evidence of broken glass in the one location that is not where the Cortland Henry Bortland claimed the drive-by happened. It was really hard to hear, but the first day of trial, we heard Bortland's, police interview where he outlined this story and told the cops what he claimed happened. So it doesn't match. His claim, they're saying, doesn't match the evidence at that scene where they said they staged the drive-by, or at least where the state says they did it. Harmony asks, Afi, do you think the jury is becoming suspicious, wondering what evidence his defense attorneys are trying to prevent from being admissible and why?
I think that's natural. It's natural to have some sort of curiosity because every other minute we are approaching the bench or we're having to take extended breaks so the prosecution and defense can duke it out before the judge. So I do think that they're getting, I don't know if I'd use the word suspicious, but maybe they're just growing a little bit more curious about what may be, what they may not be being introduced, the information that they're not getting. So, and also I think their curiosity is probably being piqued more because I don't think the prosecution has done enough to tie Melly to the murder. So there are a lot of gaps, and they're probably wondering if the information that they're not hearing would fill in those gaps. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. We have our next question, Terry. B. Rax1 from YouTube asking, if Melly gets the death penalty, how long would he be on death row?
Well, there's no way BWAX1 to predict exactly how long, but what I will tell you is it will take a long time. There will be multiple appeals if there's a conviction, and certainly if there's a death penalty. Most of the death penalty cases across the country in those states that do have it, and some 30-plus states do have it, takes forever to actually be executed. So they're going to have, appeals on what evidence went in. They're going to have appeals on what evidence did not get in. And it takes time to do those appeals. I would say if I had to give an estimate, certainly years, maybe 5 to 10 years, maybe longer. We've had people on death row for more years than even that. So it takes a long time.
It does take a long time. And sometimes these things aren't even carried out. It just depends on the state. A lot of these drug companies that use, they don't want their drugs used in executions. So a lot of these drug companies won't give their drugs to the states to carry these executions out. You've seen some states, Utah, I think Idaho just recently brought back the firing squad. So there's a lot that goes on with these cases, and the appeals often go to the federal level as well. Let's get to another question. Hens for All, Michael Bryant, will his lyrics be included in the state's evidence?
I remember there was a motion in limine, I think, because Murder is it Murder on My Mind? Is that right? Is that it?
Yeah, Murder on My Mind.
I'm not sure it's on my playlist, but I think that was a big question early on because, it tends to suggest very prejudicially that, hey, if you're going to write about this kind of stuff and sing about killing people and stuff, then you probably killed people. There's not a lot of probative value to that material. Mm-hmm. So I believe most of that was excluded and shouldn't be in front of this jury.
Yeah, and Christine Bradley said in her opening, that's artistic expression, we're not going to get into that. So she did make that statement. She may be prohibited from getting into that as well. Plus, it's been really controversial around the country. California actually has a law about using rap lyrics in murder trials, in criminal prosecutions. So the bar, at least in California, has been raised for being able to introduce that type of evidence. Let's get to another question. Gary Dye from YouTube, Offie, we've kind of touched on this before. What will happen with Melly if he is found not guilty? Will he be provided with a check or something along the lines of you all taking 5 years of his life? So what happens, let's say Melly is acquitted?
If he's acquitted, I think Terry answered perfectly earlier. He will be set free. He'll be able to leave custody, and he, unfortunately, that would be it. I don't think that he will have any course of action against any of the prosecutors or any of the police officers or anybody involved in his custody and prosecution. I think the officers can show that they had probable cause to arrest him, and the prosecutors can say that they, did not go after him. They had a reasonable belief that he was guilty and there was no prosecutorial misconduct, and they did not have any particular issue against him. I remember defense counsel saying earlier that I think the lead detective on this case found out that Melly was involved, and if you prosecute a high-profile person, you yourself become high-profile. But I think that we've seen enough evidence to suggest that the prosecutors the officers, detectives definitely had probable cause to believe that Melly committed this crime. So all in all, he won't get anything except his freedom, which is a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your liberty is very important, worth more than any type of, money your freedom is. Let's get to Josh, the Fortnite kid. Which side do you think the judge and jury are believing more, and how well do you think the defense team is going compared to the prosecutors? Terry, I know you've kind of touched on this several times throughout our little talk, but why don't you go ahead and explain where you think things stand as of now?
Well, I definitely do think that the defense is ahead of the game and that the prosecution has really failed so far to meet its burden of proof. I will say the question was also about the judge and the jury. I believe the judge is getting a little bit frustrated because it is taking time, but it's important to take time. It's important for the defense team to make their objections. Whether or not we want to have the trial concluded faster, it is an obligation that the defense has to do this. And so I definitely think from the judge's perspective, he wants this case to be concluded. He does not want more sidebars, and I've just noticed that as time goes along, while he gives each of the sides an opportunity to express themselves, he wants to get this case resolved. And so he's being, I think, a little bit harsher on both parties. As far as the jury is concerned, you know, they've been paying very close attention. They lean up in their chairs. They've been very attentive to the entire case, even when we've had those witnesses who go on and on about theoretical things, like when we saw the first week, the person who was the gun expert go on and teach us all about these guns. So I think at the end of the day, right now, if we took a poll, the defense is ahead of the game, but I think the judge, the jury, and the parties, and everyone right now is paying very close attention to what's going on.
Yeah, it's a big task they've got. It's a very important case. These are very serious charges. Isaiah Reyes from YouTube. Michael Bryant, why did the state try bringing in evidence while trial had already started and thinking that it would help them bring the jury back? And I'm pretty sure they're referring to the cell phone information that came up the other day, the discovery violation that the judge said occurred with the state.
Yeah, I mean, that's never a good look, and fortunately the jury doesn't know about all of this backstory that's happening. But we know there's no love lost between the prosecution and the defense in this case. I'm sure Terry's seen it up close down there. And it is an adversarial relationship, but it can still be professional. But when you cross that line and you are violating discovery laws and orders, you got a problem. And I think subconsciously it hurts your relationship with the judge, because if you can't be trusted on some of the more superficial and really fundamental elements of preparing a case and putting on a case and sharing what you have to share with the opposition, well, maybe I don't trust you to do anything properly. Maybe everything you do, I'm looking at a little side-eyed, you know? So I think we've seen it in this case, maybe more than in many other cases, and I think it does have a negative effect on your case, no matter who it is that's putting on their side. It just seems in this case the prosecution's got a lot of problems, and this is just another one of them.
Yeah, the judge actually seemed like he was glad it was Thursday yesterday. I don't know if you guys caught that, but toward the end of the day, he just looked like he had had enough for the week. Let's take a quick break. We'll wrap this up and get to more of your questions when we come back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. for joining us here on Law and Crime. We've been taking your questions this Friday afternoon about the YNW Melly double murder trial that's been going on for 2 weeks now in Broward County, Florida. Terry Austin's been down there covering it dutifully for us. And we've got some great questions still coming in, so keep them coming. We love taking them and explaining everything to you. Onimo Dalla from YouTube, Terry asks, what if drugs and alcohol were involved and it played a part in Bortland not being exactly sure where they were when the shooting happened? Could that affect his memory? I think that's a really interesting question.
Well, it is interesting. We have not seen any evidence to date about drugs and alcohol affecting anybody's memory, frankly. We do know that Henry was in that car and he drove to the hospital and he told the law enforcement and the officials at the hospital that he had 2 people who were shot in that car. No one so far has said that, he was in any way not his, full mental state, or that he was drunk or that he was on any sort of drugs. So it hasn't come in yet, and they certainly have not said that Melly was doing any drugs that evening. So I suppose it could affect the memory of anybody who was there that night. But, thus far, we have not seen evidence that any of the people involved, including the victims, had any drugs or alcohol in their bodies. Now, we might see something when the medical examiner gets on the stand about drugs and alcohol, but nothing to date that I've seen so far.
Yeah, most definitely. I haven't seen that either. G. Starma from YouTube asks, Michael, at minimum, what result does Melly need to be free? 7 or less votes. And I think that G. Starma might be confusing the death penalty part of this with the guilt phase of this.
Yeah, obviously it has to be unanimous. Otherwise, you've got a hung jury. That's the end game. I want to point out here, we talked so much about the death penalty, and now we know that it's an 8-4 decision to impose the death penalty. But Florida is a wacky state. They had a non-unanimous system up until 2017. It was just in 2017 that they changed to we must have a unanimous decision on the death penalty. And now, 6 years plus later, they're back to where they were before. So it's not brand new in Florida. It just continues kind of the back and forth weird vacillations on this very critical decision that a jury has to make and may have to make in this case.
Afi, this question's coming to you. Rich James Beach from YouTube asks, are there psychological effects that come with being a court defense attorney?
Okay, thanks, Rich. There are psychological effects that come with being an attorney, especially depending on what area of practice. I was actually speaking with someone the other day because you'll find that a lot of attorneys, especially, trial attorneys, sometimes, they need different things to release. So, alcohol might be one. You'll always find like a really good bar where you'll find a lot of attorneys, maybe even some judges and representatives, because a lot of criminal defense attorneys deal with a lot. We deal with people in society who've been hurt by society or who are hurting. Sometimes it could just be an interesting dark world. Also, just the trial aspect. It's hours and hours and hours. You might be doing 16, 18-hour days. You've got somebody's freedom on the line. So it's extremely stressful. I know attorneys who had just exhaustion and had to be hospitalized after trials. It's a lot. The evidence is gory. It's just not pretty. So a lot of people, sometimes after a trial, you just need to take a break and de-stress and, find your freedom.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point there, Afi, that what we see when we're watching these feeds, it's a pretty sanitized version. We're not seeing the really horrible crime scene photos and stuff like that. So defense attorneys, prosecutors, investigators, judges, they are seeing all of those things as our jurors, and it can be pretty traumatic. Terry, this is a good one for you. It comes from Courtney Davis from YouTube. Hi, Law and Crime. Hi, Courtney. What is the makeup of the jury?
Well, Courtney, thank you for that. There are 15 jurors on that panel, and I believe I counted 9 women and 8 men. Does that add up to 15? I'll have to look at my notes again. But as far as their backgrounds are concerned, they are mixed. I looked visually. Okay, so there are 6 men and 9 women. I think that's what I said. And it looked to me.
Yeah, that's 15.
Yeah, it looked to me as though their backgrounds were very different. You can't really tell by visually looking at someone what their background is, but it looked as though there were, 7 people with diverse backgrounds and maybe 8 who are Caucasian. Hard to say, though, when you're looking at someone. I will say from age perspective, they are all different ages ranging, I would say, from the 30s to the 50s. The one common trait that they all have is that they are paying very close attention. I said this before. Several of them have glasses, I will say. Several of them are taking notes. But each and every one of them, I've not seen anyone who has fallen asleep. They are all very attentive. They sit up in their chairs. They actually turn their chairs so they can look better at the witnesses who are testifying. So I think it's a good jury. It's a solid jury. I like it when the jury is not all one composition.
It's very interesting. And yeah, they often say, these jurors are supposed to, the juries are supposed to reflect the communities they serve. So they like to have a good mix of people, a diverse mix of people on these juries. We've been taking your questions here for the last 2 hours, and sadly, we are all out of time. We love doing this, and we'll be back doing this again with you next Monday. For now, I'm going to be signing off. Michael Bryant will be taking over after the break. Terry Austin, I know, is going back to Florida next week for the rest of the trial. So thank you for being with us this last 2 hours. Afi, thank you for joining us as well. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching Law and Crime. We'll be back.
Hello there, and welcome to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Michael Bryant. Hope you had a chance to join us for our Q&A session with Anjanette Levy and Terry Austin and some other guests. Always a great time. The grueling pressure of those questions, I'm telling you. But we appreciate you doing that, and it's always great to see what folks have on their mind as we watch a case like this one. As you know, we're going to do a deep dive today. They're dark in Florida here in the case against Jamel Demons. So we're going to take that opportunity, as we did with our Q&A, to kind of get deeper into the case. This is a double murder trial, and even though they are dark on Fridays, a lot happening in that shortened week. We had the holiday Monday, and then today's dark. So remember, he's facing 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of his friends, Anthony Williams, Christopher Thomas Jr., Christopher Thomas. And they had their rap names, their stage names: Sack Chaser, Juvie, all aspiring rappers. So Jamel, aka Melly, had his hit Murder on My Mind. His co-defendant Cortland Henry also with him that night, but not at the defense table. He will be tried later. The 2 victims were in the car as well, and they are saying, the defense, this was a drive-by, and that's how these guys died. However, there is some evidence suggesting that the gunshots took place from inside the vehicle. That's basically the prosecution's case, and that leaves Demons on trial now and Henry to be tried later as the prime targets here. So there were some juror issues this week. This has been just a strange case in terms of the parties involved. Prosecution and defense constantly at one another, and now the jury members a little concerned. Yesterday, there was an undercover detective called to the stand to give insight on gang culture. As you know, that's one of the prosecution's kind of sub-issues here, that this was done all as part of a gang initiation or to impress gang members, that Demons was willing to kill these guys who were his friends. Well, this gang expert, to protect his identity, was wearing a mask. Yeah, like a literal ski mask, right? That didn't sit right with one of the jurors. That juror was actually brought in to have a conversation with Judge Murphy to talk about this concern. So watch this.
Messages during the last witness's testimony, and the first one said, I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we can't see him? That's your message to me?
Yes.
And the second was, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I seen someone get robbed and am having an anxiety attack.
Yes.
And I guess my concern is, are you able to sit as a juror, or you think this is too much for you? I'm trying to figure out, and that's why we took a little extended lunch break to figure out whether you feel comfortable and you're up to it.
Yes, I feel comfortable, but I just don't think it was appropriate for someone to be masked up like that. And plus, you guys didn't even tell us. Like, you don't know what people have been through, so it just it shocked me, a shock. So, yeah. But I do feel like I can handle it. But that just wasn't appropriate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't believe that was appropriate.
Well, some things I make certain decisions about things, and then we go forward with it, and I instruct jurors. And are you think you'd be able to follow those instructions and you pay attention to the evidence, or do you think that you're concerned about the masking that is going to affect your ability to follow the instructions and follow the evidence?
Yes, I can listen and follow the evidence now that I know he's going to have on mask. I can listen.
And the anxiety issue, we're past that, you're okay?
Yeah, I took my medication.
Thank you.
So very important, why was this juror so concerned, so upset? And it sounds to me like it was more about almost unfairness. Not that she was frightened by this witness that was masked, but that it was just not fair. I'm joined by civil rights attorney Joe Richardson, also with me trial attorney Catherine Lizardo for this hour. Thanks, guys, for joining. Appreciate that. Hey, Catherine, let me start with you. We've seen situations in which we've needed to mask the identity of a witness, sometimes a minor, sometimes confidential informants. I'd put this guy kind of in that category, but we've not really seen them physically wearing a mask to the point that the jury doesn't get to see them. You know, it's okay if we don't. We get that. But this witness felt it was necessary. He said he had been threatened, said there was a $50,000 bounty on his head. What do you make of this whole situation with the masking of the witness?
The juror's question here, I think, is very understandable because when viewers saw the witness as well, it was a bit shocking with a ski mask on. We hear the juror talking to the judge in that clip saying, we were not even told that the witness will testify with that mask on. I think she was initially shocked about it, and with her past experience of seeing a masked man with a ski mask robbing a store when she was a child, that brought about anxiety. Maybe if she was prepared beforehand and the jurors were told, we will have a witness who will be wearing a ski mask or a mask to cover their identity, that might help her out. So I could see why she would have felt that. Maybe they could have used a different kind of mask because, like you mentioned, sometimes the undercover agents or a minor would not be shown, but the jurors can see them, or maybe use a different kind of mask that's less intrusive, such as that black ski mask that we've seen.
Yeah, they even could have used, like, put him in another room with a video camera on him that only the jury could see. I don't know, it seems to me, I mentioned it earlier, I just think it was a bad decision. I think it affects the process. And let me ask you this, Joe, when we hear this juror say that she just thinks it's inappropriate, she said that more than once, well, to me, that's a bias that she's going to hold against the prosecution. You know, they were the one doing something inappropriate. I think there was some argument to excuse her from the jury. They have 3 alternates. What do you think?
If I was the prosecution, I would have probably looked to do that. The fact of the matter is, I don't disagree with what the juror is saying. It is unfair, and there's 2 levels. First of all, we spend all of our times and all of our lives looking at people with ski masks on, and we assign criminality to them. You know, that's thing 1. And so now here we are, and this guy's basically wearing a mask that makes him look like a criminal. But, you know, they get a couple of jury instructions, the judge lets them know, oh, you know, they're not a criminal. They're not, but we are a visual society. 70 to 80% of what we get is from visuals, and a huge part of assessing credibility is looking at someone's expressions when they say what they say. And so I think she is on very good ground saying what she's saying on the grounds that she's saying. And now, that being said, if I'm the prosecution, again, to the point, what I try to do to fix that is try to get get that person excused from the jury. The danger with that, though, is in a worst case scenario, this is another reason for a defendant to have an appealable issue or to seek a mistrial. Because if you're getting rid of jurors who basically want to be able to assess credibility the way that all of us assess credibility, the way we all, and all the more important in this case, and particularly if, as the defense alleged, they had different options in terms of who to put on, then perhaps that becomes another appealable issue. So there's a lot of problems there, and I don't disagree with this juror at all.
Yeah, no, I think it was a bad call, and I think it may come back to haunt the decision in this case if there is a conviction. So that's not the only thing going on in this case this week, even though it was a short week. Earlier, an issue arose when a juror was asking the security guard who was escorting them, into court. They kind of shepherd them around. This juror asked, hey, what's the status of that mistrial that was filed last Thursday? Now, this is not something a juror should be just discussing or even knowing about, really. Obviously, they were in the room when the issue was raised, but that's it. So there was some confusion about where the juror got the information in the first place. Let's take a listen to this.
I need to bring to your attention is when we broke this morning, one of our jurors, as Gary was escorting the jurors out, he was approached, and one of the jurors had asked him a question. Gary, go ahead. You want to tell us exactly what was said and by whom?
She more or less asked me if she could ask me a question. I said, well, it depends. So the question was, she said, well, what's the status of the mistrial?
So now, I don't know what you want me to do about that, but that's the question that was posed.
Judge, we need to have her name on the record and find out how she would have any knowledge of that, because that was never stated in front of them.
I think it was. think it was done on the record by Mr. Howard the other day. You know, my recollection, and I could be wrong, is different than yours, Mr. Bradley. My recollection is that there was a motion for mistrial that was made out loud, and Mr. Howard came sidebar. But the jurors have been instructed not to read anything about the case. So I don't know if there's something in the newspaper about that. That's a different story, but I don't know what you want me to do, if anything. I bring it to your attention, any real interaction that Gary has with them, something that may seem inappropriate, we always bring it up and let you know.
And should I assume that for future reference, you'd rather I make those motions outside the presence of the jury?
Just come side.
Okay.
But that was my recollection. I thought you, at one point, I don't know which, there was 2 motions for mistrial. I don't know at which point, but I believe at least one point you stood up and said, I have a motion for mistrial.
No, actually, there was a question asked. I said objection, move for mistrial, and
No,
called the sidebar and asked me to hold it until the end. And then at the end, after the jury left, Mr. Allison and I articulated motions for mistrial on an independent basis. And that's how it trended. That's how it went down.
But it was announced in open court, correct?
I said objection, move for mistrial.
That's my recollection.
I remember coming to sidebar and there being that being said in sidebar. I don't recall it being said in open court.
I thought it was said in open court.
It's a fact that I say.
So it may sound kind of like a difference or distinction without a difference, Joe, but it is important that this juror heard the word mistrial from counsel in open court. It wasn't like they were reading newspapers or checking on some sort of social media. Explain the importance that the jury be sanitized from this topic.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, if you're looking at it one way or the other, depending on what side you're sitting on, you're trying to see if the juror did something improper in terms of going outside the 4 walls of what goes on in the trial, getting further information about the status of the case or anything like that. The fact that the word mistrial was said, so the question was begged, and of course it wasn't answered in court, made that juror ask that question. Okay, so you want to make sure that what is dealt with, has the utmost integrity in the courtroom, and that the jurors aren't bringing not only their personal opinions, but information and research from other sources. And so they look to be good on that. The question becomes, now what do you do, because the question has been asked? My sense, we'll see, but my sense is that perhaps the judge said something in general in everyone's presence, something that the attorneys would actually agree to, so that there is some sort of clarification, maybe even adding, at times we may start to deal with something, or there may be a motion that is brought, or there may be something that is said, but it's not actionable as it pertains to your job unless we say so. The word mistrial was said. We acknowledge that. You'll notice all of the discussion took place away from you. That meant that it wasn't in your purview and it wasn't in front of you. So maybe some kind of, and there's probably an instruction to that regard anyway, some explanation by the judge that gets them kind of where they need to be.
Yeah, something curative that would just say, that's not your business. You don't need to worry about that. We're moving on. And Catherine, what I do like is this is a proactive jury. They've had some very interesting things to comment on, and they've made comments when they felt it was necessary. I think this one was handled as it should have been. What's your take on the mistrial question?
I think so that it was handled that it should have been, because like what you mentioned, I like how this jury actually asks questions when there's something bothering them, because the last thing you want is a panel of jurors who's just sitting there and something's bothering them and you can't actually address that. So the mistrial word used by defense counsel, it just shows the reality of how when you're in trial, the jurors who are lay people are relying on their experiences, and we hear mistrial in movies or TV shows, and that rings a bell to a lot of the jurors or lay people. And so there's that have to be careful when you're whatever you're saying. But at the same time, he had the right to object and say move for a mistrial, and that's legal. And so the curative way here is for the judge to tell the jury, when you hear something like that and you're not in preview of that, please disregard that. Kind of like when you hear objection by the defendants or objection by the prosecution counsel, that doesn't mean that that's something you have to consider unless I rule for it. So there are things happening there.
And, we talked about the fact that the defense doesn't really want a mistrial because they're doing all right. But that's a different issue. And I do think that the counsel could have handled it differently, could have just said objection, we need a sidebar right now, and then use the word mistrial, a little more quietly. But anyway, they dealt with it. And we're going to come back in just a few minutes here and talk more about Melly and the masked man. This is the detective that felt he had to cover his face, and it caused some problems, as we've just learned. We're going to listen to some of that testimony when we come back. Crime. Michael Bryant here. The Broward County courtroom where we were looking at the case against Jamel Demons. It is dark today. We're okay with that, though. Gives us a chance to catch up on some of the activities of this week. This is a double murder trial for YNW's Melly. Have you looked up YNW? Have you Googled that? I'm not stepping in that landmine. Anyway, this 24-year-old defendant is looking at the death penalty if convicted in the shooting death of his two friends. The victims, Anthony Williams, Christopher Thomas Jr., they were in the car with Demons, say the prosecution, and the co-defendant, Cortland Henry, who will be in a separate trial. He is not at the defense table in this trial. This took place the early morning hours of October 26, 2018. And they were shot. Now, the Murder on My Mind rapper claims that they were all victims and it was a drive-by shooting. But he was arrested in February of the next year when the authorities figured out, in their opinion, the shooting took place from inside the car. So, yesterday, we had this interesting mix of kind of concern by the jurors, which we've talked about, and testimony by a very interesting witness. Detective Danny Polo took the stand. He's testifying about the gang culture and how it relates to this case because the prosecution has suggested that Demons killed his friends as kind of a, I'm a gang guy and you can either initiate me or elevate me because I'm willing to do this. Yeah, but he testified in a mask. That's the odd part. Let's listen to what he had to say about the gang codes and how it relates to this case.
What is the proper response if someone says rise and shine?
I shine, you shine, we shine, G shine. It's a very popular G shine saying.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be exact, right? So if you, it could be like variation, right? Like right there, I shine, you shine, right? It's not exactly like the other one.
Okay. And in terms of, it says these are meanings, not replies. So if someone says this, is this kind of more the dictionary part of it?
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like some of these dictionaries, it just, the answers, but the definitions to the word, to the codes is other codes. And it's just, unless you have the person in front of you that wrote that, you probably won't be able to decipher it.
Okay. And this continues on in this with different
codes.
Okay. And reviewing these codes, are they consistent with some of the other gang knowledge that's been recovered and that you have learned about?
Yeah, except for some of the, obviously some of the codes are different because codes are updated periodically. For the most part, a lot of these have continued to be used.
Okay. And so there's some of the terms you've already defined, like set tripping. Is 1965 on that list. Is this something that they continue to evolve over the years?
The code?
Yes.
It could if, big indictments come down and a lot of people, if a big indictment comes down, like the recently sex money murder got indicted, and I think it was a lot of people got arrested on that indictment. We have an active investigation where we know they've completely restructured everything. They're restructuring their Bibles, they're restructuring their chain of command, they're restructuring all the rules. So it's how they evolve.
And so
after law enforcement has gotten hip to whatever is already out.
Well, I think I'd be a horrible gang member. I can't keep up with all the rules, and it's just very complicated. So this witness is talking about the gang way because the prosecution believes that Jamel Demings killed his friends to get in a gang or be elevated in a gang. Joe Richardson's still here. Catherine Lizardo. Catherine, I get that. I get the argument. But I'm curious, what do you think about it? Is there a built-in bias against, what is perceived as gang life, gang activity, and maybe how that slops over into the music business, especially the rap music business? People are seeing stories all the time about members of that ilk of music getting involved in violent activities. Is that something that that the defense has to overcome from day one?
Absolutely. The gang reps and the gang references, that is an implicit bias already, and even explicit, if you say that, because it will make it seem that Jamel Demons, if he is proven to be in a gang, that he committed the crime. But the prosecution still needs to prove that, one, he is actually in a gang, and two, that he actually shot his friends. So those are two hurdles that they still have to show with this witness and the rest of the trial. But they're presenting this gang information or this gang expert testimony as an aggravating factor for the death penalty phase, most likely, so that because being in a gang is part of the aggravating factor for the jury to decide if they will sentence him to death. But that's in the death penalty phase. We're not there yet.
Yeah, so prosecution's really kind of trying to use it twofold on both guilt phase and in their hope, the penalty phase to come. Hey, Joe, before we continue, I want to listen to a little bit about what the detective had to say about the social media usage in gangs. Let's watch.
So you also mentioned some of the social media content before. Are there individuals who put out videos or commentary about gang activities?
Yeah, we're in the era of social media, so everything's on social media right now. Gang members across the country are posting stuff that probably would have never been posted years ago. Their knowledge, history, things they did when they were incarcerated, how the gangs were formed, the leaders and the founders of these gangs that are now no longer in prison do podcasts and talk about how the gangs were formed, when they were formed, who did what kind of violence they had to commit, why they were created, whether they were created because they needed to protect themselves against another gang, or whether it was just they unified based on race or based on location, geographical gains.
But we know